In the old sea calendar year 670, within the ancient city of Rain. After stumbling into such luck, being reborn with my memories intact should be something to rejoice over, right? But why did it have to be this chaotic, tumultuous, ancient pirate era? Only a few months old, Hua Ye was squeezed against a soft surface, staring at the surging waves before him as he muttered in his heart. This was an era 800 years before the main pirate storyline at the tail end of the blank 100 years. Little Hua Ye, I must leave now. If we win this war, the world will once more be joined as one. The woman speaking had most of her face veiled by hanging bead curtains, revealing only a pair of long, deep, enigmatic eyes. She was the woman revered as the god of rain, and also the adoptive mother who had given Hua Ye his name. Yes, that very same nightmare of the celestial dragons, one of the four ancient gods, the rain god. Lady Shasha Joy Boy is already waiting for you in the main hall. A maid called softly from outside the hall. After placing the infant in her arms into the cradle, Shasha arose and departed. Watching his adoptive mother's figure grow more distant, Hua Ye felt a vague melancholy in his heart. What kind of situation was this supposed to be? The good news was that his godmother was an overwhelming powerhouse. The bad news was that she had effectively joined the national army in year 49. A colossal war was about to erupt. What could a mere infant possibly do? Commit suicide and return to the heavens. Gamble on being reborn into a better life. The odds of that happening were probably even lower than the national football team failing to qualify after the World Cup expanded by 48 teams. How I'm going to live no matter what. Time sped past, and 10 years later it was now sea calendar year 680. The great kingdom had been annihilated. Joy Boy had fallen in defeat, and rain god Shasha had never once returned to the city of Rain. At the same time, the world government founded by Emu began purging the remnants of Joy Boy's followers. According to the elders of the clan, this war had not yet been completely lost, Joy Boy had wagered his very life on the coming new era. Very well then. If Red Hair had bet an arm, Joy Boy had gambled his life itself. Truly a ruthless man. One day in the town square, 11-year-old Hua Ye walked straight toward a Lunarian youth. I sensed that you were peeking at Aqua while she was bathing just now. You wouldn't want me to tell her, would you? The youth named Saiwen froze mid-step. The two little followers at his side took several steps back the moment they saw it was Hua Ye approaching. Don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly? While Saiwen was still trying to argue his way out, a cluster of black flame had already ignited in Hua Ye's hand. Wearing a wicked grin, he walked right up beside Saiwen, assuming the full posture of a bully. Shall we stick to our usual rules? Saiwen glared at Hua Ye, bitterness and humiliation roiling in his heart. Fine. I'll give. Seeing that flaming black hand reaching out toward him, he finally swallowed his pride and pulled 2 gold coins from his pocket, handing them over in shame. Taking the coins, Hua Ye did not bother with more words and simply sauntered away. Watching his departing back, Saiwen muttered curses under his breath. Damn him, always finding some excuse to take my money. Only after Hua Ye's silhouette had completely vanished did the 2 little followers inch closer again, joining Saiwen in his simmering rage. Saiwen, you're a genius. You'll definitely surpass him someday. That's right. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't you dare look down on a poor Saiwen. Yet though the more clear-headed follower said this aloud, in his heart, he understood all too well. Hua Ye was a monster. Clearly only a white-haired half-blood of the Lunarian race, yet his black flames were the nemesis of all other fire. On top of that, he was born with a special form of observation Haki that could perceive emotions. Saiwen would likely never become truly wealthy in this lifetime. Special observation Haki. The rational little follower suddenly felt as though he had grasped something. He turned to Saiwen with a mischievous grin. Saiwen was aqua fair-skinned. The bullying incident had to be traced back to many years ago. Facing the world governments purged, the former subordinates of the rain god began wholeheartedly training warriors to resist, holding same-generation tournaments every year. As the grandson of the Grand Elder, Saiwen naturally possessed exceptional talent. At 7 years old, the first time he participated, he seized first place in the children's division, brimming with pride and arrogance. He even wrote a victory speech titled, My Grand Elder Grandfather. Who could have known that once the piece circulated, 5-year-old Hua Ye would come seeking Saiwen, demanding all of his pocket money, on the grounds of celebrating his championship. Saiwan had never encountered such shamelessness and immediately told the brat to get lost. Hua Ye, however, put on quite the act and said, "Saiwan, have you ever lost before?" "Among my peers I have not." "Then if you were to lose, would you be willing to hand over all your pocket money?" A prodigy has a prodigy's pride. When it comes to a challenge, refusal is unthinkable. The result was that with just a single slap, Saiwan was reduced to a walking cash dispenser, and in the days that followed he endured ongoing bullying. On the seashore, Hua Ye leaned against a coconut tree gazing out at the vast ocean in a quiet daze. After 10 years, he had long grown accustomed to life in this world and regarded the people of the city of Rain as his family. Of course, family was family, and robbing them of money did not in his mind conflict with that. Godmother, you really have left me with a difficult problem." Hua Ye pulled out the 2 gold coins he had just extorted, a faint melancholy rising in his heart. Recently, clashes with the world government had grown ever more frequent. It was merely a matter of time before they were utterly exterminated. After all, this was something that in the original story was destined to occur. Out on the sea's surface, a sailing ship entered the harbor immediately, putting the port guards on high alert. This sight did not interrupt Hua Ye's train of thought, but an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. High in the coconut tree above him, a large coconut slowly began to develop strange patterns. Not long after, the coconut fell, landing squarely on Hua Ye's head. Seriously, Newton got hit by an apple, and I get hit by a coconut. At least it's not a durian tree. Cursing under his breath, Hua Ye narrowed his eyes and looked toward the coconut beside him. These patterns. He then looked toward the direction of the dock. By this time, people were disembarking from the ship one after another, and among them a short-skirted, green-haired girl instantly drew his attention. Hua Ye was an old fan of the sea, and he recognized her at a glance. Wasn't this Guanyue Toki? No, in this era, she should be Tenjetsu Toki. Born in this time, if one wished to completely escape Emu's hunt, going to the future was undoubtedly the most reliable path. For this reason, Hua Ye had specifically inquired about her. At this point in time, Tenjetsu Toki was merely a 12-year-old lass. She had not yet started continuously jumping through time, knew nothing of that man who loved singing, dancing, and rap, and of course had not yet become a devil fruit user. Unfortunately, even after combing through the ancient texts of the Rain God's faction and poring over countless devil fruit catalogs, Hua Ye had never once found any record of the Toki fruit. Yet with Tenjetsu Toki's appearance now, this coconut devil fruit made Hua Ye's heart pound wildly. Its shell bore a silver clock-like motif adorned with gear-like ridges and grooves, an entirely new variety he had never once seen in any catalog. Breaking through. Is this the blessing of heaven's fortune? At this moment, Hua Ye's previous gloom vanished, and he became completely exhilarated. The appearance of Amatsuki Toki, the mutated time fruit, the long-awaited prize, was within reach. Even if the time fruit couldn't send one back to the past in the pirate world of 800 years ago, that didn't matter at all. The future is bright. In Hua Ye's opinion, Amatsuki Toki's development of the ability was utterly underwhelming. As everyone knows, space and time abilities are conceptual level powers. When developed to their peak, they become terrifying supreme weapons. As for snatching away Amatsuki Toki's ability, why would Hua Ye have any psychological? Killing Momonosuke while he's still in tadpole form must be fate's arrangement. How terrifying the power above the Tao is. After these thoughts, Hua Ye picked up the silver clock-shaped fruit and took a deep breath. They say this thing tastes worse than shit. Which real-life guy said that? Does anyone actually know what shit tastes like? For Hua Ye, without personal experience, there was no credibility, so he simply took a big bite. Ugh, what the hell is this taste? Instantly, a flavor that made his soul tremble exploded on his taste buds. Holy crap! Crunchy herringkin with bean juice. Within minutes, he barely managed to soothe the discomfort in his stomach. Anyone who has eaten a devil fruit knows that upon gaining the ability, you instinctively know its name. As the power of time exploded within him, Hua Ye felt the discomfort in his stomach instantly vanish. Delicious. He looked towards the dock where the Amatsuki clan members were talking with the guards and dashed off. Oi, Amatsuki Toki, long time no see. At the dock, the green-haired girl turned around at the sound, her face showing a puzzled expression. Do I know you? She seriously thought for a long time, but couldn't recall who this mischievous child who suddenly appeared and called her name was. Hey, of course I know you, otherwise how would I know your name? Amatsuki Toki was about to ask further when the harbor guard walked respectfully over and whispered to Hua Ye. Lord Hua Ye, the Amatsuki family is an ally of Lady Sasha seeking refuge. Hua Ye wasn't surprised years ago when he was investigating the time fruit. He had inquired about the Amatsuki family and naturally knew they were allies. With the world government's great purge, it was only reasonable for the Amatsuki family to seek shelter. Since their allies of course let them in. Naturally, the guard turned to continue talking with the Amatsuki family elders. Amatsuki Toki grew even more curious. Why were the guards here so respectful to this little brat? Full of questions, she was about to ask again when she saw Hua Ye squinting at the distant sea horizon. Oh, it seems the world government has followed too. The guards looked as he spoke, and indeed a cargo ship flying a merchant guild flag appeared on the horizon. Several guards broke out in cold sweat instantly. Lord Hua Ye's observation Haki could foresee the future and probe hearts. That being so, sensing the world government's dogs was far too simple. Enemy attack. Notify the clan, prepare. No need, I alone am enough. Hua Ye interrupted, his mood excellent at the moment, not minding killing a few to liven things up. Before his words faded, the young man leaped into the air, creating sonic booms with each step as he shot towards the merchant ship. On the deck, the agents, disguised as merchants, had no time to react before a mass of black flame exploded on the young man's fist. Fire Fist Kagetsuchi. If Hua Ye had one shortcoming, it was probably naming his techniques, but with his vast database from his past life, if he couldn't create, he could still copyright. Boom. The black flame cascaded like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the entire ship. The hull crumbled into wreckage in moments, and the figures on board were swallowed by the black flame without even a scream. The black flame didn't extinguish upon hitting the sea. It continued to burn on the water's surface, only dying out after completely burning away everything it touched. This scene took place in mere tens of seconds. Amatsuki Toki and her elders stared blankly at the black flame on the distant sea. So strong. That punch was so cool. After a long time, the Amatsuki clan leader averted his gaze, suppressing his shock, and looked at the guard captain, asking curiously, who is this? He is a guest of the Amatsuki family. Lord Hua Ye is the young master of our Rain City. The guard introduced with a surge of emotion, secretly marveling. Innate black flame. Special observation. Haki awakened Conqueror's Haki at 7, mastered armament Haki at 9. With such talent, he truly is the rain god's bloodline. Actually, Hua Ye didn't know his own origins. According to the elders, he was an adopted son brought back by Sasha after years of campaigning. But his talent was terrifying. The clan gossiped that Hua Ye was the child of the rain god and the sun god, but Hua Ye denied this rumor. He had awakened his past life memories when he was a month old. He had lived with his adoptive mother for nearly a year and always drank beast milk. How could a true son not drink breast milk? This was very unreasonable. However, Hua Ye truly didn't care who his biological parents were. After all, Luffy was 17 and didn't even know he had parents. Zoro didn't even have memories. Since he had come to the pirate world, he should follow its customs. Having a bloodline was enough. Time flew by. 30 days later, at the clan's back mountain, Hua Ye sat cross-legged on a green stone in front of a waterfall, silver time energy swirling around him. Splashing water droplets that landed on his shoulder would mysteriously slow down their fall. Time Chaos Gold Clapper. His eyes glowed with silver light as he glared at the little yellow dog not far away. With a burst of time power, the little yellow dog that was originally squatting on the ground with its tongue out was instantly frozen. Even the saliva about to drip from its tongue was suspended. This was the fruit technique Hua Ye had developed over the past month, and its principle was simple: time stop, a classic ability in Japanese anime. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, the stronger the enemy controlled, the more stamina it consumed. If one's Haki was strong enough, they could even become immune, but it was a sure kill skill against the weak. After a few seconds, Hua Ye willingly released the power. The little yellow dog blinked, not understanding what had just happened. Hua Ye looked at his palm and took a deep breath. Still too weak. If you don't work hard when young, you'll be sad when old. Why should I be sad? Looks like I need to try 200 times harder. After obtaining this ability, Hua Ye began researching a series of development methods. With his current stamina, he could send people 200 years into the future. Hua Ye was a person who hated trouble, but valued loyalty. Since he had to take care of things, he naturally wanted to send the clan's elderly women and children to a much safer future, ideally one where they could win by just opening their eyes. Looking at the little yellow dog that had been training with him, Hua Ye murmured, "Little black, you've been with me every day, no real merit, but you're a good dog. When we go to the future, it'll make you a celestial dragon." Woof woof woof. Little black wasn't responding to Hua Ye, but stood up and looked towards the mountain path. Hua Ye, big yellow, time to eat. Seeing Amatsuki Toki walking up with a large bamboo basket, Little black immediately wagged its tail and ran to greet her. Hua Ye, damn it, good dog, he'll get you neutered tomorrow. Before long, Tian Yushur took out the rice balls and meat from the bamboo basket and placed them beside Hua Ye. Perhaps a bit precocious, or perhaps due to Hua Ye's outstanding temperament and appearance, Tian Yushur took on the task of delivering meals on the third day of her arrival. She knelt beside Hua Ye, watching him eat heartily, occasionally opening up a conversation to ask about her curiosities. "Today I asked the Grand Elder, I heard that you inquired about me long ago, wanting to know what I wanted to do." Hua Ye chewed on his meat, casually tossing a clean bone to Xiaohei, then glanced at Tian Yushur. "He'll tell you. I'm already 12. No, that's still not old enough." Tian Yushur clearly didn't understand the meaning behind his words, pouting in dissatisfaction. "You're younger than me, yet you always act so mature, sometimes like a mischievous child. Do you have a split person?" In the face of the girl's dissatisfaction, Hua Ye continued to eat, and soon the more than 20 pounds of braised beef was devoured. After being full, Hua Ye stood up, took Tian Yushur's small hand, and headed down the mountain. "No training today, it'll take you to rob some money. We need to buy some meat tomorrow." "Going to rob Saiwan again? What excuse do we have today?" "His family opened a beef noodle shop." Hua Ye kept walking, turned to look at her, and suddenly smiled. "But I don't eat beef." Thus the simple and unadorned life continued for another 5 years. With guidance from the elders in the clan and frequent wars, Hua Ye's combat strength made tremendous progress. Even his fruit abilities flourished, and his overall combat prowess had reached the imperial level threshold. He even killed a general during a battle with the Navy 6 months ago. Of course, in the early days of the Navy's establishment, its combat strength could not compare to the future highest combat power of the Navy. According to many netizens, it was just a civilian general. In the evening, in the open-air hot spring at Tian Yu's home in Rain City, Tian Yushur and Hua Ye soaked in the spring, engaging in casual chatter. The scorching hot spring water washed away the fatigue from their training. After 5 years of companionship and delivering meals, the two had developed a deep, pure friendship. In the eyes of the people of the Land of Harmony, the hot spring allows people to interact without distinction of gender, returning to the most primitive state with friends, which symbolizes a bond. The Tian Yu family is a renowned family in the Land of Harmony, and although they do not live there due to certain reasons, they have inherited the customs. The humble, naive, and straightforward woman from the original work has now been influenced by Hua Ye in ways that are hard to describe. Just like the tradition of soaking in the hot spring, she refuses to share the experience with any male other than Hua Ye. If it weren't for the fact that they were not yet of age, that certain matters would be detrimental to their domineering training and the restrictions of the Tao laws, they might have already fought to the finish. In the hot spring, Tian Yushur poured spring water over herself with a small ladle, casually asking, "The Kogetsu clan 800 years later is so pathetic. If we go to the future, do you want to become the king of the Land of Harmony?" In 5 years, Hua Ye had already instilled his modern concepts into the Tian Yu family and used his fruit abilities to explain some of what he had seen in the future. Since we can go to the future, knowing what happens in the future is quite normal, isn't it? The values of the Tian Yu family have undergone tremendous changes. Because of this, when discussing the Kogetsu clan's cousin, Tian Yushur felt that the person was utterly absurd, even quite foolish. "We'll talk about it then. How soon you'll be sent to the future, and your timing with Sai when may very well encounter Guzan. Oh, if we meet, he'll have Sai when kill him to eliminate the threat to the Land of Harmony." Tian Yushur said indignantly. Though many things have yet to happen, if the current Tian Yushur were to meet Guzan again, she would certainly not develop any feelings. However, in this situation, Hua Ye still had a strange impression of Guzan as an incompetent husband, a bull-headed fool. "When you were little, if you hadn't met me, but unexpectedly gained the time fruit, you would definitely go to the future to seek out the Land of Harmony, right?" At this, Tian Yushur nodded without hesitation. Going to the Land of Harmony had been her dream since childhood. Hua Ye teased meaningfully. "Hey, with that silly look of yours, if you hadn't met me, you might have become Lady Kogetsu." "What the heck is Lady Kogetsu?" Tian Yushur blinked her big eyes, clearly not grasping the meaning. A few seconds later, she suddenly shot Hua Ye an annoyed glare. "Pfft. What Lady Kogetsu? Don't make such jokes." She understood that this meant if she ate the time fruit, she would run off to the future to marry Guzan. Guzan was a scoundrel who snatched other people's wives since he was 15. Even if he changed when he grew up, he was still naive and would believe in the foolishness of enemies. Even if she was silly, there was no way she could fall for that kind of person, right? Tion, you sure imagine some scenes of Guzan dancing and singing rap, shuddering violently. You are planning to time travel, right? Don't die. What if Siwen can't handle him? What if I become the bandit's wife? 5 days later. On the ocean, countless world government warships were heading towards Rain City. On the deck of a warship, a bald young man clad in a black robe, holding the first generation of the Ghost Slasher, stood at the bow, gazing into the distance with a grave expression. I heard that island has countless strong warriors. A Navy general is just a side character, and even a small fry has killed one. The bald man withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the person speaking behind him. A similarly robed young man was trembling on his legs. Nasu Shoro, my right eye has been twitching. I'm just here to gild it. If something goes wrong, you have to protect me. I'm useless. Nasu Shoro shot a disdainful glance at this member of the Jago Lucia royal family, his eyes filled with contempt. This time we have over 10,000 elite troops. The Rain God's former subordinates have only about 100 who can participate in the battle. He paused, his tone cold. With 100-fold difference in combat strength, the advantage is mine. Rain City at the dock. Hua Ye, wearing a white, silly, and cute mask, had already led the strong warriors of the tribe to stand on the seaside rocks ready for battle. Over the past 5 years, Hua Ye's plans had long ceased to be a secret within the tribe. However, after a secret investigation, it was found that the time fruit had never appeared in past history. In other words, even him didn't know about this ability to traverse time. It must be kept a secret, must be kept secret. The world government can change the Nika fruit into a rubber fruit. The Black Zetsu from Naruto claims to be the will of Madara, and the Blue Aizen from Bleach even declares that the Mirror Flower Water Moon is a flowing blade. Hua Ye, as the first person in history to consume the time fruit, altered it to the Chi Min fruit, and publicly claimed that this thing has nothing to do with time, which also seems to be reasonable. Focusing on the bizarre, not revealing the true trump card. Hey, this is really exhilarating. A warrior beside Hua Ye, looking at the dozens of warships approaching on the horizon, couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Now non-combat personnel had already been sent to the future 3 days prior. The warriors wished to use a battle without regrets to temporarily put a period on history. So what if there are many of them? They are just a bunch of rabble. Destroy this pack of dogs. How did Hua Ye's rap go again? Oi, in that case, let's confront them, Heaton. Hey, Siwen, you must prove yourself. Hua Ye said if you can slay 1,000, he won't bully you anymore, and will even let you be his deputy. The strong warriors at the dock were all excitedly howling, and some even started to tease. Siwen stood at the front of the crowd, his black wings slightly spread, flames burning behind him. At 18, he had long shed his childishness, standing at 5 meters tall, emanating an invisible pressure. Once I chop down 1,000, you won't have to steal from me in the future. Being a deputy is nothing to me. He turned back to glare at Hua Ye, then spread his wings, soaring into the sky, tearing through the clouds, as he shot down, like a burning meteor, towards the foremost warship. It's a warrior from the Lunaria tribe. Shoot him down. On the warship, the commander quickly ordered, and the soldiers on board raised their bows and arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck his body, but broke apart, causing no harm whatsoever. Hey, you filthy dogs, are you just scratching me? Siwen. The flames poured down instantly, igniting the entire warship. Siwen crashed through the deck into the cabin, slashing horizontally, and dozens of swordsmen perished on the spot. Brothers charge. Seeing Siwen make his move, another 10 or so warriors from the Lunaria tribe were set ablaze. The Black Wings soared, and both sides were embroiled in a fierce battle. Hua Ye gazed at the bald young man brandishing the first-generation Guiche on the main warship, a flicker of amusement curling beneath his mask. Time flash step. A silver flash, and Hua Ye appeared before Nezushiro, simultaneously unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. What is flash step? All movement consumes time, yet what he did was merely erase the process from the timeline. The landing point was the starting point with 0 in between, claiming sovereignty over space. That is only because time has yet to reveal itself. Dark lightning swept across the entire ship. The lesser foes collapsed into unconsciousness, while the stronger ones gritted their teeth, but were frozen in place by the sheer pressure. Nezushiro stared at the masked man who had materialized before him, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He swung the first-generation Guiche in a horizontal arc, the blade wrapped in armament Haki, slicing cleanly through Hua Ye's body. Oh, not a bad blade. Hua Ye stood unharmed. Nezushiro's pupils contracted. What kind of phantom-like elementalization was this? What kind of Logia is this? As an elite of the Izambaron royal family, though he was only 30 years old, he had already experienced countless battles and had seen many Logia users. He had also studied all the devil fruit encyclopedias, but this power was utterly unheard of. How to put it? This move is called Shunwei Divine Might. Hua Ye scratched his head wearing a perplexed expression as if seriously pondering how to explain. This isn't a Logia you know. I'm a Chi-Min fruit user. I can deploy a Chi-Min formation around myself. Nezushiro remained utterly bewildered. What the hell? He couldn't understand, but it seemed incredibly formidable. Before he could think further, Hua Ye's right hand wrapped in pitch-black Haki gently grasped the blade. Black flames spread along the sword onto Nezushiro's entire arm. Ugh! Nezushiro grunted, pushing his Haki to the utmost to resist the searing heat, while trying to pull back his sword, but the blade remained immovable. The silly cute smile mask suddenly loomed before him. Beneath it Hua Ye wore a sinister grin. You won't understand even if I explain. Why not experience it yourself? The laughter made Nezushiro's hair stand on end. The Conqueror's Haki of the man before him was not terrifying, but the combination of the silly mask, the eerie laughter, and his myriad tricks sent chills down his spine. Don't be nervous, kid. I won't kill you. But hand over the sword. As a swordsman, having his blade taken in a single exchange was a grave humiliation. Nezushiro suppressed his fear, veins bulging on his forehead as he gathered Haki in his other hand and threw a punch. Yet his fist passed through Hua Ye's body again, still unable to touch him. Kuso, how is this possible? Luan Jintok. An inexplicable force coiled around him, and Nezushiro felt his mind go blank. In the next instant, as if time had been stolen, when he regained his senses, Hua Ye's other hand, wreathed in black flames, had already seized his neck. The bone-piercing, searing pain of the black flames instantly spread throughout his body. Ugh! The agony tore muffled groans from Nezushiro. At his current level, his combat prowess was merely that of a vice admiral, and he could not break free for the time being. Hua Ye didn't want to waste time, but it was necessary to teach a lesson to the future 5 elders. Now take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Nezushiro's pupils abruptly contracted as an intense sense of unease overwhelmed him. Before he could react, Chi-Min do. What is the essence of do? It is to make the target's mind endure an ultra-long period of torment within an extremely short span of time. And Hua Ye's do is fundamentally different from that in Naruto. That one is a dojutsu. His, however, forcibly injects the power of time into the opponent's mind, prolonging the perception of pain. In this way, the damage suffered is multiplied in enjoyment. You are a demon. After a mere 3 seconds, Nezushiro began screaming in sheer agony, erupting with astonishing Haki to forcibly break free from do. If it were a person of strong will or a Haki master, they would likely snap out of this time-bounded power, but the current Nezushiro was rather weak. In those 3 seconds, he experienced the agony of being burned by black flames for an entire day. Watching Nezushiro with snot streaming down his face and on the verge of mental collapse, Hua Ye grabbed his head again to perform a deeper temporal extension. I still prefer your future self, so proud and defiant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Nezushiro's gaze grew increasingly vacant, his spirit completely shattered. He muttered incessantly, and a puddle of urine spread beneath his feet. Hua Ye barely restrained himself from throwing the man aside, and proceeded to the final step. Chi-Min memory alteration. Memory is the temporal fragment retained in the human mind, manipulating time, freezing time, leaping through time. Modifying the memory of a certain point in time is merely one of his intrinsic abilities. Of course, the prerequisite is that the target must be mentally broken. If one is forcibly brainwashed while subdued, the consequence ranges from mild cerebellar atrophy to a permanent vegetative state. After implanting the false memories into Nezushiro's mind, Hua Ye casually tossed him aside and looked toward the still raging battlefield. This place shall be sealed within the blank century. Eliminate the strong, alter the memories of the high-ranking, and create the illusion of annihilation. As for the bodies, just use the charred corpses of the enemies along with the wings of flying creatures. Trust or not, it's all the same. In this war, the world government naturally wouldn't send only the noble scions, the original celestial dragons who needed gilding. Within just a few minutes of Nezushiro's ordeal, Hua Ye sensed himself locked onto by several formidable auras. In this battle, the world government's lineup was quite formidable. In addition to 10,000 elite soldiers, they had dispatched 2 combatants on par with future admirals, one of whom was a Logia user of the Ice fruit. Rain God Island was frozen solid. If not for Hua Ye's bizarre ability to manipulate time, the outcome would have been uncertain. Finally, after hours of bloody combat, the war barely ended. On the world government's side, all the strong were slain and the weak were knocked unconscious by Conqueror's Haki. 100 defeating 10,000. It was a resounding victory. Yet this was war after all. Facing such a lineup, the remnants of Rain God naturally paid a heavy price. As the battle concluded, Hua Ye, drenched in blood, gazed at the dozens of fallen warriors with profound grief. Damn it. Keep 50 high-ranking officials from the world government. As for the rest, 7 go chop off all their heads. 7 remained silent upon receiving the order. He simply let his blade do the talking. In the Rain God tribe, Hua Ye was far from the strongest. 2 elders surpassed him in power. One was a buccaneer, the race of Bartholomew Kuma, and the other was a Lunarian. If power levels were compared, they would be at the level of Yonko. Moreover, there were more than 20 individuals with the strength of a Yonko's right hand. It wasn't luck that allowed this force to endure the world government's siege for so long. However, this was likely the end. The communication soldier's memory had been altered, so the battle report was never sent back. If news leaked, the next siege would only be larger. Hua Ye's only consolation was that him had not yet appeared personally. Not even the so-called God's Knights from the future showed up. Whatever the reason, it was a good thing. 2 hours later, the battlefield was fully fabricated. On the elevated platform in the central plaza, Hua Ye held the first generation Geesh, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. Have you packed everything? Then let's set out. With a flash of white light, figures on the square vanished one by one. After a long while, Hua Ye looked at the empty plaza, and with another flash of white light, he too disappeared from the spot. In the year 1453 of the Sea Circle calendar, on an outlaw island in the New World. At this moment, a few lowly pirates lay on the ground groaning. A stout little boy of about 6 wearing a black headband was gripping a wooden stick leaning against a big tree covered in blood. Before him stood over a dozen pirates. The leading bald man with a scarred face was not angered by his underling's defeat. Instead, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he surveyed the little brat. Hey kid, you think you can fight? Fighting is useless. What matters on the sea is power. His 2 subordinates immediately snickered. Kid, just take us to the women hiding here, and well, overlook you're hurting our men. You can even join us. Right? Don't be ungrateful. Our captain is the 30 million berry bounty great pirate hyena, Shang. This island, too poor to afford the tribute to the celestial dragons, had long become a paradise for pirates and slave traders. The child spat out a mouthful of blood and said nothing. Though the place was already in chaos, there were women who had taken care of him. How could he lead them there? He swung his stick and charged straight at them again. Bang! Before a pirate could react, the wooden stick smashed onto his forehead, making his eyes roll back as he fell stiffly. Without pausing, the child thrust the stick backward into the stomach of a second pirate, bending him into a bow like a shrimp. This kid has monstrous strength. Brothers beat him into submission. The other pirates, enraged, charged at him all at once. The child was battered by the flurry of blades, yet he still managed to withstand and counterattack, as if possessing inexhaustible monstrous strength. Shang narrowed his eyes as he watched. It was his order not to let the crew strike lethal blows. Such a monster at such a young age. What will he become when he grows up? I must train him to be my underling. The beatdown continued. Just as the child was about to stagger and fall, he suddenly let out a near bestial roar. Buzz! With that roar, a shocking aura erupted from the boy's body, and the pirates, beating him, instantly fell asleep. Shang finally lost his composure, his pupils constricting. In this era without inflation, a 30 million berry New World pirate was well-traveled and naturally recognized this as Conqueror's Haki. Awakening the qualities of a king at age 6. Unheard of. Helby hated, absolutely hated. Having second thoughts, Shang no longer considered taking the boy as a crew member, but instead decided to eliminate him root and branch. Just then a lazy voice came from above everyone's heads. Tisk tisk, dog leftover, how about taking a break first? Shang, already drenched in cold sweat, immediately looked up upon hearing the voice. He saw a white-haired kid wearing a smiling mask who had somehow already crouched on the dead tree above them. I got lost on the path of life, so I wanted to ask that kid for directions. Hua Ye said lazily. The few officers still conscious exchanged bewildered glances. They were still in shock from just now, and now this masked lunatic appeared. Playing tricks. How dare you call our captain dog leftover? If you have the guts, come down here. A pirate instinctively raised his sword and cursed. Oh, all right. A flash of silver light, and Hua Ye obediently flickered from the treetop to the open space in the center of the crowd. The moment he landed, the remaining pirates all rolled their eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and fell unconscious. Hey ai de Huanyo Gaite. Long time no see. At that moment, Hua Ye's nearly 3-meter-tall figure blocked the scorching sun, and a halo like the sun appeared behind his head. Newgate stood frozen for a long time. But soon he became vigilant. What long time no see? I don't know you. How do you know my name? Are you a pirate too? Hua Ye scratched his head and thought, a mischievous smile appearing under his mask. I'm not a pirate, but I heard there are beauties here. As he finished, Newgate froze for a second, then his eyes gradually turned resolute and fierce. Bastard. I want to take you there. Don't you dare hurt innocent people. He roared, swinging his wooden stick straight at Hua Ye. The stick passed through his body as if hitting air. Damn it. Why isn't it working? The stick kept passing through his body while Hua Ye remained in his head-scratching pose. Oh my, such a hot-tempered kid. Let you hit first. When you're tired, well talk. 17-year-old Hua Ye had already spent over a year traveling through time. During this time, without altering the general direction of the future, he had laid many foundations. For example, intervening in the incidents of Princess Shuri Brook and Kandare. He brought back the messages from the elder of the Mink tribe and the leader of the Kazuki clan to the Mink tribe in Wano country. He had also gone to the final island Laugh Tale, learned the truth of One Piece, and made a few mischievous alterations. Meeting the young Newgate was of course not a coincidence. Roger loved Freedom Rocks was determined to rule the world. On this timeline, the wild young Whitebeard was undoubtedly the most worthwhile underling to recruit. After more than 10 minutes, Newgate holding his stick slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Until he was exhausted, he hadn't even touched the hem of the man's clothes. Done hitting. Hua Ye crouched down, staring at the young man who would become the strongest in the world. You monster. I want to take you there. Newgate glared at him fiercely. The man before him was the most bizarre monster he had ever seen, yet he remained fearless. Hua Ye shook his head slightly, his observation Haki enveloping the entire island, while sensing his emotions. Dilapidated houses, brawling thugs everywhere, and the elderly women and children he wanted to protect, to whom he had no blood ties. The very air seemed to reek of chaos. Hua Ye sighed inwardly. Even though he had no family here left, this legendary great pirate, after becoming famous, continuously aided his homeland. Truly loyal and righteous. Hey kid, be my son. I mean, recognize me as your big brother. At that moment, a bewildered Whitebeard was also confused. This plot seemed off. At dusk in the dilapidated town square, dozens of pirates were unloading delicacies from their ship. The terrifying, incomprehensible scene from before still echoed in their minds. After waking from their fainting, they were ordered to unload all the supplies from the ship. Captain A. Shung hesitated only for a moment, then inexplicably turned into a grinning idiot. Faced with such supreme horror, the pirates had no choice but to accept their fate and completely give up resistance. Smoke from cooking rose, and a huge long table was set up in the square. The pirate cooks began preparing ingredients. Plates of delicious food were brought out, and some locals in the distance swallowed their saliva while gazing over. Hua Ye glanced at the few elderly and children being shielded behind Newgate, then jutted his chin. Come eat together. I can't finish all this by myself. There are too many pitiful souls in this world. Over the course of a year, Hua Ye has witnessed countless corpses and families torn apart. He does not wish to be any savior. He merely speaks this out of a fondness for the old man from his past life. If that is the case, then let these people take advantage of this moment and savor some warmth in this wretched world, that is all. The elderly, weak women and children exchanged hesitant glances, afraid to step forward. Hua Ye had already grabbed a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He mumbled impatiently, "What are you waiting for? It's going to get cold and taste worse." After a few seconds, an older woman gritted her teeth and took a seat first. Seeing this, the others trembled and sat down as well. Faced with the fierce and ruthless white-haired man, they truly had no choice. When the first bite of hot food went down, someone finally couldn't hold back and tears fell directly into the bowl. Newgate stood to the side, utterly bewildered. He thought the white-haired man would mistreat this group of elderly, weak women and children. The few emaciated older sisters might end up like others who came before, stripped of their clothes and bullied. However, the scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. Could it be that this guy actually intended to take him as a little brother? Hua Ye sensed Newgate's complex emotions through his observation Haki and glanced at him before casually handing over a large meat stick. "Hey kid, come over and eat too." Gugugugu. Newgate had intended to refuse on the grounds of not being hungry, but his stomach honestly voiced its desires. After all, he was only 6 years old. Under the temptation of delicious food, he ultimately held out his neck and accepted the meat stick, gobbling it down. This dilapidated little town seemed to be reborn. The pirates who originally came to plunder each offered supplies and became free laborers, starting to repair Hua Ye's residence. The group of children that Newgate protected could finally run around joyfully in the square, filled with laughter. Is Lord Hua Ye a deity? Of course. The children played not far away while discussing Hua Ye. A few girls who regained some color brought clean fruits to Hua Ye before leaving with flushed cheeks. If this lord desires, it's not impossible. You want to give? Lord Hua, you wouldn't want it. He's so handsome and powerful he wouldn't look at us. Oh, I don't need to have a title. Hua Ye, reclining in a chair, sensed the emotions of the people here with his observation Haki and couldn't help but smile slightly. I have surprisingly become the ultimate benefactor. In reality, all he did was a very ordinary thing. After all, he could not finish the food brought by the pirates. Sharing some with them was no trouble. But in this new world filled with pirates, the weak had long since become accustomed to being trampled and ravaged. When someone was willing to share their excess, the significance of such a small act was naturally different. Hua Ye, can you teach me how to become stronger? Hua Ye, resting his eyes, opened them upon hearing the voice of Newgate, who had come before him. He feigned a pained expression and said, "Newgate, will you never call me brother?" Brother, please train me. Let me become stronger. After hesitating for a few seconds, Whitebeard spoke again, his eyes now determined. Hua Ye certainly knew that even if he did not teach him, Whitebeard would still be a legend in the future, and when they met again, he might very well not be his opponent. But what did that matter? Early scientific training would at least allow Whitebeard to suffer less childhood hardship. The main thing was to recruit a little brother. It had to start from childhood. In the year 1454 of the Sea Circle, at the coast, Newgate single-handedly drove back 100 pirates. Half a year's training had allowed him to learn the color of armament in advance. With his monstrous strength, 7-year-old Newgate was already capable of matching most of the supernovas. What a monster this is! I was 9 when I finally mastered the color of armament. Sitting not far away, Hua Ye couldn't help but sigh at this scene. No, I still need to beat him. What if the next time I see this rebellious kid, he won't let me beat him? Boom! With a flash of silver light, Hua Ye appeared beside Newgate. Bang! A kick sent the 7-year-old boy flying 100 meters away. You left yourself open, Newgate. How did I teach you? You need to stay vigilant at all times. In the ruins, Newgate shook his head and staggered to his feet. Brother, you ambushed me again. This is to train your reaction. Next we will have practical drills to loosen. 3 hours later, at the coast, Newgate, who had just finished training, was battered and bruised, yet smiling, sitting on the ground chatting with Hua Ye while gazing at the sea. Brother, if I become strong like you, will I be able to have many family members? Hey, of course. Newgate, you will definitely have a group of outstanding sons in the future. Sons? Newgate asked in confusion. I just want family. Sons are too far away for a kid like me. Looking at Whitebeard, who could already stand on his own, Hua Ye felt it was about time to leave. He was never one to be content with solitude, and there were still many interesting things in the next era. How could he linger here for too long? Hey, when we meet next time, maybe you will already have a group of sons calling you dad. Next time we meet. What do you mean? Of course it means I am leaving. Newgate suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with surprise and reluctance. Where's brother going? Don't you want me as your little brother anymore? After spending more than half a year together, Newgate, who had never experienced family warmth in his childhood, felt a familial warmth and regarded Hua Ye as his only brother for life. Although his brother liked to beat him, Newgate understood that his brother meant well. Hey, Newgate, no matter how much older we are in the future, you will always be my little brother. Hua Ye paused, looking at Newgate, whose eyes were slightly red, and continued with a smile. I've fought my whole life. It's time for me to enjoy life. Keep my secret, and we will meet again. Newgate knew about Hua Ye's fruit ability, and that he had traveled from hundreds of years ago. Regarding age, Hua Ye once said, maybe decades later, I will still be a youth. This was a secret he must keep tightly. Newgate clenched his fists. Brother, you're so much older than me. Can I? Hua Ye looked at Newgate, who had a serious expression, and his mouth twitched, his forehead covered in black lines. Shanks had washed Luffy's brain like that, and even having a relationship with Yuta never made him think of calling anyone dad. He had just accompanied Whitebeard for half a year, and the kid wanted to upgrade his brother to dad. This realization and this gene truly made no sense. Ahem. Newgate, I'm still young. Calling me brother is enough. But, brother, your care for me this past half year is just like how I understand a dad. There are no buts. Take this. Hua Ye did not want to dwell on the subject of calling him dad, casually tossing the, remember to return it to me when we meet next time. It is yours for now. Newgate hurriedly caught it. This scene resembled Luffy receiving Shank's straw hat. This is a demon sword, so be careful not to accidentally harm yourself. Add some power to it. Hua Ye waved his hand behind him and disappeared in a flash of silver light. Years later, in the waters of the Grand Line, a pirate crew had just plundered another group of pirates. On the deck, the pirates cheered and howled around the treasure. Hey, Newgate, come over here. So much treasure all ours. Hey, new brother, don't bother with him. He's not interested in money. With the first-generation Kitetsu at his waist and the Murakami in his hand, Newgate sat on the railings, staring absently at the distant sea horizon. Behind him were mountains of gold and jewels which he had single-handedly captured by charging into the enemy's ship. But now he just let his comrades plunder them wildly. Newgate, what do you really want? Someone couldn't help asking. The other pirates also stopped and looked curiously at this freakishly strong man. Whitebeard smiled, gazing at the sea. A sea breeze blew past, and the image of a young figure flashed through his mind. Family, and to see my big brother again. Long after he murmured these words softly, as if speaking to himself. The pirates looked at each other, then burst into laughter and teased, family. You really are a weirdo. Huh, you actually have a big brother. A blood brother. Newgate didn't answer, just curled his lips slightly. In the year 1482 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the sea, a powerful pirate crew made the whole world tremble. Although this was the sea area where the future pirate king Joel D. Rogers sailed, the years that this crew dominated could be called the Era of Rocks. To this, in the Navy reopened conscription. On the first half of the Grand Line Paradise Navy G2 branch. At the recruitment ground, a bald rear admiral instructor stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the new recruits who had just joined the Navy. You? What's your name? Why did you join the Navy? The first recruit stumbled, stammering, "Report, my name is Kamita 2. The instructor slapped him on the back of the head. Shifty-eyed and stammering, "You're unqualified. Get." The second recruit swallowed his saliva. "My name is Gaz, and I want to make a name for myself." The motley crew of second-class soldiers began introducing themselves one by one. When it came to the third row, a young Navy soldier stood straight and said with righteous conviction, "Monkey D. Dragon. To protect civilians. To achieve the justice in my heart." Only then did the bald instructor show a satisfied expression, patting Dragon on the shoulder before turning a stern face to the other recruits. "Excellent. Look at Dragon's spirit. You're far behind, even though you're all recruits." Then the bald instructor continued his questioning. "My name is Guion. To become a Navy soldier and protect civilians. And to become the strongest female swordsman." Watching the straight-backed, determined 15-year-old girl, the bald instructor nodded again. Among the crowd, a tall, white-haired youth looked at Monkey D. Dragon not far from him, and the future admiral candidate Momosaji Guion with an intrigued expression on his face. So before the God Valley incident, this world's most vicious criminal is still a Navy recruit longing for 15-year-old Momosaji is already this developed. "Hey, you white-haired guy, what are you smirking at the girl for? Introduce yourself." The bald instructor's gruff voice interrupted the youth's thoughts. He looked at the instructor and said lazily, "Report, instructor. My name is Leon. I heard the Navy food is good, so I'm here to freeload." This was Hua Ye, who had just traveled through time to this era. With 2 years remaining before the God Valley incident, Hua Ye didn't want to miss it. He didn't want to be a pirate, he just wanted to train quietly for a while. As a fun seeker, he simply used his time power to disguise himself. By infiltrating the Navy, he could plan his future, amuse himself, and train. A triple win. Of course, this disguise wasn't like the mimic fruit's ability to directly transform into another person, it was a deep application of time power. Roughly, it involved extracting facial features from different timelines of himself and stitching them together. Since the future held infinite possibilities, it was somewhat like character customization in a game. Freeloading. The bald instructor's face darkened instantly. He strode over to Hua Ye and looked him up and down. This absurdly handsome, yet roguish recruit. "Your only motive for joining the Navy is to eat." The instructor's voice was low, and the surrounding recruits dared not breathe. Hua Ye blinked innocently. "I think I'm pretty fierce. If I don't join the Navy, should I become the pirate king?" The words stunned the recruits. "What king did you say?" The bald instructor's mouth twitched. He had trained many recruits, and there had indeed been quite a few talented but arrogant geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such audacity. "I said I don't want to be the pirate king, that's why I joined the Navy." The bald instructor's forehead popped a big vein. He simply raised his hand and swung it toward the back of Hua Ye's head. Hua Ye casually tilted his head, and the palm grazed past his ear with minimal clearance. At the same time, a red gleam flashed in his eyes, and he precisely released an invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki. Facing the Conqueror's Haki impact from such close range, even the instructor, a rear admiral from headquarters, staggered several steps and nearly fainted. Instantly, the recruits started whispering among themselves. "Oh my God, is the instructor suffering from heat stroke? Impossible. It's not even hot today." Only the legendary Sweat King Monkey D. Dragon had beads of cold sweat on his forehead, and his pupils contracted. This was the same Conqueror's Haki as his old man's. A recruit this strong. Hua Ye showed a little of his strength because he didn't want to be a second-class soldier ordered around. Although the Navy of this era wouldn't promote monsters to admiral like in later times, having strength always paid off no matter the era. After a dozen seconds, the bald instructor shook his head violently, his eyes full of shock. As a rear admiral, he naturally knew what had just happened. This Conqueror's Haki that made his soul tremble and nearly faint. He had only felt it from Garp Roger. Trembling, he asked as if to confirm, "You, is this Conqueror's Haki?" "What else? I told you I'm fierce. Is this enough to freeload a meal?" The instructor's brain short-circuited. He didn't know how to answer. This question was beyond his scope. He wanted to scold him. "Your attitude is wrong. How can a recruit bully the instructor?" But how could he say such words? Having passed the registration, his background was clean with no criminal record. This was a good seedling. "What did you do before?" the instructor finally forced out. Hua Ye grinned. "I used to farm the fields." The instructor's mouth twitched. "Good one, treating me like a Wano countryman. Do I look like an idiot?" But he didn't press further. "Second-class soldier, a Leon, your assessment. Passed. Stand on the left." He dared not say more. This matter had to be reported. Inside the office of the Admiral at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. "Hey Garp, a single flip of a giant could crush an ordinary person. Can humans truly coexist peacefully with beings so enormous without fear?" Admiral Kong the Steelbone was deep in discussion with 3 legendary vice admirals regarding the combat prowess of the giant tribe and their King Herald. Garp crunched on his sunbae and retorted dismissively, "The giants who joined the Marines are pretty decent." Sengoku chimed in, "Herald is an honest man. He's always wanted to change the history of Elbaf. Let's make Elbaf a member state." Saru expressed concern. "Rumor has it that he accepted an invitation from Rox. If the rumor is true." Brew. Brew. Just as the discussion grew heated, the din mushy on the desk suddenly rang. Steelbone Kong raised his hand to halt the discussion and picked up the receiver. The din mushy transmitted the voice of the G6 base commander. After a few brief words, Kong's brow furrowed slightly. He hung up and silence fell over the office for a few seconds. "What's wrong?" Saru asked. A new recruit appeared at the G6 recruitment ground. Quite terrifying. "Hey, we're discussing the giant tribe. A new recruit shouldn't matter, right?" Sengoku interrupted before he could finish, his tone lacking any deference for rank. "Huh, is that so?" Garp, unconcerned, threw his head back and laughed with pride. "My son signed up at G2. It must be that kid. Terrifying. I think he's just average." "Shut up, you arrogant bunch. Don't interrupt." Steelbone shot them a withering glare. When they fell silent, he continued. "It's a guy named Liang. He said the marine food is good, so he's here to coast along." Hearing it wasn't his son, Garp's expression suddenly drooped, his lips pursed. "Looks like I haven't used my fist of love enough." Then when they learned that this man's Conqueror's Haki could intimidate a Marine Rear Admiral to the brink of fainting, the 3 legendary vice admirals on site all fell into deep thought. Even Garp turned serious. What kind of monster was this? Consider this, neither Roger Garp nor Rox could have achieved such a feat at 18. Soon Liang's background was dug up, though it was fabricated by Hua Ye through brainwashing. Born in Lobetown, East Blue, raised on a farm, disappeared at 10. No criminal record. Interesting. Garp broke the silence, first speaking with keen interest. "No missions lately. He'll head to G2 tomorrow to inspect the new recruits." "Garp, you're too reckless. For a strong man with no criminal record, we should formally recruit him. Isn't a headquarters vice admiral formal enough?" In the original story, Chinjo once said that Conqueror's Haki was as common as carp crossing the river in the New World. That single line devalued Conqueror's Haki to bargain bin level. In truth, out of over 1300 named and characterized individuals in the original One Piece story, only 29 have confirmed Conqueror's Haki, and that includes those already deceased. Even among the God's Knights who crossed swords with Roger's crew, not a single one possessed Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened through training. Only by elevating one's spirit can its power increase. To be able to unleashing it with precision at 18, nearly knocking out a headquarters rear admiral, is a feat unparalleled in history, except for one monster recorded in the highest classified documents of the world government. That monster belonged to the blank history erased only after countless powerful beings burned their very lives to do so. A Paramecia type, Human Fruit user. Legend has it that at 16 his Conqueror's Haki suppressed countless rear admiral level fighters, and at 15, he even slew an admiral, though it remains mere legend. At the G2 Marine Base cafeteria, over the past few days, all the Marines finally understood the true weight of the phrase coasting on meals. Amid a small mountain of stacked trays, Hua Ye was still devouring his food with gusto. Perhaps owing to his monstrous physique, though Hua Ye lacked the stomach of a certain Luffy, his metabolism was terrifyingly fast, and his digestion equally swift, rivaling Kakarado from Dragon Ball. The bald drill instructor Crow stood nearby, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He finally grasped the meaning of the guy's earlier words. With this appetite, he'd go hungry if he didn't resort to robbery, right? "Instructor, is there more meat?" Hua Ye looked up for a moment. "Yes." Crow took a deep breath, turned to the kitchen, and shouted, "Bring another 20 gene of braised bones." In Crow's view, it was a good thing that a monster like this chose to freeload at the Marines instead of committing crimes. Maybe he'd even help wipe out more pirates. As Hua Ye was devouring his meal, the cafeteria door suddenly swung open. "Hey kid, you're that Liang. Pretty spirited." Hua Ye looked up at the doorway where a burly man was swaggering toward him, eyes gleaming with undisguised interest. Instructor Crow had somehow already retreated to the side, standing ramrod straight. Of course Hua Ye recognized this man. Monkey D. Garp. Unlike the white-haired old man in his memory, this 38-year-old Garp was in his prime, his features 80% similar to a middle-aged Luffy. At 2.8 meters tall with extraordinarily developed muscles, he was the epitome of a marine tough guy. Who are you?" Hua Ye pulled a bone out of his mouth, feigning confusion. "Name's Garp. Just passing through G2, thought I'd drop in." Garp pulled out the chair across from Hua Ye, plopped down, and casually grabbed a piece of braised bone from Hua Ye's tray, starting to gnaw on it. Hua Ye stared at this brazen man who was stealing meat from a recruit's plate. He paused for a second. "And you're dropping in means stealing my meat. It's called inspecting the recruit's food." Garp retorted with perfect justification, tossed the clean bone onto the table after finishing. 18 years old, and already possessing such fearsome Conqueror's Haki. What happened during those missing years? I haven't killed or set fires, so why so nosy? Hua Ye said impatiently. Garp stared at him for 3 seconds, then threw his head back with a laugh. Haha, no kidding, that makes sense. Suddenly he stopped laughing, leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a battle junkie. Kid, wanna spar after you finish eating? If you dare, I can promote you straight to captain. Crow couldn't help but interject from the side. Vice Admiral Garp, he's just a new recruit. New recruit. Garp turned to him, grinning wide. Crow, a rear admiral almost knocked out by a new recruit. Crow shut his mouth silently. What can I do? The guy's too strong. But promoting a new recruit that's way too reckless. Hua Ye put down the bone in his hand and raised his head languidly. I refuse. I just want an easy life, no reason to fight a vice admiral. What a joke. Showing a bit of strength was just to skip those pointless drills. Fight, old man Garp. That monster uses ultimate moves like basic attacks, almost every punch a critical hit to the head. At his current level, even going all out though, he wouldn't lose quickly. Head definitely take a few hits. No need, really no need. Hey, refuse. After being rejected, Garp's eyes darted, then he turned to look at Instructor Crow behind him. Crow, I'm taking over the G2 training. Notify all new recruits assemble at the training camp in 30. Hua Ye knew that old scoundrel Kapu would never let the matter rest. The time fruit could not turn back time, and he was rather helpless about it. He was too lazy to meddle with the childhoods of too many legendary figures, thinking that it would be enough to recruit the world's strongest man as his subordinate in this era. Now Hua Ye somewhat regretted not having interfered in Kapu's childhood. Why hadn't he meddled with Kapu when he was 6? A 6-year-old Kapu was probably a bratty kid who needed a good spanking, wasn't he? How could he have missed it? On the training grounds of G6 branch, Kapu picked his nose as he looked at over 100 recruits standing at attention. Today, I am your temporary instructor. Now we will conduct a pressure test. As his words fell, the recruits had not yet realized who this nose-picking old man was. Boom! A crimson-black lightning violently exploded with Kapu at its center, and a tangible wave of Conqueror's Haki swept across the entire training ground. All the recruits rolled their eyes and fell over like cut wheat. Instructor Kaluo gritted his teeth and struggled to stay upright, veins bulging on his forehead. He cursed Kapu 800 times in his heart. This is what you call a pressure test. You reckless scoundrel. As a rear admiral, it was already the limit to remain standing under the Haki pressure of a legend who could go toe-a-toe with Luo Kusi. Hua Ye stood still, unmoving. He looked at the man before him who was releasing Conqueror's Haki indiscriminately, and the feeling of helplessness in his heart grew even stronger. A person with a strong heart may refuse meaningless fights, but when faced with the provocation of Conqueror's Haki, they will not back down. At this moment, Hua Ye's pride surged fiercely. In that case, oi, if it's confrontation, then let's be confrontational. Boom! A similarly powerful dark black lightning burst forth from Hua Ye's body. Kaluo finally could not hold on and fell to one knee. He looked up with difficulty, and in the center of the black-red storm, the white-haired kid was confronting the legend Kapu Hiden. Kaluo finally could not hold on and fell to one knee. He looked up with difficulty, and in the center of the black-red storm, the white-haired kid was confronting the legend Kapu Hiden. Kapu's interest grew even stronger, and he threw his head back, laughing. Ha! Kid, this is not something you can practice by plowing fields. Hua Ye grinned a wicked smile, asking about someone's privacy. Is that how an instructor acts? Hey, take this punch. Without waiting for a reply, Kapu's iron fist was already wrapped in Conqueror's Haki coating and crashed down. Facing such a powerful iron fist, Hua Ye's pupils contracted, and his observation Haki instantly saw several outcomes 5 seconds later. If he took the punch, Hiden Kapu would blast him back over 10 meters, numbing his arm. If he used Shinwei to dodge to the next moment and avoid the attack, his counterattack would catch Kapu off guard and blast him away without a scratch. But that would reveal his trump card, and this was not a life-or-death fight, so it was unnecessary. Like this, Hua Ye directly chose the safest approach. He instantly coated both arms with Haki and crossed them in front of him to block. Bang! Boom! The next moment, at the instant of fist and arm colliding, the stone ground within a radius of dozens of meters cracked and collapsed around the two of them. The fist did not directly strike Hua Ye's arm, but an invisible air wall of vacuum formed around the contact point, exploding with countless black-red lightning. Kapu's fist could not advance an inch, while Hua Ye's feet heavily crushed the stone slabs. Good kid. Conqueror's Haki coating. This is no way to plow fields. This is how you plow iron. Scary, huh? Vice Admiral, if you use a bit more force, my arm will break. You clearly still have strength left. Kapu could feel the solid resistance in front of his fist, and suddenly increased his force a little. As the ground collapsed further, Hua Ye felt the pressure double, Not using his abilities was too passive. He was naturally a man who followed his whims and refused to suffer losses. To hell with hiding his strength. It had been nearly 800 years, and he had laid so much groundwork. Who would recognize him? Wisps of black flames rose along Hua Ye's arm. Vice Admiral Kapu, that's enough. There are still many new recruits here. Kaluo tried to dissuade them again. If those two continued fighting, even if the recruits were caught in the aftermath, it wouldn't matter much since they wouldn't die. But repairing the training ground would cost money. Kapu felt a burning sensation on his fist, and his eyes narrowed slightly. But then he did something that surprised Hua Ye. He once again increased the power in his fist. Boom! A powerful shockwave spread, and the first clash ended. Hua Ye stepped back 2 steps while Kapu remained unmoved. Kapu looked around, scratched his head, and stopped attacking. He turned and shouted at Kaluo, who was kneeling behind him. This new recruit is good. Starting now, he is a captain of G2 branch. Vice Admiral Kapu, this is against regulations. Regulations? Kapu stepped forward, acting as if they were old friends, and directly put his arm around Hua Ye's shoulder, laughing wildly. A private who can take a punch from me, Hedon, is too talented to be a captain. Making him my direct aide-de-camp should meet the regulations, right? Hua Ye's mouth twitched as well. This old scoundrel didn't want him to use more abilities. But no way he was going to be your subordinate, hey. Then he said sternly, no, I refuse. As a recruit, I have to follow regulations. Besides, I don't want to be an aide-de-camp. Kapu's eyes widened. At first he was a bit surprised, but then felt that being rejected was to be expected. A person with Conqueror's Haki, who could continuously increase its power, had a bit of individuality, which was normal. During their Haki clash, Kapu could feel that this Conqueror's Haki was not like Luo Cassis, nor like Luo Jie's, nor did it have the evil he had recognized. Sometimes among men, just one clash of Conqueror's Haki can reveal a great deal, because one's spirit does not lie. This made him feel somewhat at ease. This little monster might not be an enemy. As for his true purpose for joining the Navy, Garp was too lazy to guess. Maybe he really thought the Navy's food was good. You refuse. Kapu picked his nose with an indifferent expression. Then you'll remain a private. Forget about the aide-de-camp thing. This was exactly Kapu's personality, so Hua Ye was not surprised. He quickly changed his expression and teased. Hey Vice Admiral, look at all these new recruits lying on the ground asleep. So pathetic. At least this new recruit is more promising. You little. At 38 years old, Kapu's skin was far from as thick as in his old age, and he was still a bit speechless at such self-praise. He walked over to the legendary Cold Sweat King and gave him a loving iron kick to the face. Useless son, I know you're awake. Long was kicked and rolled over, opening his eyes with a twitching mouth. He had been awake the whole time. He had been subjected to his father's Conqueror's Haki since childhood, so it wouldn't knock him out. But at the moment when those two Haki collided, he decisively chose to play dead. What a joke. Based on his understanding of his father, once the old man found a peer with talent far surpassing his own, he would inevitably receive countless loving iron fists. But Long hadn't expected that his father's love for him was such that even playing dead didn't work. Kapu grabbed Long by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Take a good look at this white-haired kid. He enlisted on the same day as you, and he took a punch from me without even blinking. And look at you. Facing such a scene of fatherly love and filial piety, Hua Ye lit a candle for Long in his heart. With a face kicked like that, no wonder he would have an indelible shoe print on his face in the future. Half a month later. For reasons unknown, Garp directly sent the base commander of G2 branch back to headquarters, proclaiming he would guard G2 himself. With Garp's recognition, Hua Ye finally became a special private second class. No need to participate in recruit training, no need to go on missions. However, these two monsters would often go to the back mountain of G2 branch without using Haki and punch warships, as if they were sandbags punching for an entire day. Besides this, the two seemed to become close friends, eating and drinking together every day. Occasionally, they would fight over meat, and the residual Conqueror's Haki would knock out many new recruits at G2 branch. Instructor Koro had given up thinking. A Marine Vice Admiral and a private second class hanging out every day like brothers, the entire atmosphere of G2 branch was corrupted by these two. The simple and unadorned days continued like this. One day at noon, a messenger suddenly rushed into the mess hall and handed a piece of intelligence to Garp, who was grabbing meat. While gnawing on a meat leg, Garp glanced at the intelligence. Kuja pirates. These women have come to wander in G2 territory. Hey, private second class, Liang requests to go into battle. Seeing it was the Kuja pirates, Hua Ye quickly became interested and said directly to Garp. After all, cultivation without actual combat will only stagnate. Shakky was undoubtedly a hornet's nest. Garp put down the meat leg, squinted his eyes, and stared at Hua Ye for several seconds. This kid usually either punched warships with him or ate. Why was he suddenly interested in the women of Kuja? Could it be that he had eaten too much meat lately and was hot-tempered? You kid, tell me the truth, why do you want to go? Hey, it's only natural for a Marine to catch pirates. Do I need a reason? For justice I have decided to capture Shakky. Then Hua Ye leaned close to Garp's ear and muttered a few words. It's like this, first do this then that. Garp's mouth twitched. This kid was indeed going after Shakky. Really can't understand why is Shakky so charming. I think she's just average. In fact, when the Kuja pirates plunder, both civilians and pirates would have hearts in their eyes and sincerely offer their property. In Garp's understanding, this groveling behavior looked more like gifting. Since this pirate crew didn't harm civilians, he was too lazy to seriously catch them. Even if he occasionally encountered them, he would just toss a couple of cannonballs as a gesture. However, if it could lure out Roger, it wouldn't hurt for the young man to stretch his muscles. Ha ha ha. You kid, the Navy was already going to monitor the Kuja pirates appearing near G2. Since that's the case, go with Rear Admiral Koro. Instructor Koro, with a forehead full of black lines, hurriedly said, Vice Admiral Garp. According to regulations, new recruits are not allowed to participate in missions of this level. Haha. Koro, let him go. If something happens, he'll take responsibility. Vice Admiral Garp, you can't take that responsibility. He's just a private second class. Koro had heard clearly that troublemaker Hua Ye was going to capture Shakky, a monster who could trade blows with Garp. Koro didn't doubt his combat power at all. But Shakky had a special identity. It was said that both the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates were all infatuated with her. If he really caught her. From now on, Hua Ye is my temporary adjutant. Is that compliant now? Garp picked his nose and said casually. Koro. On the vast sea, the Kuja pirate ship was anchored next to a pirate ship. Planks had been set up between the two ships, and the female warriors of Kuja were busy moving loot. In theory, this should have been a plunder battle, but the scene was somehow off. The pirates being robbed did not resist at all. Instead, they wore fawning smiles on their faces and actively helped the female warriors carry boxes. This action was only to get closer to the unattainable flower on the opposite deck. On the Kuja ship, Shakky, somewhat melancholy, rested her arms on the gunwale, propping her cheek, with one hand staring blankly, feeling extremely irritable inside. Lady Shakky, please accept this. This is a gem I have privately collected. Please do accept it. Can I join the Kuja pirates? I can do anything. Clean toilets, empty chamber pots, anything. The G2 branch warship stopped in the distance. Koro observed all this, his mouth twitching. Is this a pirate crew or a fan club? Hua Ye stood beside him, sensing this scene with observation. Watching these worthless pirates, he was indeed somewhat speechless. In his view, the 24-year-old Shakky was indeed very sexy, arguably the most charming woman he had seen in the pirate world. But he also found it hard to get the point that made countless great pirates crazy. Indeed, it was an era of great suppression. These damned pirates. Instructor Koro, they'll be right back. Wait, what do you think you're doing? Don't act without permission. Koro's forehead veins bulged. To capture them, of course. Hua Ye said with an obvious expression. Rear Admiral Koro, am now Garp's temporary adjutant. I don't have to listen to you. Koro took a deep breath, but before he could think of words to stop him, Hua Ye shot into the sky toward the Kuja pirates like an arrow from a bow. Oi, pirates, you are surrounded by Private Second Class Al Yang of the Marine G2 branch. This shout was particularly abrupt on the empty sea. The female warriors of Kuja all stopped moving in unison. The pirates, who were busy ingratiating themselves, were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped into the sea. A private second class. One person. Surrounding two ships. He says. He's surrounding us. One person. Isn't he afraid of being chopped into mince by us? The robbed pirate captain was the first to react, pointing at Hua Ye in the sky and cursing. Who the hell are you, you little brat? Before the words faded, Hua Ye had already folded his arms and descended vertically through the air. Instantly, dark black lightning danced and exploded across the sky. Of the pirates looking up, most rolled their eyes and fell stiffly onto the deck. Those with strong willpower also had their eyes popping out. Is this the entrance of a private second class? Boom. With a loud noise, Hua Ye's feet slammed heavily onto the deck of the Kuja ship, causing the vessel to shake violently. He stood up, swept his gaze over the pirates sleeping peacefully on the deck, and somewhat disdainfully kicked away a pirate blocking his path. By the gunwale, Shakky still maintained her chin-propping posture, not having moved from start to finish. Only her narrow eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at the military uniform on Hua Ye. Indeed, the garb of a common marine soldier. Conqueror's Haki. She blew out a smoke ring, her voice languid. Since when do even private second class in the Navy become so interesting? Because I'm fierce. Hua Ye grinned, walked 2 steps forward, and as if chatting with an old friend, leaped onto the railing beside Shakky. At this moment, some of the stronger female warriors of the Kuja pirates had already drawn their bows, aiming at Hua Ye. The arrowheads were coated with dark armament Haki. If he dared to make a move, they would immediately shoot him dead. Shakky raised her hand, signaling the people behind to lower their bows. She straightened up, and the two stood less than half a meter apart, looking into each other's eyes. This white-haired man casually squatting on her ship's railing. Why did he feel familiar? Descending from the sky and leaking that level of Haki, do you think he'll believe you're a private second class, eh? Don't believe me. Fine. Let me put it another way. Shakky, you're under arrest. Xiachi intended to banter a few words probing the source of that familiar feeling. After all, only low-level soldiers would strike without a word. When the Marine strongmen captured a great pirate, they always wasted time with talk first. But she never expected Hua Ye to have already moved as his words fell. A greeting naturally begins with a blow. His large hand, coated in dark black Haki, suddenly reached toward her. Xiaqi's pupils contracted as she leaped back, her previously languid expression instantly turning grave. So he doesn't play by the rules. The 9 serpent warriors were also stunned for a moment, then prepared to recoat their just lowered arrows with Haki. Xiaqi's second-in-command Toritoma also charged at Hua Ye at once. But unexpectedly, even without using his devil fruit ability, Hua Ye's speed was far too fast. As a pro version of the Lunaria tribe's Prodigy, even without the flames on his back, his speed matched that of a Lunaria with flames extinguished. In a single exchange, Xiachi was captured by the throat. Her upper body leaned back slightly, one hand raised to shield against Hua Ye's pitch-black palm, a flush of anger on her face. The pose resembled the future Blackbeard capturing Hancock. Bastard Marine. Take your filthy hands off Lady Xiachi. Release Lady Xiachi now, or we will fight to the death. Dozens of 9 serpent female warriors roared, raising their bows and aiming at Hua Ye, yet dared not act rashly. Xiachi was no mere decoration, her kick technique was unparalleled. The moment she was throttled, her mind turned to counterattack. Bang! Xiaqi's long leg shot straight for Hua Ye's face, but was caught firmly by the ankle with a binding force, then spread through Xiaqi's limbs. This was Hua Ye's covert activation of Time Stop, its purpose to immobilize her hands and feet and prevent her long legs from kicking again. Though momentarily bound by an unknown power, Xiaqi's face showed no fear. As she prepared to break free with stronger Haki, Hua Ye spoke in a playful, soft tone. Long time no see, Xiachi. I said you'd become a lovesick fool, didn't I? Now you must be wondering if Rayleigh will come to rescue you, right? At these words, Xiachi froze slightly. Why did it sound so familiar? Lovesick fool. She had heard that term over a decade ago. Back then she often dreamed of a white-haired figure wearing a silly cute mask, always teasing her just like this, teaching her Haki, and even taking her underwear, claiming it would become the great treasure One Piece. She had thought it wasn't a dream because her Haki had indeed improved. Yet every morning she woke up still in her bed, and over time she dismissed the bizarre occurrences as a strange dream. Are you? Xiachi asked instinctively. She had just mustered the courage to slip a note to Rayleigh next time they met. Could this marine brat really be the white-haired master from her dreams? Hey, are you going to use the Haki I taught you to attack me? Within seconds, countless images flashed through Xiaqi's mind. Finally, she simply gave up struggling, and her face resumed the smile of a great seductress. Oh, aren't you afraid that moving against me might get Marine G2 demolished? Hua Ye shrugged nonchalantly. After all, this is efficient. And with old man Garp around, I don't believe G2 can be taken down. Garp, huh? Annoying. The two thus continued to chat and jest in the pose of a throat grip. After dozens of exchanges, Xiachi had clearly confirmed certain things. She was certain that this man would never throw her into impel down, nor harm her. Besides, the lovesickness of 9 serpents was a supreme terror. If Rayleigh really came, stretched out his hand to her and said tenderly, "Sorry, Xiachi, I'm late. He'll stop being a pirate. Let's live in seclusion together." Boom. At this point, Xiaqi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she had already forgotten the embarrassing position she was being held in. Despicable Marine. What sorcery have you used? Why is Lady Xiaqi's face so red? Release Lady Xiachi, or we will really shoot. The 9 serpent warriors encircling the two had not heard their hushed conversation. Watching the scene, they felt something bad was about to happen, and their urgency redoubled. Hua Ye glanced around, then gave a villainous grin and threatened Xiachi. Xiachi, you wouldn't want me to hurt your lovely crew, would you? As long as you obediently come with me, I promise not to trouble them. Xiachi snapped back from her fantasies, staring into Hua Ye's half-smiling eyes. Master, you're still so exasperating. Xiachi sighed, raised a hand to signal the 9 serpent warriors to lower their bows. Stand down. We are no match for him. Lady Xiachi. Toritoma's eyes burned with fury, but with their leader still in the enemy's grasp, she dared not act rashly. Her only confusion was why wasn't Xiachi resisting? Was the opponent so strong that she didn't even have a chance to counter? On the distant warship, Crow saw Hua Ye using moonwalk to carry Xiachi back, and his jaw nearly dropped into the sea. He really caught her. What do we do now? But soon his mood turned exhilarated. Getting close to Xiachi didn't seem like a bad thing. When Hua Ye returned to Marine G2 branch, the crowd of Marines at the port all had hearts in their eyes. Damn pirate got caught, huh? Now I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Is this Xiachi? Miss Xiachi, could you give me an autograph? Ah, you bastard, you're a Marine. Hua Ye was inwardly speechless. This was exactly like a top-tier female celebrity arriving in a city with a crowd of fans screaming, "Wife! What are you looking at? Never seen a pirate." Garp saw the Marines acting just like those pirates and couldn't help laughing broadly, then swung a fist the size of a sandbag. Wham! 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 One punch after another rained down, and the Marines covered their bruised heads wailing. Soon the news of Xiachi's capture by the Marines spread across the sea within a single day. Marine Headquarters Marineford. In the Admiral's office, 3 high-ranking Marines were deliberating a strategy. Since we've captured her, we should lock her in and impel down. What do you think? A vein bulged on Kong's forehead as he asked with a grave expression, looking at Sengoku and Tsuru. Tsuru shook her head. As for impel down, it said that both Roger and Rox have feelings for Xiachi. She didn't finish, but everyone present understood the implication. If both Roger and Rox came to rescue Xiachi, impel down might not hold. Sengoku covered his face in exasperation. That bastard Garp is indulging a new recruit just to lure Roger, isn't he? Rox might not truly act for Xiachi, but that troublesome guy is very likely to stick his nose in. The meeting dragged on for a long time, yet no solution most advantageous to the Marines could be reached. Sengoku suddenly asked how long did that new recruit, named Liang, take to capture Xiachi. Kong glanced at the intelligence report and remained silent for a moment. In a single exchange. It is said that Liang could go toe-to-toe with Garp, though no one knows how much strength Garp actually used. The final meeting concluded that since Liang's combat prowess was not insignificant, it would be better to imprison Xiachi at G2, temporarily placing her under Garp's full supervision. Garp had been pursuing Roger all along. With him stationed at G2, along with Liang, it was indeed relatively reliable. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Xiachi was captured by the Marines. Which brainless Marine dared to touch her? Jabba asked in astonishment. G2 branch, a private second class named Liang. The messenger pirate lowered his voice. It is said that in a single exchange, Xiachi lost all ability to resist. Jabba grabbed the intelligence report, which contained several clearly taken photos of a certain person. Photo 1, a tall, handsome Marine private second class, descending from the sky, his posture exuding overwhelming presence. Photo 2, Conqueror's Haki knocking out 2 ships worth of pirates. Photo 3, a single-handed chokehold, Xiachi completely powerless. Jabba clicked his tongue. So young. That defies logic. On the deck, Rayleigh, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly intrigued. Subduing Xiachi in one exchange. You know her kicking techniques. This really does defy logic. Jabba looked at Rayleigh, who had sat up, and after a moment of thought said dejectedly, "Do you think there's a chance Xiachi took a liking to that kid, and thus gave up resisting?" Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, then said expressionlessly, "Xiachi would never fall for someone at first sight." This taciturn man still knew Xiachi somewhat. What Jabba said actually had some probability, but Rayleigh simply refused to admit it. For Xiachi to give up resisting, either the opponent was so strong that resistance felt meaningless, or she had developed an interest in Miss Liang. Obviously, even with Conqueror's Haki being 18 years old, was too young. The latter possibility was more likely. "Oi, brothers, let's go rescue Xiachi." Amid their conversation, a loud shout came from inside the cabin, followed by Roger rushing out with an "If I save the damsel in distress, Xiachi will surely fall for me, right?" Meanwhile, on Beehive Island, inside the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, the senior officers were also discussing the intelligence sent by the Tengu Pirates. Gloriosa, the former empress of Amazon Lily, shouted, "What? G2 branch captured Xiachi? Who gave them the nerve?" "Hey Gloriosa, your former vice-captain has been captured." Wang Ji licked his long tongue and said lecherously, "With a beauty like that, do you think those marine ruffians will do something to her?" "Hard to guess." "Gloriosa," Wang Ji, "shut your stinking mouth, or he'll cut off your tongue." Mama. Isn't it just having children? What's the big deal?" The young Charlotte lean with her legs crossed teased, "But, Gloriosa, if you beg me out of pirate chivalry, I'll accompany you." Gloriosa glanced at the small katakuri on Linlin's shoulder and sneered, "Hey lean, not everyone is like you with so many husbands that having children is as easy as popping popcorn." The two began their daily bickering. Kaido picked up the intelligence, his face full of disbelief. "Private second class. What a joke. Nanny, my youth has truly been captured." Golden Lion Shakky wore an expression similar to Kaido's. He stood up, snatched the intelligence from Kaido's hand, and murmured, "Is this for real? White hair, pure black, Conqueror's Haki. Quite rare." In a corner not far away, Newgate, who was polishing the supreme grade blade Shodai, Kitetsu casually glanced at the newspaper in Shikki's hand. A handsome white-haired youth and pitch-black Conqueror's Haki. Newgate paused his polishing motion, revealing a rare expression. "Big brother, you've finally shown yourself. Private second class, huh? That suits your personality." Although Hua Ye had changed his appearance, Newgate, who knew Hua Ye's secret, was confident he would never be mistaken. Bakken, who was nearby, suddenly noticed this detail. What's this, Newgate? You seem interested too. Don't tell me you also want to go rescue Shakky. Newgate did not respond to Bakken. After a pause, he continued, maintaining Shodai Katetsu. Ignoring me. You must be devoted to me, Newgate. Bakken jumped directly onto Newgate's shoulder and grabbed his beard. You are liked by Miss Bakken, who has countless suitors. Faced with such obstinacy, Newgate showed a rather helpless expression. Having so many people pursuing you is enough, isn't it? Spare me, Bakken. At that moment, Rox, who had just returned to the Great Hall, began to inquire about the discussion. After a long while, brothers, rescue Shakky. Who's willing to go to the G2 branch and have some fun with me? Rox shouted with a troublemaking zeal. Whether or not to actually rescue Shakky meant little to him. He was far more interested in private second-class Aliang. Having plundered countless crew members, he had never snatched a Marine as a crew member before. This newly recruited Marine monster would surely be easy to sway right. Rox, I'm not accepting your orders. I just want to go and take a look. Newgate stood up, a hint of an unreadable expression on his face. Golden Lion, Shiki, John, Kaido, Charlotte, Lean, and other powerful figures also stood up one after another. The G2 branch with Garp stationed there was exactly the kind of place they were eager to stir up. Gloriosa, if I rescue Shakky, Roger should be grateful to me, right? Inside the Marine G2 branch, Shakky had unexpectedly taken on the role of a bartender. Hey, she's a pirate. Aren't you afraid she'll poison the drinks? Poison? She's the former captain of the Kuja pirates. Poisoning would be too beneath her. But this liquor is too expensive. I can't afford it. Look at your pathetic state. Will you die if you don't drink? By the way, is Shakky still wearing that apron today? In a corner of the cafeteria, several private second-class Marines stared longingly toward the bar. On her first day here, Shakky had laid down the rules. Those who captured her, Hua Ye, could drink for free. Those who respected Garp's combat prowess could also drink for free. But any other Marine who wanted to drink her cocktails had to pay. Even if the money didn't go into her own pocket, principles were principles. To this, Garp commented, for the sake of G2's military funding, no problem. Paying for drinks is only natural. Behind the bar, Shakky was propping her chin on one hand, casually shaking a cocktail shaker with the other, exuding an attitude of take it or leave it. Even if I'm a prisoner, I'm still going to gouge you. Hua Ye sat on his exclusive seat by the bar, gazing at the splendid scene, and sighed inwardly once again. 30,000 Bailey for a glass of wine, yet they could afford it. The Great Oppression era was truly terrifying. After finishing her work, Shakky came to Hua Ye's table with a specially crafted cocktail, sat down, and said in a voice audible only to the two of them, "Didn't expect this damned master. The girl you once described as dark and ugly now possesses such charm. How could I not have expected it? Your teacher is a man who has seen the script," but Hua Ye didn't want to admit it. At this moment, he was exactly like an old scumbag who refuses to acknowledge his deeds after taking off his pants. He asked with feigned surprise, "What are you talking about? We don't know each other, right? Besides, I'm only 18 and you're already a 24-year-old old woman. How could I be your master?" Old woman. Shakky's forehead bulged with a vein in a cross shape. Damned bastard, he had clearly admitted it on the ship before, and now he's pretending again. First he mocked her for being ugly, now he mocks her for being old. Truly a heartless jerk. 18. As if I believe you. I don't know how you changed your appearance, but you must be nearly 40, right? Stop pretending to be a young stud. I really am only 18. That's the truth. Hua Ye felt helpless. He had merely crossed the river of time, and his age indeed had not increased. He didn't want to reveal too many secrets. Shakky was different from Whitebeard. The world's strongest man valued loyalty and would never betray his big brother. In his past life, such a temperament somewhat resembled that of Lord Guan. Men should be open with each other, so Whitebeard knew most of Hua Ye's secrets. Although Shakky was also a trustworthy good disciple, after all she was a girl. Hua Ye believed that the image of a mysterious man in a dream was more appropriate and amusing than being forthright. Shakky narrowed her eyes, stared at Hua Ye for a long moment, and finally sighed, giving up her persistent questioning. Damn teacher, she was already so charming, yet his gaze remained as clear as ever. After turning 18, Shakky had never doubted her own charm. Unless her damned master. She simply propped her chin on one hand and asked with a sweet smile, "Teacher, either you're getting old and impotent, or you like men, right?" Hua Ye had just taken a sip of wine and nearly spat it out upon hearing this. He had been outmaneuvered. Was he to be like the repressed men of this era? No, he must counterattack. "Xiao Hei, what you said. I do like women, your charm is just a bit lacking." Hua Ye deliberately paused, and before Shakky could speak, he said mysteriously, "Let me tell you a secret. You know something about my abilities, right? About Layli." "Oh, then tell me." At the mention of Layli, Shakky instantly lost her composure, behaving like a little. Her master had once predicted she would be love-struck, knowing she liked Layli, and whatever he would say next must be accurate. Hua Ye pretended to be regretful and said, "Actually, Layli has someone he likes." "What?" Guluo Liu saw. Impossible. Could Ling Ling have set her eyes on Lei Li's jeans and seduced him? Hearing this, Shakky began to guess wildly. None of them. Actually, let me tell you. Lei Li likes Luo Jie, but Luo Jie likes you, and the two are together day and night. Shakky's smile instantly froze. The prophecy was accurate. He even knew that Luo Jie liked her. Could it be that Lei Li was immune to her charm because... Shakky's mind began to imagine in a Han Ku Kiste manner. Lei Li, sorry Shakky. Actually, I like Luo Jie. So I can't be with you. Shakky, no. Is my charm not enough? The people chasing me line up from East Blue to the New World, yet you go, and like a man. Shakky was completely stunned. A few seconds later, she stared at Hua Ye with tearful eyes. Indeed, women in love severely lose intelligence, especially since she trusted her master so much. You're lying to me, aren't you? Hua Ye looked at the face opposite him, tear-stained and stunningly beautiful beyond belief. The scene struck him as somewhat amusing. He admitted that Shakky was indeed very beautiful, but for some reason, he felt no romantic impulse. Perhaps it was similar to his feelings in his past life. Girls like Fan and Lu were beautiful, but left him indifferent. But girls with a first love face like Zhang would make him go wild. Otherwise, Hua Ye would have snatched Shakky away regardless of any Rayleigh or Roger. In the pirate world, it's still by Xing Nami Robin Han Ku Ku. As for Tian Yu, sure, as long as she doesn't name her children, she could also be recruited into his girl group. Shakky, with tears streaming down her face, stared at her dog master in a daze. He did not admit to deceiving her, and suddenly she cried, even harder. Dog master didn't lie to me. Sob sob. The crying immediately drew the attention of the Marines and murmurs arose here and there. Miss Shakky is crying. Did that kid A Liang say something hurtful? No, I think it looks like a rejection of a confession. Hua Ye glanced at the crowd gathering closer and twitched his mouth. These rough men were usually dizzy from a single glance from Shakky, and now their imaginations were more absurd than the last. What are you looking at? Never seen a woman cry. Shakky abruptly lifted her head, glaring at the surrounding officers with tear-filled eyes. This glare not only lacked deterrent power, but instead made several officers clutch their hearts and step back 3 paces. Angry Miss Shakky is also so beautiful. My life is complete. 3 days passed in a flash. No matter how Shakky pressed, Hua Ye no longer brought up the matter, which made Shakky even more panicked. This was even harder for her to accept than Lei Li liking another woman. Damn it, Luo Jie. From today we are rivals in love. Soon news of Luo Jie heading to G2 reached Ka Pu's ears, and Ka Pu was very excited. Finally, he could fight Luo Jie. This time he would definitely capture Luo Jie. Meanwhile, Luo Kusi from Hakanosu in the New World also set out with most of his officers for Paradise, arriving roughly 3 days later than Luo Jie. Inside the G2 branch cafeteria. Hey kid, what exactly is your relationship with Shakky? Why does it feel like you've known each other before? Ka Pu asked with a puzzled expression. After a few days, even with his thick-head nature, he could somewhat see that their relationship was not ordinary. It's like this. Hua Ye remained expressionless, making up a story while wolfing down his food. After listening, Ka Pu nearly sprayed out a mouthful of rice, his loud voice echoing in the cafeteria. The surrounding tables of Marines all put down their chopsticks and pricked up their ears. She likes you. She was rejected by you. And she still wants to become your disciple. No choice. From now on, please call me the Supreme Great Succubus, but unfortunately Shakky is not my type. Ta. Ka Pu was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter, slapping the table. The surrounding Marines were too shocked to speak. He's right. I was indeed rejected, so now I've decided to mix a drink for him every day to repay him. Amidst the chatter, Shakky emerged from some corner, her smile, sickly sweet enough to give goosebumps. The news was confirmed. Some Marines were worried, others resentful, completely forgetting Shakky's pirate identity. A Liang, this wine must be poisonous. Is it love turning into hate? Damn white hair, if I weren't no match for him, I'd teach him a lesson. After capturing Shakky, Garp discussed it with Hua Ye. He was not a complete brute either. Garp was not afraid of rocks nor of Roger, but he could not defeat both kings alone. But then Hua Ye's analysis put Garp's mind at ease. Don't worry, Rox is in the New World and Roger is recently in Paradise. They would never join forces, nor could they arrive at the same time. Garp was thrilled at the prospect of a fight. Shakky, you are truly a good woman. I haven't punched Roger's face in nearly half a year, and my hands are itching. He wouldn't mind fighting Roger today, and Rox 3 days later. However, restraining the Roger pirates was manageable for Garp's subordinates, but containing Rox would be much more difficult unless he called for Sengoku. Hua Ye said that if Rox came, he could handle Newgate. Newgate? He was a monster no less than Roger. Garp looked at Hua Ye's confident expression and quietly felt reassured. 2 days later at the G2 recruit training ground. The bald instructor Kuro stood with his hands behind his back looking at the recruits. Newbies. According to intelligence, the Roger pirates will arrive near G2 waters at noon. Liang has applied to Vice Admiral Garp for you to observe. As the order was given, the recruits began whispering among themselves, some feeling fear, while a few were excited. Hua Ye, who had joined the assembly, instantly felt hundreds of eyes on him. Good for you, Liang. Do you think we're all monsters like you? Are you sure this is an observation, not a suicide mission? But how could they know that a pirate crew like Rogers, which played at being pirates, would never deliberately massacre Navy recruits? Liang, you really put a lot of thought into this. Are you trying to temper our will? Dragon walked up to Hua Ye and asked in a low voice. Hua Ye glanced at Dragon and teased. Actually, your old man begged me to try to capture Rayleigh or Gabon. I just wanted more spectators for this level of battle. Dragon was stunned. Did his father really think Liang could handle those two? And he had assumed Liang proposed this to improve the recruits' mental fortitude. So it was just for showing off. What a terrible man. Liang, will you always be a Marine? Dragon finally couldn't hold back and voiced the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Dragon, will you always be a Marine? Hua Ye's retort made Dragon freeze again. Why are you imitating? Hua Ye rolled his eyes, finding it dull. Because you'll rebel later, idiot. Everyone speculated that the Cold Sweat King was very strong. Monsters were all monsters at this age, but currently the Cold Sweat King seemed like a rookie. Hua Ye couldn't be bothered with him and turned to tease Guillaume beside him. Noon. On a small island 3 kilometers in front of the G2 branch. Garp and his subordinates stood at the highest point of the fortress, gazing at the Oro Jackson on the distant horizon. That bastard Roger is finally here. At this moment, Garp was so eager he could barely contain himself, wanting to charge up and smash Roger's head with his iron fist. This was G2's outpost, and the only route to reach G2. To rescue Xia Qi, they had to pass through here. At the front of the recruit observation group, Guillaume, who was not yet very imposing, looked nervously at Hua Ye. Liang, justice will prevail. Hua Ye was bewildered. He really didn't want to respond to that. He didn't know about Garp's justice. He simply wanted to temper himself through battle, and it had nothing to do with justice. On the horizon, the bow of the Oro Jackson cut through the waves about to land. Garp, hand over Xia Qi. Before the ship even stopped, Roger's loud voice echoed across the entire island. At this time, Roger was not yet the black nostril-haired uncle. In his prime, with a straw hat on his back and high spirits, he was 90% similar to Ace. Hand her over. Impossible, Roger. Don't tell me you're still dumb from the last time I hit you. Garp laughed wildly from the top of the fortress and leaped down, diving toward Roger. Bogard, the swordmaster, and Garp's veteran subordinates followed closely. Roger grinned, jumping out from the bow first, with Gabon, Rayleigh, and the rest of the crew following. Almost at the same moment, several pounds of Haki erupted from both men. Black-red lightning tore through the sky, causing the gravel on the small island to tremble slightly. Fistbone meteor. Era no Mikoto. Boom. The Roger pirates clashed heated, with Garp and Roger exchanging fierce blows. His iron fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki struck Roger's head from a distance. Roger's blade also slashed at Garp's abdomen from afar. The two exchanged blood as soon as they met. Their blows seemed not to land, yet they injured each other. Roger's head was twisted and deformed from the hit, while Garp's expression remained resolute. In the first exchange, Roger seemed to be at a disadvantage, but the damage was actually equal. Boom. A massive shockwave exploded at the point of impact. The recruits in the distance were thrown sideways by the blast, and the rookie even rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. So this is the battle between father and Roger. Dragon murmured, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. A single punch produces such power. Is that something a human can do? Guillaume's voice trembled. The scene left the recruits dumbfounded. Even Hua Ye clicked his tongue. Fortunately, his sparring with Garp had focused on defense. If every punch went for the head, even if he could win, he'd be battered and bruised. Too damn scary. The two sides were locked in a melee. In the chaos, a blonde-haired man slipped away without engaging anyone, rushing toward the rear of the island with astonishing speed. So they have a plan. Are they going to steal our boat and go straight to G2 to break the prisoner out? Hua Ye, along with the recruits and Kuro, stood at the highest point of the fortress watching everything. Liang, that silver's Rayleigh. Don't push yourself. He won't go easy on you like Garp does. Seeing Hua Ye's eager stance, Kuro immediately warned him. In Kura's view, although Hua Ye was strong, he was too young. Even if he held his own against Garp in sparring, Garp must have been holding back. Hua Ye rolled his eyes at Kuro. That's why you're a rear admiral. Before the words had faded, he had already jumped off the fortress and charged toward Rayleigh. What nonsense. Garp would even punch his own son in the face. Which eye of yours saw him going easy on me? You don't know him at all. As Rayleigh dashed out of the dense forest, a dark silhouette plummeted straight down from above the bulwark. Blondie, are you Rayleigh? Everyone's fighting, and you're running away. Hua Ye's voice preceded his arrival, and a large foot wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki struck directly at Rayleigh's face. Facing such an assault, Rayleigh halted, his expression unchanged, and even smiled as he looked up into the sky. Seeing such a cocky stance, Hua Ye smirked slightly, then feigned fury. Boy, don't get too full of yourself. Rayleigh raised his right hand, his index finger coated in red Haki, and precisely touched the center of Hua Ye's foot. Boom. A ring of air burst from the center, and the flying kick was abruptly stopped. Hua Ye was astonished. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. I've always been serious, boy. Before the words faded, Hua Ye in midair smiled eerily. Dark black lightning erupted from his other foot without warning, and Conqueror's Haki surged violently. At the same time, a silver glint flashed in his eyes, and an invisible temporal force silently bound. All of this happened within 1 second. The unexpected Longjin Tua caught Rayleigh off guard, leaving him no time to react. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was too late to completely defend. That kick wrapped in dark Conqueror's Haki struck straight at Rayleigh's face. Great Hong Kong foot. Rayleigh was sent flying by the kick. Hua Ye used full strength in that spinning back kick, and the outpost island was not large. From north to south, less than 2 kilometers away, Rayleigh flew all the way, crashing through several large trees, and finally slammed precisely into the battlefield of Roger and Garp. Besides, I don't want to be an aide-de-camp. Kapu's eyes widened. At first he was a bit surprised, but then felt that being rejected was to... Before Roger could react, Rayleigh, dazzling like a meteor, crashed directly into Roger's arms. Boom. The impact made Roger step back several times before he could catch him. Hey, Rayleigh, you're not dead, are you? Roger looked at the first mate in his arms, his expression shocked. Garp withdrew his fist, eyes wide. Damn that brat, Aelion. That kick was something. Rayleigh's glasses were shattered, blood at the corner of his mouth, his heart full of helplessness. Hua Ye walked with his hands in his pockets, swaggering to the edge of the battlefield. He tilted his head, sizing up Rayleigh, supported by Roger, and grinned. You little blondie, did you enjoy the flight? Rayleigh pushed up his broken glasses, looked up, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That kick had definitely caused internal injuries. He had intended to show off, never expecting to overdo it. Rumor had it that Aelion was a monster, but how strong could an 18-year-old be? At most, he would be about as strong as Roger at 18. Before the fight, Rayleigh never imagined he would take such a loss in a single exchange. What did this kid eat to grow up? Not only was his Haki far beyond expectation, but he also had an ability that rendered him immobile instantly. Too treacherous, truly too treacherous. Little Whitehair, you're a devil fruit user, right? That move just now. Since he had already used it, Hua Ye decided not to hide it anymore. Find him a user. I confess. Ever heard of the Chiman fruit? He let a dark flame burn in his palm, smirking as he demonstrated his ability. Roger and Rayleigh both froze. Chiman fruit. Of course they had heard of it. According to the world government's fruit encyclopedia, it was a fruit that allowed the use of Chiman techniques, a paramecia on par with the Gura Gura no Mi. Its most iconic traits were that the user's hair turned white, and they wielded terrifying black flames. 2 such users had appeared in history. Rumor had it that 100 years ago, the previous Chiman fruit user, without even using Haki, single-handedly destroyed an entire nation using only the fruit's power. Later, the Navy dispatched 3 vice admirals and 500 elite soldiers to kill him. In that battle, only one of the 3 vice admirals survived, and only a few of the 500 elite soldiers remained alive. The surviving vice admiral personally recounted this ability is bizarre. If it goes out of control, the user's entire body grows red fur. This ability brings an ill omen in one's later years. Garp even knew that in fact 3 Chiman fruit users had appeared in history. The first was said to be a taboo of the world government. Of course, the nonsense about 2 or 3 users. The ability itself had never changed hands. Having spent 2.5 years as a time-traveling trainee, Hua Ye hadn't been idle. Garp was not surprised that Hua Ye was showing off his fruit ability. The first time he fought Hua Ye, he had already suspected that the fleeting black flames were from the Chiman fruit. But since the aftershocks of their fight would have demolished G2, he gave up probing deeper. The Chiman fruit, a cursed ability. Roger suddenly pointed at Hua Ye full of excitement and shouted loudly, "Hey, Whitehair, you can't just get away with injuring Rayleigh." Roger's hands were itching, really itching. This Whitehair had not only captured Shikkaku, but also made his good brother spit blood, and his ability was so interesting. A fight, he must have a fight. Huh. Seeing Roger eager, Garp punched him in the side of the face. Roger, am your opponent. Clang. Roger drew his sword to block, and the Conqueror's Haki shockwave burst again. The two tangled into a brawl once more. Garp, don't stop me from avenging my brother. Avenging? Go do it, and impel down Roger. As the two locked in combat again, Rayleigh wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes gradually sharpening. Little Whitehair, I let my guard down earlier and didn't dodge, but from now on I'm really getting serious. As Rayleigh slowly drew his sword from his waist, Conqueror's Haki exploded wildly around the blade. Hua Ye's Conqueror's Haki also released, his smirk deepening. Yo, Blondie mode too. Let me see how far serious you can fly. Boom. The two auras clashed, reflecting Roger and Garp's battlefield, causing the entire outpost island to tremble violently. Soon the two were locked in combat. On the watchtower of G2 branch, Shikkaku was raising binoculars, taking in everything on the outpost island. When Rayleigh was kicked away by the lion tiger, she was extremely worried. But when Rayleigh crashed into Roger's arms and was hugged, she nearly crushed the binoculars in her hands. Her mental theater immediately exploded. Rayleigh, Roger, I'm sorry, I couldn't complete the infiltration mission. But dying in your arms, that's fine. Roger, Rayleigh, don't talk nonsense. You are the most important man to me. Shikyaku Kuso. So there is bromance. Crack. A crack formed in her binoculars. Shika bit her handkerchief, tears swirling madly in her. On the outpost island, the rookie observation group had already collapsed in a heap, leaving only Dragon and Guion gritting their teeth to endure. So this is the pinnacle of world combat. Guion looked at the battlefield, watching Rayleigh's magnificent swordsmanship. The hand holding her sword trembled uncontrollably, but her eyes were shining. Dragon, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, saw the four towering conquerors' Haki surges, whose aftershocks alone could shatter rocks. Dad, Aelion, so your usual sparring was just child's play all along. Clang, clang, clang. The unending clashing of metal exploded across the battlefield. After more than 10 minutes, Rayleigh at his peak grew increasingly strained. He had already sustained internal injuries from being kicked earlier. Moreover, Hua Ye's abilities were far more troublesome than he had imagined. That eerie immobilization technique could be broken out of instantly if one's Haki was strong enough. But an ability even more elusive than a Logia left him utterly helpless. Good heavens, could a devil fruit really be used like this? Logia users could still be touched through Haki, yet that move he called divine might simply ignored Haki entirely. What Rayleigh didn't know was that Hua Ye had cast himself into the future using time power. With his true self already in the future, only an afterimage remained. No matter how formidable the Haki, it would merely pass through. However, Rayleigh's combat intelligence was no joke. After suffering several setbacks, he finally began to grasp some clues. Boom! In the instant he was sent flying by Hua Ye again, Rayleigh deliberately refrained from using any Haki, gritting his teeth against the pain as he made a seemingly meaningless counterattack. His 5 fingers curled into a claw. Staggering to his feet, a bloody smile curled on his lips. The sensation from his fingers didn't lie. It was solid. White hair, that intangibility of yours isn't a passive ability, is it? You have to fully materialize when you attack. Rayleigh pushed up his shattered glasses, a confident grin spreading across his face. At first glance, Hua Ye's developed ability was indeed intimidating. Especially in this pirate world where time and space manipulation were barely understood. When even the mightiest warriors discovered that Haki could inflict no damage, they would fall into a blind spot of knowledge and begin to doubt themselves. Was their Haki not strong enough? Or was their attack range insufficient? Couldn't land a hit. They had always fought like this. Sometimes they needed to examine their own reasons. Had their Haki improved over the years? Had they trained seriously? A faint smile graced the corners of Hua Ye's lips as he looked at Rayleigh, as if to say, finally figured it out. This was exactly what Hua Ye wanted. Recently his strength had been growing slowly, only real combat was the shortcut to becoming stronger. Truth be told, Hua Ye was only 18, now his body not yet at its peak. With his talent, even if he slacked off in training, by the time he reached Roger or Rock's age, he would likely surpass them. After all, this was scientifically grounded. Scientific data showed that a male's peak sexual ability was at 18. Explosive power, muscle strength, bone density, all reached their zenith between 25 and 35, then gradually declined. But for Hua Ye this wasn't enough, truly not enough. Even if he became stronger than Rox, he would still be insignificant before him. Therefore he needed threatening opponents. Hua Ye wanted to be the most carefree, the freest person. Of course the freedom he sought wasn't being ungoverned. It was being beyond anyone's control. The Mystic Gate fruit, truly the most bizarre ability. But no devil fruit is invincible. Rayleigh wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes sharpening as he suddenly lunged forward. The blade, coated with Supreme King Haki, plunged straight into Hua Ye's chest, yet it passed through. A smirk tugged at the corner of Hua Ye's mouth. His observation Haki had already foreseen the future. The moment the blade left his body, Hua Ye instantly materialized, his fist wreathed in black flames hurtling toward Rayleigh's chest. Shoreblade Tua. Facing this onslaught, Rayleigh seemed to have anticipated it. His wrist holding the blade twisted back at an unnatural angle, the blade light, like a reversed Milky Way, slashing precisely across Hua Ye's abdomen. Boom! Hua Ye's body was sent flying by the strike, crashing through 3 massive boulders before finally stopping. Whitehair, you're not the only one who can foresee the future. Breathing heavily, Rayleigh couldn't help but show off after finally sending Hua Ye flying. Observation Haki was a silent negotiation. I see where your next strike will go, and you see how it'll counter that strike, and I see that. Theoretically, this nesting could go on infinitely. But in real combat, the opportunity lasted only an instant. The speed of a master's duel left less than a second for reaction. You could see 5 seconds into the future, and so could I. You change it, and I'd change along. It was like a game of rock, paper, scissors in an endless cycle. No one could win forever. When both sides could foresee the future, it became a battle of experience. You charge up, I charge up too. I bet you'll switch from charge to shock. He fooled you ill, just strike. However, just as Rayleigh thought this blow would at least wound Hua Ye, the next second black lightning exploded within the dust accompanied by unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, as expected of the Dark King, that really stung. Hua Ye's shirt at the waist was torn, revealing skin with blood oozing from it. Even the steel-like body of a Lunaria tribe couldn't withstand a blow from the first mate without injury. Just a scratch. Rayleigh's pupils contracted violently. This counterattack couldn't unleash its full power. Yet even so, if Roger had taken this hit, he probably wouldn't have gotten off with just a scratch, would he? The white hair hadn't had time to turn intangible, which meant he couldn't defend with Haki either. What terrifying physique. This wasn't the kind of body a Paramecia user should have. You really are a troublesome young man. Rayleigh sighed. This was more exhausting than fighting Roger. Hua Ye responded to the appraisal with a smirk, the dark lightning around him growing more violent. Troublesome. Then from now on I won't use that ability. Let's go fist to fist. Hearing this, Rayleigh's bloody lips curled upward as he pulled off his shattered glasses and tossed them aside. Fist to fist. Exactly what I wanted. He held his sword before him, his eyes filled with the solemn respect a swordsman reserved only for a worthy opponent. Kid, you've earned my respect. Oh, how so? Hua Ye rolled his neck, black flames and black lightning intertwining around his fist. Rayleigh chuckled as Conqueror's Haki surging once more. Thought you were just a sneaky fighter, but didn't expect you to be this manly. Sneaky? You don't get it. Being sneaky is fun. But right now I think beating you into submission would be even more interesting. Beat me? Ha ha, young man, don't be too cocky. The moment the words fell, both moved simultaneously. They began trading blows using the purest combat techniques. This was exactly what Hua Ye wanted, real combat. As Hua Ye's heart surged, his momentum climbed, and his Conqueror's Haki grew even more powerful. If he had played dirty, he was confident he could have taken Rayleigh down in the first exchange. But there was really no need. The main purpose of grabbing Shakky and poking the hornet's nest was to temper his spirit, and besides, there was no enmity between them. Better to have a passionate clash between men. Throughout the battle, the matchups remained largely the same as before. Roger had his fun, Rayleigh had his fun, but only Gabon was left unsatisfied. Gabon blocked Bogard's slash with his twin axes, but before he could catch his breath, several elite marines attacked from the side. You bunch of bastards. Gabon's eyes flickered to the white-haired young man who was engaged in a passionate exchange with Rayleigh in the distance, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Originally, Bogard was matched against Rayleigh, but with the white-haired man's arrival, the stoic Bogard had come to deal with him. That alone might have been bearable, but Garp's ability to chase Roger wasn't due to his own strength alone. His subordinates were formidable as well. As a result, all of Gabon's old adversaries were now focusing their attacks on him. Gabon's heart was bitter. Why was all the pressure on me, the second-in-command? Aelion was it? I've got my eye. In truth, Rayleigh wasn't having a great time either. At 38, he was roughly at the level of an Emperor-class powerhouse. Despite Hua Ye's recent enhancement of his Haki, it still fell short of Rayleigh's. But the brutal fist-to-fist combat revealed a problem to him. The white-haired man was incredibly tough. With his armament Haki activated, he was as durable as Charlotte Linland's steel balloon. He couldn't be hurt, truly couldn't be hurt. And his astonishing speed along with the scorching black flames perfectly compensated for his lack of Haki prowess. Is the Chiman fruit really not a mythical Zoan? On the watchtower, Shakky continued to observe the battle. At that moment, her master was grinning wildly, dark black lightning swirling around his body as he exchanged blow after blow with Rayleigh, each impact causing the air to explode. Shakky bit her lip, her heart filled with indescribable complexity. It had been over a decade. She had been too young back then, but now the bastard master from her dreams had become a reality. The dream was real, the master was real, and even the most embarrassing thing about her was real. What exactly is One Piece? Her panties were among that great treasure. Thinking of this, Shakky felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Damn master, he thought she was ugly more than a decade ago, and now he called her an old woman. The women of Amazon Lily were truly strange. They were always drawn to men who showed no interest in their beauty. Gloriosa fell for Roger, and after failing to win his love, she transformed from a beauty into old woman Nyan. Tritoma, consumed by lovesickness, withered away and eventually died. The world's most beautiful woman, Hancock, had fallen for an idiot who couldn't distinguish between genders and spent her days in anxiety. Shakky bit her lip again, her gaze piercing through the smoke and landing on that white-haired bastard in the distance. Her emotions were inexplicable. If Master and Rayleigh both confessed to me at the same time, who should I accept? No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than she froze abruptly. She quickly shoved the telescope to her eye, pretending to watch the battle, but her cheeks turned crimson at a visible rate. Well, what am I thinking? She shook her head vigorously, trying to banish that absurd image from her mind. But the more she shook, the clearer it became. She subconsciously began to weigh the options. Rayleigh with his golden hair and gentle demeanor, mature and steady, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Master, on the other hand. White hair, infuriating, mischievous, yet in terms of looks, he was even more handsome than Rayleigh. Handsome in a sinister way. No, didn't I like Rayleigh? Master, he. As Shakky pondered, she suddenly came to a halt. When she was a 13-year-old girl with a budding heart, the one she had secretly admired was indeed that dog master. The reason she hadn't fallen into the dreaded lovesickness was that she thought it was just a dream. In terms of time spent together, Master and I have been together longer, and Rayleigh likes Roger. The fierce battle lasted for over 10 hours, the clash raging from day to night, and from night until the sky turned pale with dawn. Shakky had kept her telescope trained on the battle the entire time. After more than 10 hours, she was utterly confused. Some chaotic thoughts became more tangled the more she tried to sort them out. She took a deep breath, turned around, and descended the watchtower. Miss Shakky. Not watching anymore. The battle isn't over yet. A Marine soldier on the watchtower leaned out, looking puzzled. I'm leaving this place. Shakky replied indifferently without stopping. The soldiers were all stunned. But, you're under arrest. This is an escape. I'm no longer a pirate, so I can't leave. Shakky strode out, crossing the base's corridors. The Marine officers who saw her grim expression braced themselves to block her way. Then came a series of great aromatic kicks. Shakky pushed open the back door of the base, and the sea breeze hit her face. A small boat someone had left was tied to the shore. She untied the rope, jumped aboard, and glanced back at the gray fortress of G2. At the forward outpost, despite having fought through the night, both sides were still full of energy. Hua Ye punched Rayleigh back, intending to press his advantage, but his observation Haki detected a strange fluctuation. He suddenly halted, turning his head to look toward the G2 base, frowning slightly. This girl. What is she doing? I said I'd let her go when Rox arrived. Rayleigh was panting heavily. Seeing Hua Ye suddenly stop, he warily raised his blade. What? Losing focus in the middle of a fight. Tired of fighting. Taking a break. With those words, Hua Ye vanished in a flash. At the same time, the Marine soldiers on the watchtower were frantically pulling the alarm. Shakky has escaped. After her. The alarm bells echoed across the bay. Garp, who was passionately exchanging blows with Roger, forced Roger back with an iron fist and paused stunned. Nanny, wasn't someone watching her? Roger took the opportunity to leap back, creating distance. He was also stunned for a moment, but quickly all the high-tier fighters were at the front lines fighting them. With Shakky's strength, no one at the G2 branch could stop her from leaving. Ha ha ha, Garp. You Marines can't even keep an eye on a woman. Roger laughed gloatingly. Garp really hadn't expected that Shakky, who had been peacefully surrendering, would escape. But it didn't matter much. His main reason for agreeing to Hua Ye's capture of Shakky was to beat up Roger. Now that Roger had come, that demoness could run off for all he cared. Ha ha, Roger, you've let your guard down. Fist bone, fist bone. Gatling. A rain of iron fists descended. Roger blocked, with his sword being driven back step by step. Ha ha ha, Garp. The woman's gone, what are you still fighting for? I don't need a reason to beat you. Surrender, Roger. Another punch came down. Roger sidestepped, swinging his blade horizontally, but it was stopped by the armament Haki wrapped around Garp's arm. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Roger's smile faded slightly. He glanced in the direction Hua Ye had disappeared and let out a meaningful click of his tongue. Hey, Garp. That white-haired guy has gone after her, you know. Garp's fist paused, then he struck even harder. What the hell do I care? That demoness, Shakky confessed to Aeolian. Maybe she'll marry him someday. What? She's the Empress of Amazon Lily. How could she fall for a Marine? Roger roared. You don't know a thing, you hopeless romantic. You don't understand women. I've got a son already. Roger, if you ever have offspring, they might have to call me Grandpa. Garp, you're taking advantage of me. The two men, who were nearly 80 years old combined, bickered and fought each other on the scarred battlefield, having completely forgotten what the battle was originally about. On the vast sea, a tiny boat bobbed lazily. Xiachi sat at the stern, chin resting on her palm, allowing the wind to tousle her hair into disarray. A streak of silver light flashed, and Hua Ye materialized on the bow of the vessel, lurching abruptly, leaving without a word. How rude. Xiachi looked up at him. In her narrow, elongated eyes, something seemed to be held back. She stared for a long moment before speaking. What? Are the righteous Marines planning to take me a pirate back? Marines, my ass. You're so love-struck, you're not waiting for Lele. Weren't you going to stuff a note in his pocket? No more. Xiachi turned her face away. Hua Ye was a bit speechless. What was this all about? They had agreed before this time you slip a note to Lei Li, and once Luo Kasi arrives you'll be let go. Then you'll open your bar on Fengshao Island and wait for your Lele. Meanwhile, he'll continue training and coasting along in the Marines. 2 years later, he'll legitimately follow Kapu to Shinjigu to beat up Imu, then fake my death and head for the new era. What a perfect plan. You were the spark of the Shunjigu incident, and yet you just ran away. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow. What? Afraid of rejection? No. Shakky bit her lip. I watched the entire battle. When you kicked Lei Li away, the look in Luo Jie's eyes as he caught him. It was dripping with desire. Hua Ye's mouth twitched, but inwardly he gave a thumbs up. Where was it dripping? I was right there, wasn't I? How did I not see that? You are the renowned Shakky, the future madam of the Kaya's Hugang Bay. Where's your intelligence? Where's your perception? Hua Ye had made up that lie purely to tease her, never expecting that the girl still hadn't caught on, and had even conjured up some unspeakable images in her mind. So you ran. What else? Shakky whirled around to glare at him. I, the Empress of the Nine Serpents, am I supposed to fight another man for a man? Moi. Something's off. Why does her gaze carry a hint of resentment? Hua Ye met Shakky's eyes, then secretly activated his observation haki. An invisible net silently enveloped her thoughts. The images he saw were chaotic: a severed arm, a cliff, 16 years of waiting, and a giant condor. What the hell was all that? Isn't this the divine condor he made up for Shakky when she was a child? Hua Ye's innate observation haki was similar to Queen Ejis. It could sense others' thoughts. Unlike EG could even transmit her consciousness to others. Hua Ye could not do that. His observation haki was more attuned to combat perception. For instance, he had already mastered seeing the future. Hence his perception of thoughts was very blurry. Goo. Glur. What is all this? Hua Ye was completely stunned. That emotion seemed directed at himself. I treat you as a disciple, and you want to sleep with your master. According to some unofficial historical records, Han Kyuk is the daughter of Shakky and Lei Li. Although the legend hasn't been confirmed, the analysis is reasonable. If something happened between him and Shakky, Han Kyuk might very well disappear. If he had to choose one. Sorry, Shakky at this point in time is not meant for me. So I choose Han Kyuk. So Hua Ye stopped playing along and came clean. Xiao Hei, I made all that up. You can think back carefully. He paused, not forgetting to taunt. I really didn't expect the Empress IQ to be so low. Nanny. Shakky was stunned. Her mind began to replay the events. Master, either you're old and impotent, or you like men, right? Let me tell you a secret. You know a bit about my ability, don't you? About Lei Li. She traced back along Hua Ye's hints. After a long while, Shakky realized it. She glared at Hua Ye. You were teasing me from the very beginning. Hua Ye spread his hands like a bear, indicating default. Shakky's voice suddenly rose. Dogmaster. I've been agonizing over your words for days. And I even imagined Luo Jie catching Lei Li. She couldn't continue, too embarrassed. He'll fight you. Shakky lunged at him, claws out, and bit down on Hua Ye's shoulder. Crack. A crisp sound like teeth hitting a stone. This body couldn't even be hurt by Lei Li's slashes, let alone by some tiny canines. Shakky froze completely, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Not from grievance, but from real pain. Hua Ye spread his hands again like a bear. Why do you bite? Can't take a joke. You're so hard. Shakky covered her mouth, still in the pouncing posture, without backing off. Her short strapless apron hung by her neck, and in the movement it had become even more disheveled. At this scene, Hua Ye couldn't help but silently remark, a woman so bright and lively dressed like this, covering her mouth, biting her lip, glaring at you with teary eyes. Pressing against him at zero distance, any normal man would feel a momentary primal impulse, right? It had nothing to do with like or dislike, just an instinctive reaction upon glimpsing the abyss. Tisk. Hua Ye averted his gaze and extinguished those inappropriate thoughts. Hey, your eyes just want. Shakky keenly caught something, and the corner of her mouth curled into a malicious smile. Master, did you just think I was beautiful? Wandering my ass. Hua Ye's expression unchanged. He changed the subject and casually asked, does the Nine Serpents have anyone with the surname Bo Ye? Like planning to name your future daughter Bo Ye Han Kyuk. Bo Ye Han Kyuk. Shakky frowned, clearly never heard of the name. The Nine Serpents have no one with the surname Bo Ye, but the name sounds nice anyway. Who is it? Nothing, just asking. Hua Ye stopped probing. Shakky stared at him suspiciously for a few seconds, then her eyes suddenly lit up and her mouth curved into a mischievous arc. Master, do you like children very much? At her words, the unexplained emotions he had sensed with his observation haki surged again. If you like, I could actually. Hua Ye's face instantly darkened. You can. You cannot. Really cannot. If you can, what about Han Kyuk? The Nine Serpents has no one named Bo Ye. The probability that you are Han Kyuk's mother has increased again. Xiao Hei, I advise you to calm down. A master-disciple relationship has no future. You should set your heart on that blonde Lei Li. It must be said the curse of Nine Serpents was truly formidable. The sheer power of her imagination was. Hua Ye, after all, was a virgin in this life, having never even used his right hand lest it affect his cultivation. Suppressed for 18 years, just from Shakky's scantily clad proximity and that close contact, it would have been gay if he hadn't reacted. And that reaction seen by Shakky directly led her to believe that her master had feelings for her. On one side, the man from her dreams as a first love, on the other, the man she had grown to love. Her mind's images began to uncontrollably unfold on the outpost island. Rayleigh and Hua Ye stood facing each other. Rayleigh's gaze was calm. White hair, I admit you are strong, but I want hand Xiachi over to some shady character like you. Hua Ye sneered. Yellow hair, worry about yourself first. When Xiachi was training with me, you were probably still lost on. The two brushed past each other's shoulders, colliding before erupting into a fierce battle, the shockwaves causing the entire island to groan. Seawater surged, the earth cracked, and even the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by the clash of Conqueror's Haki. Rain poured down in torrents, drenching them, sliding off blade edges and knuckles. Xiachi stood in the rain, shouting hoarsely, Stop! Stop fighting! But the two continued their slaughter. Xiachi crouched down, covering her face. It was over. She wanted both. Seeing Xiachi's flushed cheeks, clearly lost in some wild fantasy again, Hua Ye realized he was in trouble. He understood that this whole thing started 12 years ago. Thanks to the teasing of netizens in his past life, One Piece was actually Xiachi's golden underpants. Capable of pulling off such a feat, Hua Ye decisively infiltrated the 9 serpents, and out of mischief took the sleeping Xiachi away, knocking her out each morning and bringing her back. Capable of achieving this feat, Hua Ye decisively infiltrated the 9 serpents. Out of mischief, he took the sleeping Xiachi away, knocking her out every morning and bringing her back. Who are you? Where's this? The 12-year-old dark-skinned Xiachi looked at the unfamiliar island before her, her eyes not full of panic, but brimming with curiosity. Hua Ye, wearing a mask, blathered nonsense with a straight face. Abba, Abba, Abba? After listening, Xiachi tilted her head and stared at that cute mask for a long while. A dream. Then why are you wearing a mask? Are you too ugly? You're ugly and dark girl don't think him the same. Thus, through time leaps, Hua Ye taught Xiachi Haki intermittently while stirring up trouble. Xiachi went from initial skepticism to eagerly anticipating her master's nightly dreams. The only thing that made her suspicious was why training in dreams was still exhausting and why her head ached the next day. At the end of the last lesson, at Xiachi's strong insistence, Hua Ye removed his mask. Xiachi had expected an ugly or ordinary face underneath. Instead, the 13-year-old Xiachi, like Guoxiang, seeing Yongguo remove his mask, was utterly stunned. So big brother is this handsome. Damn. An encounter at Fengling Ferry. Returning to his senses, Hua Ye felt he had gone too far. In Xiachi's memory, it was over a year of daily companionship, remembered for more than a decade. But in reality, he had finished teaching today, then jumped to half a month later. From meeting to parting in Hua Ye's timeline, it hadn't even had the one who toyed with time been rebounded by karma. If only he hadn't cosplayed as Yongguo back then. So he was her first love, and Rayleigh became the second male lead. The pitiful heroine thought her first love was a dream illusion, yet the illusion became reality, fighting before her against the second lead. Seeing Xiachi's eyes, Hua Ye was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to explain, nor could he. Spreading his observation Haki, he locked onto a distant location. Then he picked up Xiachi again. Pirate Empress Xiachi, you are once again arrested by Navy G2 Branch 2nd Class Seaman A. Liang. You have the right to remain silent. Huh, Hua Ye. You old bastard, do you really think you're a Marine? I'm not going back. I want to open a bar and retire. Time flash step. A flash of silver, and they vanished from the spot. On the deck of the Kuja pirates' ship, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Having learned that Roger's crew had already begun a major battle with the Navy, the Kuja pirates soon lurked near G2 Branch, ready to assist at any moment. Toritomo whirled around, her gaze falling on Xiachi, who was being held by Hua Ye. Cheeks flushed, clothes a bit disheveled. Lady Xiachi. Before Hua Ye could speak, dozens of Kuja warriors also reacted, raising bows with Haki-imbued arrows aimed straight at Hua Ye. You bastard Marine. What did you do to Lady Xiachi? Toritomo was furious, drawing her long sword and charging at Hua Ye. Seeing this, Hua Ye calmly set Xiachi down and vanished instantly. What? He left without a word. The Kuja crew on the deck exchanged bewildered glances. Lady Xiachi, that bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? Toritomo rushed to Xiachi's side, asking anxiously. The Kuja warriors remained on high alert. Enough, he's gone. Xiachi adjusted her messy little apron, her tone returning to the Emperor's composure. But, if he really wanted to do something, could you have stopped him? Xiachi glanced at Toritomo, a trademark smile returning to her lips. Relax, that bastard didn't do anything to me. Faced with the Kuja crew's worried inquiries, Xiachi didn't explain further. She walked to the ship's railing and gazed toward G2 Branch, her feelings uncertain. The outpost island battlefield. As soon as Hua Ye landed, the scene before him made him twitch. Roger, with 3 big bumps on his head, was sprinting toward the dock. Rayleigh and Jabba, along with the rest of the crew, had already retreated aboard the Oro Jackson. Stop right there, Roger. Today I'm locking you up and impelled down. Garp was in hot pursuit. Xiachi has already escaped. Ew, I don't need to fight you anymore. Roger had no desire to fight. Soon the Oro Jackson turned around and started sailing away. Garp stood on the shore cursing and stamping, unsure if he genuinely failed to catch Roger or was reluctant to. Roger stood at the stern using his straw hat to hide the bumps, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, white-haired boy. If you ever don't want to be a marine, my ship is always welcome. Hua Ye stood with his hands in his pockets and replied with a sentence that stunned everyone. Wait until you become the... Roger was stunned for a moment, then burst into even wilder laughter, echoing across the sea for a long time. Inside the G2 base commander's office, Garp was on the phone listening to Kong's rant. Garp, you are too frivolous. Where is the dignity of the Navy? Roger wasn't caught. Shakky escaped. The G2 outpost was nearly sunk by you. Garp retorted nonchalantly into the den mushy. I gave Roger a thorough beating this time. As for Shakky, we were fighting the Roger pirates. She was snatched away by the Josha pirates in the chaos. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Garp. The voice on the other end of the den mushy suddenly rose. Stop playing dumb. You never even locked Shakky. Let me tell you, Jia Saint has personally demanded her. Now that she's gone, what does the Navy have to show for it? Garp casually tossed the den mushy aside, picked his nose, and listened to the scolding. This incident traced back to the beginning of the battle a day earlier. Jia Saint had just returned to the Holy Land when he proposed to the 5 elders that the hunting tournament 2 years later be held at Shinji Valley. Before he could even get comfortable, he heard that Shakky had been captured by the Navy's G2 branch. That delighted the wretched saint. He had long planned to capture Shakky and make her the grand prize of the hunting tournament, intending to marry her after winning. He hadn't expected the Navy to have already taken her, so he demanded the Navy hand her over first thing in the morning. The Navy has surveillance footage. In G2, Shakky kept exchanging flirtatious glances with Liang, and there were rumors that she confessed to him. Jia Saint suspects Liang set Shakky free. He is very displeased and has personally gone to G2. Garp pictured that young face, golden hair, crescent moon head, a face that screamed an odious scoundrel. Shakky escaped on her own. Liang was fighting Rayleigh all night. He had no time to let anyone go. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the den mushy, and Kong's voice noticeably dropped. Fighting Rayleigh. All night. Ah yes. That lad nearly got kicked to death by Rayleigh. In a few more years I probably won't be his match either. Garp picked his nose and grinned, clearly building up Hua Ye's reputation. The implication was obvious. This was a monster. Even the celestial dragons would have to think twice before touching him. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Have Crow report the battle details to you. I'm injured and need rest. Garp. You. Garp simply hung up and looked out the window at G2's harbor, grinning. Celestial dragons. On the vast sea, the Rocks pirates had just broken through the waves and arrived at Paradise in the Grand Line when they received a message from the Josha pirates. What? Shakky has already left G2. Shakky is going to Fengshao Island. Yeah, I heard she plans to open a bar there. Rocks, let's turn around. I want a drink mixed by Shakky herself right now. Rocks laughed wildly. Since Shakky had already left and was heading to his territory, there was indeed no need to go after Garp. As for Liang, since he was a monster, they would meet sooner or later. Zihaha. She's coming to Fengshao Island on her own. Turn back. Let's throw a banquet. Oh. The massive warship performed a drift on the sea surface and turned to speed toward the New World. But less than half a day into their voyage, a luxurious naval vessel, flying the world government flag, appeared on the horizon. On the bow stood a figure with golden hair and a crescent moon head, hands behind his back. It was Jia Saint, who had just left Mary Geos and was heading to G2. Lord Jia Saint, ahead are the Rocks pirates. On the warship, a CP0 agent respectfully reported to Jia Saint. Rocks, huh? Jia Saint's pupils contracted slightly, but then he calmly curled his lips. He was a noble god's knight. This was not about whether to fight. It was about honor. If he gave way to Rocks today, the surname Figureland would be disgraced. So what if Rocks killed a Navy admiral? So what if Rocks plundered the heavenly tribute? He, Jia was a king with an immortal body. If Rocks dared to act recklessly, he would chop him into mincemeat. Ignore them. This is the Grand Line, and we are a world government warship. Hoist the celestial dragon flag. Make them steer clear of us. Yes. What Jia Saint didn't know was that Rocks was the same man who had once stormed the flower chamber and issued threats right in front of him. If he knew, one could only wonder what he would think then. The enormous celestial dragon flag unfurled with a flapping sound from the mainmast. The CP0 agent respectfully signaled to the opposing ship, Celestial Dragon, passing through, yield immediately. Rocks caught sight of the flag from afar. Far from ordering a retreat, he burst into laughter. Boom. Conqueror's Haki erupted without warning. Boys, the Celestial Dragons want us to give way. Shakky the Golden Lion licked his lips. Celestial Dragons. They must have plenty of treasure, right? Charlotte leanly, Mama. There must be delicious food on a Celestial Dragon's ship. Hey, that's the God's Knights. I've heard they're quite strong. Wang Ji said, licking his long tongue. Newgate looked at the horizon. This direction seemed to be G2. Was he looking for trouble with my big brother? He slowly walked toward the bow. Urororo. God's Knights, huh? Hey Newgate, you're acting weird. Miss Backen squinted suspiciously. I just don't like the look of that ship. Newgate turned to Rox. Hey, you'll take that warship as my practice target. Did I hear that right? You're volunteering to work. Rox was a bit surprised, but quickly understood. Newgate, I recall your hometown. Couldn't pay the heavenly tribute. Newgate didn't answer. Instead, he shot toward the luxurious warship like a burning meteor. Jia Lin Saint stared at the towering figure charging at him, his pupils shrinking. He hadn't expected Rockside to strike so directly. Hey, what's this? I'm a celestial dragon. Don't I even get a word of challenge? You're asking for death. Jia Lin Saint drew his sword. The blade gleamed with a cold light as he swung an upward diagonal slash at the descending Newgate. Clang. The clang of metal on metal rang out. The shockwave shattered the ship's railings, and several CP-0 agents groaned and staggered backward. Newgate gripped Murakamajiri with both hands, the strike carrying immense force. The power of the tremor fruit split the entire sea apart. Boom! Finally unable to withstand such monstrous strength, Jia Lin Saint's body was sliced diagonally from the left shoulder to the right waist. As the upper half slid off, blood gushed out. All the CP-0 agents stood frozen in shock. One attendant's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. If a celestial dragon died, they would all be buried alive. Lord Jia Lin Saint, please don't die. Newgate leaned on Murakamajiri, standing proudly. He glanced at the body now severed in two and turned to leave. That's it. That's all. On the rocks, pirate's ship Kaido clicked his tongue at the sight. Some god's knight. I could do that too. Damn you. Amid the crowd's astonishment, Garling Saint staggered to his feet, his bisected body beginning to reassemble and heal. Newgate slowly turned, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. An immortal body. Garling Saint tightened his grip on his sword, his face no longer bearing its previous contempt, but replaced with unprecedented gravity. So this was Edward Newgate, a monster said to be no less powerful than Rox. Garling Saint felt nothing but frustration. With so many watching, had he no face to save? He absolutely could not back down now. Moreover, he believed he had been careless earlier. His true strength was far greater than this. Hold him off. To strike against me is to seek death itself. Also notify the Navy. Garling roared at the CP-0 agents who had just snapped out of their shock. But before he could finish, boom, red-black lightning erupted from Newgate's body. Swinging Murakamajiri single-handedly, the blade was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Faced with such an attack, the CP-0 agents finally displayed their caliber. Protect Garling Saint. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 white-masked CP-0 members instantly flashed before Garling. Tekai X3. Whitebeard sneered with utter contempt at the CP-0 agents who dared to use Tekai in front of him. Who gave you the courage to block my attack with Tekai? Did you think yourselves Garp? Boom. The 3 CP-0 agents were blasted into the sea by that single strike. The next moment, Garling Saint drew his blade, circled behind, and thrust a long sword coated in black Haki straight at Newgate's back. Ururu. I am Newgate. Sneak attack. You sure think little of me, Celestial Dragon. Despite his massive frame, Newgate moved with astonishing agility. Newgate whirled around, grabbed the sneaking blade, and before Garling Saint could react, hurled him into the air. The next instant, he assumed his classic stance. Right fist clenched, a tremor orb coalescing atop it. Crack, crack, crack. As his fist struck, space shattered, and the battleship could no longer withstand the destructive force. The tremor ran through the keel, the warship slowly splitting apart from the middle. Within 10 minutes, it would sink to the bottom of the sea. Garling Saint was shattered outright, pieces scattered here and there. A scene flashed through Newgate's mind. One night, his elder brother had mentioned casually that IMS ability and the God's Knight's immortality could be suppressed by Conqueror's Haki. But they seemed not truly immortal. They had mechanical steel hearts, apparently very vulnerable to destruction. Then Newgate recalled his brother's mischievous reminder. This is a secret. Don't tell anyone for now, and don't actually kill those people, but you can do this. At that thought, Newgate couldn't help but shudder. Elder brother, that is you. These people harmed your family, otherwise I wouldn't bother with such a boring task. Murakamajiri swung again. Garling Saint, already in pieces, was sliced several more times, leaving only an intact head. A mechanical heart rolled out. The heatedly Garling Saint's pupils shrank. Yuru. Cut like this, and still not dead. Newgate glanced at the mechanical heart, then looked away as if noticing nothing amiss. Yet just as he was about to leap back to the Rocks pirate ship, he casually kicked away a few scraps of flesh. One piece traced a graceful arc, landing straight into the distant sea. No. Left with only a head, Garling Saint's eyes bulged wide. His body was reassembling, but that no longer mattered. The part that had been kicked away was his precious treasure. If shattered, it could still be pieced back together. But that one kick had sent it dozens of miles away. What if a fish ate it? You bastard, you did that on purpose. Garling Saint's head roared. Newgate remained expressionless, ignoring him completely. He hoisted Murakamajiri onto his shoulder and leaped back toward the Rocks pirates. Minutes later, the entire warship sank slowly. Garling Saint floated on the surface, glaring at the departing Rocks pirates. Newgate, you truly deserve to die. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold. On the deck of the Rocks pirates, many people were bantering and teasing. Hey Newgate, that was a celestial dragon's ship. Lots of treasure, right? And you sank it. The guy has to borrow money from Rocks even for booze. Serves him right, haha. What did you kick away? You look disgusted. 1 month later. Although many things had happened on the sea because of Hua Ye, Shakky's ripoff bar opened, as usual, on Beehive Island. Pirates poured into Beehive Island from all directions just to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled grace. A week earlier, a long line had already formed outside the bar. Hey, line up properly, huh? So expensive, not enough money. Not enough. If you can't afford it, don't stand in line. We can. Inside the bar, it was packed. The pirates' eyes were all heart-shaped. Shakky, dressed in her sexy little apron like in the original, bustled behind the counter. I came from the North Blue. Can I have a whiskey? Whiskey's out, Shakky said dismissively, cigarette dangling from her lips. Drink cheap rum. Same price as top-shelf whiskey. Oh, okay. Thanks for the terrible service. Unlike the original, Shakky did not encounter the Roger pirates, nor did she leave a note for Rayleigh. A terrifying butterfly effect was rapidly spreading. In the West Blue, a world government warship was speeding forward. Inside the cabin, Garling Saint stared at the sea chart on the table, his face extremely gloomy. He could sense that his precious treasure was moving rapidly across the West Blue. Huso. He smashed the table with his fist, veins bulging on his forehead. For the past month, he had suppressed news of the attack and declined God's Knights meetings. Everyone thought he was traveling to relax, not knowing that he was sensing the location every day. After all, being immortal, the broken pieces would slowly reassemble. But whether by fate or sheer bad luck, the treasure Whitebeard had kicked away was indeed eaten by a fish. Finding a specific fish in the vast ocean was extremely difficult. Yet just as he was about to catch that damn fish, a bird ate the fish. The bird flew too fast, and it was still migratory season. The bird directly flew to the West Blue. Humiliation, unprecedented humiliation. Garling Saint ground his teeth until they creaked. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that one day he, a celestial prodigy, would become a speed bump and be chopped into pieces. It's all your fault, recruit, Aliong. If you hadn't captured Shakky, how would I have run into those madmen halfway? What right did a mere marine, a celestial dragon's watchdog, have to shift the entire sea's situation? At 5:30 in the morning, the warship's mournful wail echoed from the rear mountain of Branch G2 precisely on time. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Ye struck the warship's armor with his fists, leaving one fist imprint after another. Garp stood on the other side, performing the same action as Hua Ye, their rhythms alternating in harmony, both lost in the task. The fact that Garling Saint had been minced by Whitebeard was no longer a secret among the Marine High Command. Hua Ye's heart yearned for the God Valley incident. Minced 2 years early, he wondered what Garling's feelings would be when he was chopped again by Rocks after the God Valley incident erupted. Vice Admiral Garp, a message has arrived from the world government. Kuro panted as he ran up the rear mountain, his expression grim. Alion, you've been promoted to Rear Admiral. Hua Ye grunted in acknowledgement, not turning his head, continuing to pound the warship. Kuro sighed and added, Garling Saint specifically requested you as his accompanying Marine. The order bypassed Marine headquarters, sent directly from the Holy Land. The reason given was that the attack by Rocks during the last trip to G2 was ultimately a chain reaction triggered by Alion capturing Shakky. So this time, Alion will serve as the captain of the guard to make amends for his mistake. Garp's fist halted midair as he slowly turned around. Make amends? That bastard who can't even find his own bird wants my man to make amends. Vice Admiral Garp, this isn't a discussion. It's an order. Cold sweat beaded on Kira's forehead. Only Garp would dare to curse a celestial dragon like that, right? Hua Ye raised an eyebrow, looking at Garp. Oh, how do you know that guy lost his bird? Huh, bird. What bird? Did I say something? Garp picked his nose, acting as though nothing had happened. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow. I see, a little bird flew away. It's all over Shakky's bar. Garp suddenly realized, that. Huh, I remember now, but I forgot who told me. The news of Garling Saint being dismembered by Newgate. Rock's people knew, so naturally the intelligence flowed out from Shakky's bar. Garp's intelligence network also knew. Kuro felt that being an instructor at G2 was truly dangerous, mocking a celestial dragon like he was just some next-door neighbor. You two are bold and skilled, but I'm just a desk-bound rear admiral. Calling a celestial dragon a bastard left and right. Is that something I should be hearing? After a few seconds of silence, Kuro said in a low voice, Mr. Sengoku's opinion is that Liang should accept this assignment. Although those below admiral rank have the right to refuse celestial dragon requests. But Garling Saint has lost so much face this time, and is itching to vent his anger. If Liang refuses, what? Is he going to openly kill a Marine? Garp snorted contemptuously and said to Hua Ye beside him, don't pay that bastard any mind. If he insists on a guard, he'll go. Alright. Hua Ye snatched the promotion order from Kira's hand, casually patted Garp on the shoulder, and said nonchalantly, isn't it just being a bodyguard for a celestial dragon? I think Garling Saint and I will get along splendidly. You little. Garp gave Hua Ye a meaningful glance, then turned around. Kuro, you go back first. Well, continue pounding the warship. Kuro turned and left without a word. Only the two of them remained on the rear mountain along with the pitiful warship riddled with holes. Garp sat down on the ground, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Liang, can you tell me your real purpose for joining the Marines? This time you might not come back. This statement, of course, did not mean Hua Ye would die, but rather that once Hua Ye went, Garling Saint would likely meet misfortune. By then, Liang would likely become the fastest promoted deserter rear admiral in history. Old pal Garp, do you want to stay at your peak forever? It would be a pity if you grew old and got taken out by some small fry. Hua Ye's words stunned Garp. What did this cryptic remark mean? I'm not old yet, and even if I were 80. Garp picked his nose dismissively and began boasting about his iron fist. Hua Ye listened as this legend who stood guard over so many things at the base of the cliff bragged. Suddenly a flash of silver light appeared, and a delicate golden ring materialized in his hand. Time Vault, a mechanism to store objects and cast them into the distant future. This principle was vastly different from sending people into the future. However, since it was an inanimate object, Hua Ye could lock it onto his future self and interrupt the spell at any time. Thus he could retrieve it at any arbitrary point in time, effectively a small space storage skill. What's this ring? Let me see. Garp's boasting ceased abruptly as he stared at the ring that had appeared out of nowhere in Hua Ye's hand, curious and eager to snatch it. Swoosh. Hua Ye flicked the ring directly into the abandoned warship. With a flash of silver light, it vanished into the hole. 2 years from now, when I'm dead, you can come here and take it. Garp stared at the hole in the warship where the ring had just entered, falling silent. He had always sensed that Hua Ye was special. His sixth sense told him that this young man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere harbored many secrets. After a long while, Garp became somewhat exasperated. I hate riddles the most. Who the hell are you? He not telling you. Then take my iron fist. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki exploded, and the two immediately entered battle mode. The residual force of the Conqueror's Haki caused the recruits who were about to get up to sleep even more peacefully. Hua Ye was determined to help anyone who bore malice toward the world government and wished to challenge him. After the God Valley incident, Garp's attitude toward the world government would worsen further, making him undoubtedly worth investing in. At 40, Garp was at his peak, a solid king-level combatant, perfect for wearing pure gold. Pure gold was a mysterious metal discovered and extracted by the scientist Asher over 100 years ago. It was a forbidden substance that could halt aging. As a time traveler, Hua Ye naturally would not miss such a thing. Although his body had not yet reached its peak, and he had no immediate need to wear pure gold. But so what? He wasn't foolish enough to wait until years later when he needed it to dive into the deep sea looking for lanternfish. So Hua Ye simply went to the Steel Island in the New World to wait. When the lanternfish appeared, he ruthlessly chiseled off a chunk of the pure gold from the lantern on its head. In short, Hua Ye possessed several tons of pure gold, a tiny piece of which could grant immortality. Too much, utterly inexhaustible. 3 days later, on the Sabaody archipelago. At the port, Hua Ye, clad in a marine greatcoat over a white casual outfit, led a contingent of Marines with his nearly 3-meter turtle frame, striding into the GR1 area with an audacious gait. Ziyuan, look at me. Do I have the presence of an admiral? A grin curling at the corner of his lips, Hua Ye casually glanced at Ziyuan beside him. Ziyuan, upon hearing this, wore an inscrutable expression. Handsome he was indeed, but there was something decidedly unorthodox about his appearance. In her imagination, admirals were always impeccably dressed in suits and ties with stern countenances. I don't see an admiral's presence. You look more like those sleazy old men on the street who prey on young girls. Hua Ye chose to pretend he hadn't heard that, turning his gaze to Long, who stood rigidly at attention. Hey, is it hot today? Why are you sweating? Huh, am I sweating? For Long, these past 2 months had been nothing short of surreal. First, he and Liang had joined the Marines together, then Liang had displayed monstrous strength. Subsequently, Liang was swiftly promoted to Rear Admiral of Headquarters, while Long and Ziyuan became his direct subordinates. Long didn't understand. If his father despised the Celestial Dragons so much, why had he agreed to Hua Ye's request to accompany him? Rear Admiral Liang, Lord Jialansheng awaits your arrival at the slave auction house. As the group proceeded, 2 CP0 agents appeared before them. The white-robed masked man spoke with a tone of deference, yet the eyes behind the mask betrayed no such respect. How hard could it be to guess? Inside the Sabaody Gr1 auction house on the stage were slaves caged like merchandise, while below wealthy merchants and nobles held up numbered paddles. How hard could it be to guess? Inside the Sabaody Gr1 auction house on the stage were slaves caged like merchandise, while below wealthy merchants and nobles held up numbered paddles to bid. In the VIP section, Jialan Sheng turned his head, a hypocritical smile tugging at his lips. Rear Admiral, A Liang, you finally arrived. Promoted from a mere private to Rear Admiral. Are you delighted? Hua Ye strode directly to the empty seat beside Jialan Sheng, plopped down without ceremony, and picked up the unopened bottle of wine on the table, inspecting it. How dare you, you insolent fool! Both CP0 agents stepped forward, their gazes hostile. A mere Rear Admiral dares to sit beside Lord Jialan Sheng. Hua Ye paid no heed to their reprimands, looking at Jialan Sheng with a defiant air. Lord Jialan Sheng, you jest. A Rear Admiral. Such a low rank. With my prowess am wasted if I don't become an admiral. Jialan Sheng's hand holding a wine glass froze midair, a shadow of displeasure flickering in his eyes. He had envisioned many scenarios for this meeting. As a marine, A Liang should have tried to curry favor with him, a celestial dragon among celestial dragons, shouldn't he? At the very least, he should have been neither servile nor arrogant, offering a standard military salute, right? He had already prepared how to humiliate the man, but he never expected this fellow to casually sit beside him, as if visiting a neighbor. Jialan Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Hua Ye's profile, as he began weighing the pros and cons. It was said that Rayleigh was no weaker than Newgate, and this man had nearly kicked Rayleigh to death. Jialan Sheng realized he had miscalculated. Should he order this brat to kneel and apologize now? The man's lawless demeanor suggested he held no regard for his marine identity. Would he really be intimidated by threats? Jialan Sheng was genuinely traumatized by Whitebeard. This monster before him didn't care about his marine status. If provoked, what if he beat him up? The air suddenly grew still. The two CP0 agents glared at Hua Ye, awaiting Jialan Sheng's signal to strike. Lord Jialan Sheng, am I not allowed to sit beside you? Hua Ye tilted his head, and when he received no answer, he asked again, his tone betraying no emotion. Jialan cursed inwardly. What would happen if he said no? He set down his glass, a condescending smile returning to his face. Of course you may sit. Rear Admiral A Liang is my bodyguard captain. Sitting closer makes it easier to protect me. Hua Ye grinned. He had prepared a two-pronged plan. If Jialan Sheng refused to show respect and insisted on groveling, he would beat the man into a pulp and teleport his precious jewels 800 years into the future. But if the other party lowered his stance, then Hua Ye's expression suddenly shifted to one of utmost gravity. Lord Jialan Sheng, I detest evil as much as I enjoy pleasure. Give me 2 years, and he'll take down Newgate for you. How about that? He paused, then continued. I swear by the name of A Liang, if I fail ill. Bah, what was this? Watching the man abruptly change his demeanor and start rambling, Jialan Sheng was bewildered. Take down Newgate in exchange for a lifetime of pleasure afterward. Ensure he became an admiral. From his earlier behavior, Jialan Sheng had thought A Liang was a lawless scoundrel likely to quit the Marines at the slightest disagreement and give him a thorough beating. But now it seemed that the man's demeanor was merely a matter of personality. A powerful monster with some character, the God's Knights would even accept some non-celestial dragon elites. And this A Liang was undoubtedly far stronger than those non-celestial dragon members of the Knights. Jialan Sheng looked at Hua Ye and murmured, if you fail, it'll make you vanish forever. That's an interesting oath. Hua Ye replied with confidence, naturally. If I can't do it, what point is there in A Liang living? Jialan Sheng was not one of those celestial dragons who only knew hedonism. He prided himself on his intellect, quickly calculating in his mind. Newgate must die. That was an obsession. But after witnessing Newgate's strength, Jialan Sheng understood that the God's Knights couldn't defeat him, and the Marine Admirals were all duplicitous. They wouldn't truly fight to the death. It seemed he would have to temporarily set aside his grudge over this man, capturing Shakky earlier. Rear Admiral A Liang, since you have such resolve, we can discuss this slowly. After pondering for a long time, Jialan Sheng felt he had finally understood. He looked at Hua Ye, a smile creeping back onto his lips. Hua Ye, seeing Jialan Sheng's somewhat dim-witted expression, couldn't help but feel a playful urge. Then with a solemn look, he suddenly blurted out in his past live's native tongue, Shabi, I'm just messing with you. What does Fengtian borrowing have to do with my Shenyang? Jialan Sheng was taken aback by the nonsensical words. Hua Ye immediately explained, that's a language I learned from the heavens during my wandering days. It means loyalty. The heavens. Loyalty. Interesting. Where is the heavens? That phrase is quite peculiar. On the moon, a continent made entirely of stone. Hua Ye began to spin wild tales. Though he had never been to the moon, the One Piece world had annals lunar history, so mixing truth with falsehood to toy with a fool was amusing. The moon. The world government does have some records. It's a barren place. I didn't expect humans to Jialan Sheng nodded, indicating his understanding. He had seen A Liang's file before. There was indeed a gap of several years, but he never imagined the man had traveled to such a distant, desolate place. Though this meeting turned out slightly different from what Jialansheng had envisioned, he still had some breadth of vision. This Liang was arrogant enough, greedy enough, skilled enough in combat, and needed the celestial dragons to elevate his status, which meant he could be controlled. Rear Admiral Liang, since you're so forthright, today's entire bill is on me, Jialansheng. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. As the auction continued, the two began whispering to each other. They started commenting on the auction items. As a celestial dragon among celestial dragons, Jialansheng had heard every kind of flattery. But gradually he found that chatting with Liang was enjoyable. Though the man was neither servile nor arrogant, his novel ideas always brought a spark to Jialansheng's eyes. For instance, those incomprehensible lunar phrases. Jialansheng was in high spirits, even pouring a glass of wine for Hua Ye of his own accord. Hua Ye accepted the glass with a radiant smile, once again blurting out in his past lives language and giving a thumbs up. Jialansheng, you to Shabi after God Valley, I'll send your bird 800 years into the future. Nanny. Jialansheng was startled. Hua Ye grinned and explained, it means you're a true hero. Ha ha ha. Jialansheng threw his head back in laughter. So Dashabi meant true hero, he liked that. The language you learned is so amusing. Yes, I am a Dashabi. Come, another toast. The auction continued unabated. Dragon and Gion stood at a distance, silently observing the proceedings. The despair in the slaves' eyes on the platform and the eager bids shouted by the nobles below left the two righteous marines deeply unsettled. Major General Liang seems to be hitting it off quite well with the celestial dragons, Gion murmured in a low voice to Dragon. Dragon wiped the sweat from his brow, but remained silent. He had no idea what Liang was planning, but since his father had allowed Liang to bring him along, this mission would surely not result in any calamity. Next up is one of the star attractions of today's auction. 3 exquisitely beautiful triplets, once princesses of the Ruixing Kingdom in the North Sea. As the host droned on with a lengthy introduction about the king's grave crimes, the 3 identical maidens were led onto the stage, chained together with iron links. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Damn, they're royal princesses and triplets. I bid 50 million. A burly merchant in the front row raised his paddle without hesitation. Even fallen royalty is still royalty. What kind of insult is that opening bid? I offer 70 million. Their rarity surpasses even that of mermaids. I bid 90 million. The bidding frenzy surged as nobles waved their paddles, faces flushed with excitement, as though they weren't trafficking human lives, but snapping up a limited edition luxury. Witnessing this, Dragon's Adam's apple bobbed as he unconsciously clenched his fists. It was one thing with commoners, but even the princess of a former allied kingdom. Gion bit her lower lip in silence. 200 million. At this staggering bid, every noble who had been raising their paddle turned to look. In an instant, the entire hall fell into dead silence. A celestial dragon had made his move. The nobles who moments ago were fervently bidding now fell mute. Who would dare compete with a celestial dragon and risk their life? The host swallowed hard. Of course, he recognized Jialansheng. Without further ado, he began the rapid chant. 200 million going once. 200 million going twice. Sold. Is Lord Jialan giving them to me? A marine cannot keep slaves. That's a taboo. Hua Ye suddenly leaned and wearing a troubled expression. Jialansheng looked at Hua Ye expressionlessly. The triplets were passably attractive, and he had intended to keep them in his palace for a few days' entertainment. What? Do you fancy these 3 sisters? Hua Ye glanced at the stage and replied with righteous conviction, not exactly. I just think Lord Jialan's taste would hardly be impressed by them. You said earlier that you'd cover all expenses tonight, yet I haven't asked for anything. It feels like you're forcing a gift on. Hua Ye then put on a reluctant face. If you insist on giving me this gift, I'm in a bind. I can neither keep them nor set them free. After all, the Marines do not condone slave keeping, and it would tarnish my reputation. Jialansheng listened to Hua Ye's seemingly reasonable words, and a knot of irritation formed in his chest. At first glance, nothing appeared wrong with his argument. Intelligence reports indicated that even when Xia Qi confessed to Liang, he rejected her, proving his exceptionally high standards. Now he claims these triplets aren't worthy of my attention, subtly equating his taste with mine. If I were to say I bought them for myself, wouldn't that imply my taste is inferior to his? Ridiculous. How could I, Jialansheng, be outclassed by a lowlife? Major General Liang has sharp eyes. I was indeed planning to give them to you. As for the Marines not keeping slaves, this is my command. Are you going to defy that too? Jialansheng maintained his condescending smile, savoring the moment of posturing. I may not force you to grovel, but I can certainly force you to accept the slave I give you, can I? With that, he gestured for the CP0 to handle the handover procedures, his movements decisive and crisp. Hua Ye feigned helplessness of this. If higher-ups question me, I'll have no choice but to reveal your identity. Go ahead. Jialansheng waved his hand magnanimously. He didn't mind Hua Ye leveraging his authority. In fact, the triplet maidens were escorted by CP0 to Hua Ye. The three girls' eyes held little fear, instead carrying a hint of resigned relief. Gion, take them to the Sabaody base. Let them bathe and change. From now on they are my personal attendants. Hua Ye glanced over them and waved his hand expressionlessly. Yes, Major General, A. Liang. Gion asked no further questions and promptly led the three women out of the auction hall. That evening within the Marine garrison at Sabaody, Hua Ye reclined on a lounge chair enjoying the massage service from the stunning triplets. As for Jialin Sheng, his duty was merely to escort him when he set sail, so the time at Sabaody beneath the Holy Land was quite leisurely. Dragon stood at the doorway hesitating to speak. One maiden kneaded his shoulders, another massaged his legs, and a third held a fruit platter. Was this a scene befitting a Marine officer? Major General, A. Liang, what do you plan to do with these girls? Dragon finally spoke. When the three girls had been rescued, Dragon felt relieved, but this sight now left him with conflicted feelings. Hua Ye ate a grape and said casually, Didn't you hear, Jialin Sheng? This is an order. How can one defy a celestial dragon's command? But what? Hua Ye looked at the three girls with a wry smile. Do you find it humiliating to be my... The three maidens exchanged glances and then shook their heads in unison. How could they complain? When one's country is ruined and one is reduced to slavery, what right does one have to feel aggrieved? Moreover, they felt fortunate. They hadn't been bought by a celestial dragon, nor by some bloated noble. Serving a young Marine commander was a privilege they wouldn't have dared dream of. In the evening at the Xiangbedi Navy branch within the officer's residence, the three sisters arrived together with Hua Ye. They were once princesses of the Cataxia royal family, but later fell into slavery and were trained for a year. Bai Lin, Bai Yang, and Bai Ji, all 17 years old, shared identical long light blue hair, fair skin, and slender legs, with nearly perfect proportions, as if they were sisters carved from the same mold. Inside the spacious suite, the three sisters blushed, exchanging nervous and bashful glances with one another. Such was fate. In reality, there was no room for reluctance. Big sister, are we to attend to the master for bed? The youngest Bai Yang whispered. Probably. He spent so much money, how could it be just for a massage? Bai Lin pursed her lips, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. As the eldest sister Bai Ji sighed, come on, cheer up. Don't forget your former status. Even if we become maids, we must never lose our decorum. Swish. Hua Ye walked out of the bathroom, casually draped in a bathrobe. The three sisters stood up. I think your names are hard to remember. They'll give you 3 new ones from now on: Xiao Sen, Xiao Qi, Xiao Jiao. The three sisters. Why 379? Where did 4568 go? But no one dared to ask. Whatever the master said was final. Before they could come to their senses, Hua Ye conjured 3 pairs of stockings in Xiangbedi fashion out of thin air. Black stockings, white stockings, and fishnet stockings were tossed to the three sisters respectively. These are your future work uniforms. The three sisters. Xiao San was the first to react, blushing as she prepared to change right there on the spot. I'll go to the next room and change first before coming back, Hua Ye said casually. The three sisters. Aren't we your maids now? Do we still need to avoid you? But in the end they nodded and left. Watching the three sisters depart, Hua Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly, using this to test an old cadre, huh? Real princesses turned into maids, and beautiful triplet sisters at that. How many men's ultimate dream in the past life was this? In the pirate world, girls, judging by Libika's proportions, were actually quite mature, but this was somewhat immoral. Moreover, as a powerhouse, Hua Ye still had self-restraint. He wasn't trying to be a hypocritical gentleman, but there was no help for it. After all, he was a beginner. For his first time, he had to find beauties of the caliber of Nami Lubin, Hankyuk Tenyushi, Shidela Lejotina Desiki, and Ziyuan Wright. As for these black-stocking little maids, for now, they were just eye candy. He would wait until they came of age. Soon the three sisters changed clothes and returned to the living room. Hua Ye leaned back on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the three, and nodded with satisfaction. This is much more pleasing to the eye than before. Sit down and talk. The three sisters were worthy of their courtly training, sitting with perfect posture. Coupled with their current attire and their innate noble bearing, the contrast created a visual impact that was simply off the charts. Hua Ye crossed his legs and said calmly, now introduce yourselves, your special skills and ability. Xiao Sen straightened her back. To answer the master, I studied financial management in the palace and also learned some basic swordsmanship. In the auction house training camp, I also learned cooking and. Alright, no need to go on. Hua Ye raised a hand to stop her. As fallen royalty sold into slavery to fetch a good price besides preserving their virginity, professional matrons would naturally have taught them some special skills. Xiaoqi twisted her fingers and spoke. Master, I can play the piano and sing. After her introduction, Hua Ye turned to Xiaojiao. Master, I am very skilled, but... Oh, what special talent do you have? Tell me in detail. Xiaojiao said, somewhat puzzled. I can sense others' emotions, even their inner thoughts, but I cannot sense the master's emotions. As Xiao Jiu elaborated, Hua Ye nodded in sudden realization. A naturally special observation Haki, and a rare mind perception. Perhaps those with innate observation Haki could resonate with each other. Back at the auction, Hua Ye had sensed that this Xiao Jiu seemed somewhat special, which was why he requested the three sisters. However, due to the difference in Haki intensity, it was normal for Xiao Jiu to be unable to perceive his emotions. Xiao Jiu's observation Haki was likely identical to Princess Yiji's, and its rarity was even comparable to Conqueror's Haki. Alright, it's getting late. The room next door is yours. Get some sleep early. Remember to make breakfast tomorrow morning. Your specialty for 20 people. Hua Ye waved his hand and conjured stacks of berries out of thin air. The amount looked to be over 100 million. This is your allowance for this period plus grocery money. Let me know when it runs out. The three sisters exchanged glances. So we're just cooks. But what was with 20 portions? In the end, Xiao San was the first to snap back to reality, quickly stashing the berries away. Master, are guests coming tomorrow? No, just me. I have a big appetite. Prepare that amount from now on. The three sisters glanced at Hua Ye again, then returned to their room. They noticed that the master's face showed neither hypocritical righteousness nor the awkwardness of suppressing desire. All right, cooks it is. Today they had expected a bloody affair, but it turned out to be a test of endurance. This left the three sisters momentarily unsure whether to be relieved or disappointed. The next morning, Hua Ye took the three little maids along with Long Ziyuan and others to tour the Xiangbidi areas 1 through 2. It was a nexus of human trafficking, fencing, stolen goods, the underground black market, and the red light district. Gangsters, brutal pirates, and slave traders frequently prowled these streets where open conflicts were a common sight, and ordinary civilians barely set foot here. Oi, Long Kizura, you two want to protect the common folk, don't you? Let me teach you a lesson today. Hua Ye glanced at the two behind him and said casually. Amid chatting, the group arrived at an underground casino. Vice Admiral, why have we come to a place like this? Kizara, not yet the Marine Vice Admiral skilled in geisha arts and luring targets to capture them, was quite puzzled about openly visiting a casino. To give a lesson, Hua Ye pushed the door open and strode in without looking back. Inside the casino, smoke curled, and the clatter of dice, curses, and the clash of chips mingled into a cacophony. Why are the Marines here? The gamblers' faces shifted at the sight of Marine uniforms. Yet some seasoned players said nonchalantly, what's the fuss? This place is legal. Maybe these Marines just want to have some fun, though it's rare to see them wearing their Marine greatcoats inside. Xiao Jiu, go buy some chips, just with the leftover money from yesterday's groceries. Hua Ye pointed to the largest dice table in the center of the casino and whispered a few words into her ear. Xiao Jiu frowned at first, then her eyes gradually lit up. Xiao Jiu was the most playful among the three women, and since this task was assigned by her master, it seemed quite entertaining. Her observation Haki could read others' thoughts, making every player's hand transparent to her. Yes, master. Clutching her chips, she pondered for a moment before heading to the largest table in the center of the casino. Seated around it were gamblers of all stripes. A cigar-smoking merchant, a scar-faced pirate, and elegantly dressed noble. Care to play, miss? The dealer asked with a smile. Could you teach me how? Xiao Jiu scratched her head, sheepishly giving off an air of an easy mark. Though he had traversed countless timelines, this was indeed Hua Ye's first visit to a casino in this life. Leaning back in his chair, he watched the scene and couldn't help but muse. There's a guy in the Beast's Pirates named Hold'em. His name literally sounds like Texas Hold'em. This pirate world is really something. They even have Texas Hold'em. Since Head decided to stay for 2 years, he needed money, didn't he? Robbing people all the time was too boring. Besides, Hua Ye wanted to experience the feeling of having so much money that it lost all meaning. And the money here was perfect for that. At the poker table, Xiao Jiu was genuinely playing for the first time. With her observation Haki to read minds, she felt poker offered her the best chance of winning. She didn't need to know much every round. She just swept her observation Haki across the table and knew exactly what cards everyone held. In less than half an hour, the small pile of chips in front of Xiao Jiu had grown into a massive mound. Leaning back in his chair, Hua Ye suddenly felt a bit bored. Xiao Jiu, stopped playing. Winning this way is way too slow. He stood up, casually grabbed the pile of chips before her, and weighed them in his hand. Come on, let's go somewhere else. He walked straight to the dice area at the back of the casino. Place your bets. At the dice table, the dealer, a bald, burly man, was shaking the cup and shouting. Hua Ye pushed all his chips on a big with a loud clatter, the mountain of chips scattering across the table. The bald dealer's eyelid twitched, but he said nothing. The dice cup landed. 426, big. 400 million. Next round, Hua Ye pushed the 400 million onto small. The cup opened again. 153, small. 800 million. And so it went. Hua Ye called it perfectly every time, going Allen each round until he had won 4 billion berries. Long and Ji Yuan were dumbfounded. The crowd's initial jeers had turned into dead silence. Everyone was staring at the white-haired rear admiral, who seemed to see right through the dice cup. Inside a VIP room, a tall, thin man in a robe stared at the table through a one-way mirror. He was the casino's general manager, once a moderately famous pirate on the Grand Line. Below, a Paramecia-type dice fruit user capable of manipulating any dice roll at will. After submitting to the underworld, he oversaw several casino syndicates specializing in dealing with cheaters and outrageously lucky gamblers. His ability had never failed against gamblers who didn't know Haki. "Manager, if this keeps up, that kid is going to drain half a year's profits," the assistant said with a cold sweat. Normally, the casino's thugs would have already stepped in to persuade someone to leave. After all, these lawless zones were backed by powerful forces. But Hua Ye wore the cloak of a Marine Rear Admiral. Though in the original One Piece story Rear Admirals were often fodder, in this real pirate world the rank commanded considerable status. In the Four Seas, a captain was essentially the highest authority of a branch, while a Rear Admiral could govern an entire region. "Hell, what are you panicking for?" Below let out a cold laugh. "I don't know what ability that Marine brat has, but my ability is the dice themselves. I can control any dice I've touched. Hell, spit back every berry he's won with interest." The bald dealer received the order and continued shaking the cup without batting an eye. "Rear Admiral going Allen again." The bald man forced himself to stay calm. Hua Ye pushed the 4 billion chips forward with a blank expression, bet on triple SIXS. Behind the one-way mirror below sneered. Even without his interference, triple sixes were nearly impossible. The dice cup landed. Just as the bald man was about to lift the lid, a silver glint flashed in Hua Ye's eyes. Room 1 Jintua. In an instant, the entire casino was shrouded in the power of time. A large-scale time-freezing ability Hua Ye had recently developed. Though it consumed immense stamina and was largely ineffective against powerful Haki users, it was more than enough for the casino. Everyone in the room was frozen in place except for Long Zhiyuan, Xiaosan, Xiaoqi, and Xiaojiu. "Rear Admiral." Zhiyuan's eyes widened as she watched Hua Ye swagger toward the dice table. Hua Ye lifted the cup, glanced down, and let out a derisive snort. Casually, he rearranged the dice into triple sixes, replaced the cup, and turned to wink at the stunned Long. The upright Long swallowed hard. "Rear Admiral Liang. Shouldn't we stand for justice? This is cheating." Hua Ye walked back to his seat, grinning. "Making the wicked taste their own wickedness. Isn't that justice?" What kind of reasoning is that?" Long opened his mouth to argue, but found himself unable to form a rebuttal. This was a lawless zone, a place of evil by nature. Long asked himself, what is justice? Marines capturing pirates is justice. Marines maintaining the Celestial Dragon's order is justice. But is it justice when Marines stand idly by at auction houses watching innocent civilians, even princesses, sold as merchandise? His mind churned in chaos, sweat beading on his forehead. Ji Yuan was also stunned, having believed since childhood that Marines were supposed to follow rules. Yet here was a man who from his first day in the service operated outside every rule, yet was more unassailable than anyone. She suddenly realized her understanding of justice had been too shallow. "What do you think I'm corrupting you?" Hua Ye glanced at them and asked calmly. Long was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "No. It's just a bit hard to get used to." "Then get used to it." Hua Ye sat back down, snapped his fingers, and time resumed its flow. The dice cup landed, everyone returned to normal, and behind the one-way mirror below's lips curled into a smirk. No matter how incredible that Rear Admiral's ability is, even if he changed the numbers, it's useless. No one can beat my power when it comes to dice. Open. The lid was lifted. 3 dice lay quietly on the table. 666. The bald dealer's smile instantly froze, and the surrounding gamblers erupted in deafening exclamations. 1 to 50 odds. The 4 billion berry chips Hua Ye had just placed had now become 200 billion berry. What a joke. This was several times Lachesis' bounty. Even the heavenly tribute paid annually by the world government's supermember nations would be around this amount. Selling the entire Xiangbedi G19 couldn't raise this money. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. A roar came from the direction of the private room. Valuo kicked open the one-way glass and staggered into the hall. He stared fixedly at the 3 dice in the cup. He had activated his ability just before the lid was opened, yet the command on the dice received not even a trace of feedback. Hua Ye leaned back in his chair, looking at him lazily. "Oh, impossible. The way you say that. It's as if you knew in advance what numbers would come up." All gazes in the hall turned sharply to him. Valuo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He didn't get to be casino manager in the lawless zone by just pounding the table. "Everyone, this is a Rear Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Do you understand what that means? Haki and Devil Fruit abilities are standard for them." People in the crowd began whispering. Everyone present had sailed the seas, that who didn't know that a Marine Rear Admiral must at least master 2 types of Haki. Devil Fruit abilities were even more varied. That scene was indeed suspicious. Kept going Allen and kept winning until the final throw gave a triple. "Man, we're not from Hajig when no one would believe you didn't cheat. A Rear Admiral like you. Don't you find it beneath you to play such tricks? Baluo kept ranting. Long and Ziyuan watched this scene not knowing how to explain. They had personally seen Hua Ye fiddle with the dice. Hua Ye looked at Baluo with a sly smile. Oh, I admitted I cheated. But do you have proof? We Marines are all about evidence. The whole place erupted. Damn, this Marine admitted it. Isn't this a bit shameless? Shut up. Don't talk, let's just watch the show. The smarter members of the crowd chose to keep quiet and spectate. On the sea the strong rule, reasoning isn't how things work. He's strong, so what if he cheated? This is the lawless zone of Xiangbedi. If someone like Luo Qixi came even without cheating, who would dare? Baluo didn't know what means Hua Ye had used to even suppress his dice fruit. Fight fire with fire. The other party was a Marine Rear Admiral after all. Reason with him. But he just looked like he wanted money. So what if he admitted to cheating? You had no proof. It's like if I said I'm your father. Does that make it true? Looks like I have to give him some face first, then compete with influence. Baluo gritted his teeth. Being unable to find proof of your cheating is our casino's incompetence, but 200 billion is truly impossible. We can scrape together 2 billion berry. Our backer is the god of fortune. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow. The king of loan sharks feared. 40 years later, he would control the flow of money, specializing in lending. Even the 4 emperors owed him favors. But later he was killed by Satusi while robbing the treasure chest. This guy was only in his 20s now, already claiming to be the god of fortune in Xiangbedi. Oh, what is the god of fortune? Never heard of him. I don't make friends with just anyone. If you want to default, I don't mind using force. Hua Ye stretched his voice, smiling, his right hand shaped like a pistol index finger igniting black flames aimed at Baluo. Baluo froze in place. Hua Ye had not used any haki, yet he felt cold all over. You? A Rear Admiral of the Marines, how can you be so unreasonable? I'm teaching you the truth. As Hua Ye's words fell, the black flame shot out. Baluo was blasted several meters away, the black flame piercing his shoulder blade, but it didn't extinguish. As he flailed, it spread over his entire body. What kind of ability is this? Save me quickly, save me. Several casino bodyguards hastily fetched buckets of water from the corner and poured them over him, but the black flame continued to burn without ceasing. Baluo screamed incessantly, his skin beginning to carbonize, a smell of roasted meat filling the air. Don't bother, ordinary water can't extinguish it. Hua Ye said with amusement. Rear Admiral, whatever you say is the truth. He'll pay. Please spare me. Upon hearing this, Baluo finally broke down. Casino rules, underworld face. All were nothing in the face of absolute power. As the words fell, the black flame mysteriously extinguished. The gamblers exchanged glances, some timid ones had already slipped away. Just then footsteps sounded from the second floor. Mr. Liang, I've long admired you. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A young man in a black suit with a gold coin brooch on his lapel walked out from the crowd. He looked about 25 or 26, his slicked back hair immaculate, a merchant smile on his face. The young man walked unhurriedly to Hua Ye, slightly bowing. I am feared. Thanks to the kindness of friends in the underworld, I've been given the nickname God of Fortune. This casino is exactly my humble establishment. He straightened up with a smile, but the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed his inner state. If it were an ordinary Rear Admiral who dared to offend him like this, he would spare no expense to hire pirates and assassins for a hit. But the white-haired Rear Admiral before him was someone who had nearly kicked Dark King Lele to death and had sat beside Jialin Sheng at the GR1 auction house drinking together. A mere moneylender, how could he confront such a ruthless man? Hire assassins. Who? Luo Qixi. But 200 billion berry. Even selling all his assets bundled together couldn't match that number. Mr. Liang, 200 billion is indeed no small amount. Du Feared pulled a black fund card from his pocket and presented it with both hands. Look, here are 4 billion berry, the total liquid funds the casino can mobilize today. As for the rest. He gritted his teeth, his smile unwavering. For the remaining part, if you don't mind, I am willing to handle everything for you in Xiangbedi, whether it's intelligence or matters inconvenient for the Marines to handle directly. Just a word. Hua Ye glanced at the black card, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 3 sisters beside him. Xiao San, Xiao Qi, Xiao Jiu. Usually having 2 by my side is enough. Arrange your own schedules to take over this place. Yes, master. Xiao Jiu was the first to react, immediately responding. Xiao San took a deep breath and at Hua Ye's signal took the black card from Du Feared's hands. Master, we will manage this place well. Hua Ye glanced at her, said nothing more, and turned to walk out the door. They were former princesses of affiliated kingdoms, people of experience. Their foundation and insight shouldn't be too bad. Of course, Hua Ye thought it wouldn't matter even if things went wrong. He wasn't interested in money anyway. The group walked out of the casino. Long followed behind, Hua Ye puzzled. Rear Admiral. Are we just leaving like this? What else? Stay and hand out justice flyers. Hua Ye didn't turn his head. Ziyuan's hand remained on her sword hilt silent. Every military regulation she had memorized since enlisting swirled in her mind, but not one could explain what had just happened. A Marine Rear Admiral admitted to cheating, and then the casino boss came out groveling, not only paying up, but also offering allegiance. Isn't this extortion? Ziyuan bit her lower lip and finally couldn't help speaking out. Hua Ye turned back to look at the two subordinates who had failed at keeping their composure and couldn't help laughing. Yes, of course it is. But tell me. He put his hands in his pockets and gestured with his chin toward the slave auction house not far away. Everyone in there. Which one of them wasn't taken by force? When the Marines protect such a place, doesn't that make them accomplices? Hey. A week had passed. The tale of the white-haired Marine Rear Admiral's extravagant gambling in the GR-19 district had already spread throughout the entire lawless zone of Xiangbidi, and the rumors grew increasingly outlandish. Oi, that white-haired Rear Admiral. He's got a pistol that shoots black flames, the Navy's new weapon. I was there that day. Dufeard knelt right before that man and offered up all his wealth with both hands. Is that really true? But he's the god of wealth. They say all the casinos in GR-19 are now run by some young girl, rumored to be that Marine's lover. Whatever you do, don't provoke that monster's people. Garp, look at the soldier you've raised. Steelbone Kong slammed the intel onto the table, a prominent vein bulging on his forehead. Inside the Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters Malenfanguo. Cheating, extortion. Does that Liang even remember he's wearing a Marine cloak? Garp munched on his senbei, chewing slowly, utterly indifferent. He probably does. It was I who gave him that uniform. Steelbone Kong felt his blood pressure soaring ever since Liang had arrived. As the acting fleet admiral, this job was truly becoming more and more difficult. Liang won 200 billion berries at the Xiangbidi casinos. 200 billion. And he definitely won using his ability. That kid Dufeard couldn't come up with the money, so he's already been taken in as a lackey. The Navy taking in a criminal underling. This will make the Navy a laughingstock. 200 billion. That kid's got some skill. The Cheeman fruit sure comes in handy. When I see him, I'll have to make him treat me. Garp remained unfazed by Steelbone Kong's outburst, still speaking with a detached air. Finally, Steelbone Kong sighed and dropped the subject, shifting the conversation. There's also something else. Jialansheng has already sent a Liang to the Moer Kingdom. He's to reclaim a devil fruit that belongs to the world government. This should have been CP's job, and the Navy could have refused, but that kid agreed without hesitation. As Steelbone Kong finished speaking, the office fell into a brief silence. Garp frowned, a rare sight. The Moer Kingdom. Wasn't that a non-member country in the New World? It was close to Beehive Island, a territory under Lachesis control. Jialansheng sent a Liang there to snatch a fruit. Garp acknowledged a Liang's strength, but the boy was still too young. This mission might well pit him against the entire Luokisi pirates. Going alone facing the entire Luokisi crew, even he wouldn't be sure of getting away unscathed. And Liang was bringing along his son and that new recruit Ziyuan. He had virtually no combat force under his command. Vice Admiral Tsuru finally spoke, her tone calm. The Inu no Mi mythical Zoan nine-tailed fox form. It said this fruit is incredibly unpredictable. It's no wonder the celestial dragons are interested. Steelbone Kong planted his hands on the desk and looked at Garp. Garp, we know your temperament. If a Liang working for the celestial dragons gets into trouble and his subordinates. Sengoku's gaze lingered on Garp's face for a few seconds, but he said nothing. His old friend loathed the celestial dragons more than anything. If his junior, who called him brother, and his own son were to die in this mission assigned by the celestial dragons, Garp might really do something irrational. The sea wind howled as a world government warship raced across the ocean, using the government's exclusive sea currents to speed toward the New World. Hua Ye lounged casually on a deck chair with Xiaoqi massaging his soles and Xiaojiu peeling fruit for him. Not far away, Long read the mission details and furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment, Long approached his irresponsible superior. He first wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then spoke calmly. The non-member kingdom Moer Kingdom recently seized a devil fruit from a merchant ship of a member kingdom. According to intelligence, it was originally meant to be presented to Jialansheng, a very rare devil fruit. At first, the world government tried gentle measures, offering 2 billion berries to buy it back. But the Moer King demanded 15 billion. Long recounted the intel to Hua Ye, though much of it had been sanitized. Gentle measures. It was merely that the Moer Kingdom was too close to Beehive Island, a territory of Luokisi. The world government didn't want to pay the high cost of a punitive expedition. Once the lengthy briefing was nearly over, Ziyuan drew close and frowned. Rear Admiral, Liang, this mission will likely bring us into conflict with the Luokisi pirates, won't it? That's precisely why we need the Rear Admiral and me to complete this mission. A cold voice came from behind Ziyuan, and Long turned to look. A CP0 agent in a white suit and mask strode up to them, speaking arrogantly. I believe that with me and Liang here, this mission will be quite straightforward. Hua Ye slightly opened his eyes, measuring him up, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. And this is, what's your name? What's your strength? CP0, Lu Bianitiao. Dariki 4500. Lu Bianitiao replied indifferently, his tone haughty. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow. Lu Bianitiao. What a name. Dariki, huh? That Rob Lucci of Eni's lobby in the future had a Dariki of 4,000, right? Stronger than Lucci then. Still, that's only Vice Admiral level. Who gave you the nerve to act so cocky? I don't care what you think, I care what I think, he said. With your strength, what are you pretending for? What difference does it make whether you're here or not? I can handle the mission alone. Hua Ye's lips curled into a sneer as he taunted directly. The tone and attitude of Lu Bianitiao moments ago were exactly like the harsh words Lucci had once spoken on the island of Elbath. As long as I and Kizaru are here, you all will die. Hua Ye mused inwardly, this guy is nothing more than trash worth scrubbing even the toilet of a Yonko, yet he dares to speak such arrogant words in front of my little maid and subordinates. Lu Bianitiao's face turned livid beneath his mask. Even the Marine admirals speak to me with courtesy. What do you mean by, what difference does it make whether you're here or not? Damn it. I am incredibly strong, yet he dares to look down on me. Lu Bianitiao instinctively clenched his fist, barely suppressing the urge to draw his blade and duel. Before coming, he had been warned by his colleagues, and had heard of this white-haired rear admiral. This man was immensely powerful, having fought the Dark King Rayleigh for dozens of hours, and gained the upper hand. Moreover, he had no regard for marine principles. At the auction, he sat beside St. Jolin, never once bowing, and in the end St. Jolin even took the initiative to buy 3 female slaves for him. A monster who could be treated thus by the revered St. Jolin. Even though Lu Bianitiao was infuriated, he dared not act out. Rear Admiral A. Liang indeed lives up to his reputation. Lu Bianitiao forced these words out through gritted teeth, his mask concealing the remarkable expression on his face at that moment. Hua Ye's tone remained disdainful, finished praising. Then go be busy. I need to take a nap. I shall take my leave. 3 days later, the warship was about to arrive at the Mole Kingdom. On the deck, the atmosphere was eerie. At the center of a huge round table, a copper pot, with bubbling red chili oil, sent up hot steam, and the pungent spicy aroma was carried across the entire ship by the sea breeze. The table was piled with ingredients. Top-grade Wagyu purchased from Sabadi, and the meat of a sea king that Hua Ye had casually killed. Hua Ye wolfed down the food, his face full of satisfaction, showing no tension whatsoever about the possibility of facing rocks. Hey, the sea kings in the New World taste better than those in paradise. Xiao Jiu put in 2 more plates. Yes, master. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiu flanked him, one peeling lobster, the other helping cook the meat, occasionally taking a bite themselves. 10 meters away from the round table, the bulging veins on Lu Bianitiao's face beneath his mask were still clearly visible. In his entire life, he had never suffered such humiliation. Just a few hours earlier, Hua Ye had ordered him to dive into the deep sea to catch lobsters. Was a direct agent of the celestial dragons supposed to serve the Marines. As a result, Lu Bianitiao, with a bounty of 4,500, was kicked straight into the sea 1,000 meters away. Moreover, Hua Ye declared that if he didn't catch lobsters weighing 10 pounds, he wouldn't be allowed back on the ship. Damn it. I caught all those seafood items, yet you won't let me sit at the table. This kid definitely did it on purpose. But over at the round table, the atmosphere was entirely different. Long sat opposite Hua Ye, clearly not very interested in the food. He couldn't help but speak. Rear Admiral A. Liang, the Mole Kingdom is within the territory of the Rocks Pirates. Aren't you being too relaxed? Hua Ye continued to devour his meal. Long suddenly glanced at the trembling CP0 agent nearby and lowered his voice. That CP0. Can he be of any help against the Rocks Pirates? And the way you treated him. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow. Are you looking at that waist? Worried he'll take the chance to stab me in the back. I just think St. Jolin might be trying to use a tiger to drive away a wolf. I don't think that person is magnanimous. Earlier. Then Long spoke in a low voice about his thoughts. St. Jolin is not magnanimous at all. You captured Xia Qi, causing him to be chopped into pieces by Newgate. Although the matter was suppressed, quite a few strong individuals know about it. You indirectly slapped Figureland's face. But at the auction, he not only didn't make things difficult for you, but even bought you slaves. That's abnormal. The Mole Kingdom is less than half a day's voyage from Beehive Island. There's a 90% chance we'll run into the Rocks Pirates. Yet St. Jolin only sent a guy of that caliber to assist you. If we encounter the Rocks crew and you die on Beehive Island, St. Jolin loses nothing since you agreed to the mission yourself. If you come back alive and even obtain the fruit, it would just prove your strength. Abie. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow, listening to Long analyze with such clarity, and couldn't help but marvel. What a promising recruit. No wonder he's destined to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After Long poured out all his thoughts, Hua Ye suddenly lowered his voice. What if some force majeure happens? We could surrender and become pirates on Beehive Island. I heard Xia Qi runs a bar there. Long's cold sweat completely erupted. Don't joke like that, sir. Hua Ye laughed heartily and picked up his chopsticks again. Your cold sweat is really amusing. Long instinctively wiped his forehead. Oh, it's just my constitution. I sweat when I'm nervous. Don't worry, I have everything under control. By the way, Hua Ye suddenly stood up and said seriously, Long, we enlisted at the same time. Calling by rank all the time feels distant. I think highly of you. How about calling me Big Brother from now on? Long was taken aback. Liang was still so unpredictable. Calling him Big Brother. Liang was someone father acknowledged all along. Long had measured himself against his father Garp. Long felt that Liang was neither righteous nor evil, neither like a marine nor a pirate. He was simply a capricious monster. Yet after this period of time together, he had indeed accepted Liang. Don't want to call me that. If not, fine. Not many people get accepted as my little brother. Hua Ye spread his hands. Long hesitated for a few seconds, then finally said solemnly, Big Brother, can you at least tell me your next plan? Hua Ye shrugged like a bear. What plan? Let's not talk about that. Since you've called me Big Brother, from now on you're the third brother. When the time comes, you'll meet your second brother. Then he glanced at Xiao Jiao, who was peeling shrimp. I recall the black industry in Sabati includes a red light district, right? After the mission, arrange one for my brother here to improve his constitution. Long was dumbfounded, truly dumbfounded. I just talked to you about so many serious things. Did you even listen? Who is the second brother? Does Liang have another younger brother? This is too absurd. Arrange a cluck-cluck, sister. Big Brother, don't mess around. Your third brother is only 15. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up. She stopped peeling shrimp and excitedly approached Long, starting to examine him. That scrutinizing gaze made Long's cold sweat gush again. This Xiao Jiao could read minds. Master, actually, he has a little bit of expectation in his heart. No problem, I'll arrange the most beautiful star for him. Long stumbled back in fright. Big Brother, I am a Marine. This is against military discipline. And if father finds out, he'll kill me. Hua Ye, Long, life is short. Enjoy it while you can. Besides, I think your father will only thank me for continuing the monkey family line. He won't do anything to you. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Father will definitely kill me first, and then kill you. In the afternoon, the warship arrived at the port of the Moer Kingdom. The crowd stood on the deck, gazing at this non-member nation. What flew over the port was not the flag of the Moer Kingdom, but the pirate flag of the Rocks Pirates. Just as I thought, Long muttered softly, staring at that flag. Actually, there was nothing surprising about it. In the future, the territories of the four emperors would all be like this. Even Fishman Island, a world government member, flew Whitebeard's flag. The warship lowered the gangway. Dozens of soldiers disembarked in formation, with Lubian Itiao at the forefront, warily scanning the surroundings. 2 rows of guards had already arrayed themselves on the port to receive them, their eyes filled with undisguised hostility. Hua Ye was the last to set foot on the port. He activated his observation Haki, and the entire kingdom gradually became clear in his perception. Aren't there any officers from the Rocks Pirates? Hua Ye sounded disappointed. Just then a plump man in an ornate robe approached with a beaming smile from not far away. Esteemed lords of the world government, your humble king has been waiting for a long time. This man was none other than the king of the Moer Kingdom, King Moer. Hua Ye looked over the fat man before him, curling his lips. I heard you stole a devil fruit belonging to the world government. I've been ordered to retrieve it. Well, that fruit was originally discovered by our people. How can it be considered stealing? King Moer's smile faded a little, and with a pained expression, he launched into a lengthy explanation. The 9-tailed fox fruit was indeed first discovered by an expedition from the Moer Kingdom on an uninhabited island. However, news leaked out, and on the return voyage they were outmaneuvered by a merchant ship from Dressrosa, which intercepted the fruit midway. Later, Dressrosa decided to present it to the celestial dragons, who naturally claimed it as their own. King Moer had merely taken it back again. Master, half of what that fat man said is true, Xiao Jiao muttered quietly, standing beside Hua Ye. Conflicting accounts were commonplace on the Great Sea. Whoever had the bigger fist determined which version became the truth. Long stood beside Hua Ye, silent. Before coming, he had reviewed the intelligence provided by the world government, which simply stated, the Moer Kingdom robbed a merchant ship from a member nation. There was no context. If he hadn't heard the king's words today, he would never have known that there was another narrative behind this righteous mission. Hua Ye picked his ear, completely uninterested in the backstory, and instead began pondering the distribution of the fruit. The 9-tailed fox fruit could transform into the appearance of anyone it touched. It was an advanced version of the mimic fruit. He certainly wouldn't give it to Jialing Shang, but who should eat it? Tian Yuesher or Saiwan? The 9-tailed fox didn't seem to suit them. During his time travels, Hua Ye had seized many devil fruits, and they were all stored in the River of Time. For instance, he now possessed a series of powerful fruits, such as the Dor fruit, the Munch fruit, the Year fruit, the fruit, and so on. Hua Ye paced over to King Moer, grinning. What the hell do I care about all that? Hand over the fruit. If you have a grievance, go beat the drum at the Holy Land's gate another day. I'll cheer you on. King Moer's jowls quivered. After all that talk, this white-haired marine really wasn't giving him any face. He glanced up at the Rock's flag fluttering overhead and gritted his teeth. Rear Admiral, you can't put it that way. This is the territory of the Rock's pirates. This matter of the fruit. King Moer paused, a note of menace creeping into his tone. Your king does not wish to clash with the Navy. Why don't you gentlemen rest for a while at the palace and allow me to play the host? As it happens, Lady Linlin will be coming today to taste the pastries we have prepared for her. She loves excitement, so I'm sure she'll be delighted to see you. As his words fell, several soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their rifles. Lubian Yishio's gaze behind his mask also turned somewhat grave. Hua Ye, on the other hand, became intrigued. Charlotte Linlin. She should be 28 now, right? Over 8 meters tall, her figure was still perfect, and her long legs were quite eye-catching. Oh, that's perfect. I heard that woman is looking for a husband everywhere. They'll just introduce my brother here to her. Hua Ye smirked at Long. Long broke out in a cold sweat. Big brother, this joke isn't funny at all. Hua Ye patted his shoulder seriously. Who's joking with you? She's quite beautiful and has the aura of an empress. If you could win her over. Long's face twisted like he had indigestion. She's 28 and 15. And they say she already has several husbands. Isn't that perfect? She has experience. She can teach you. King Moer watched this absurd exchange, his jowls twitching uncontrollably. Did this guy even realize what the Rock's pirates represented? Did he think Lady Linlin was here for a matchmaking? In the palace banquet hall, the long table was laden with all kinds of desserts and roasted meat. Hua Ye unceremoniously took the seat of honor. King Moer sat to the side, his smile worse than a grimace. Just as the atmosphere grew most peculiar, the palace doors were thrust open violently. Mama, where are the pastries? Charlotte Linlin strode into the banquet hall. Her voluptuous-toned figure had not an ounce of flab, her fair slender legs were long, and her face was striking with heroic features. Hua Ye couldn't help marveling inwardly if this woman didn't have countless ex-lovers, and if being her man didn't come with constant risk of cuckoldry taking her and wouldn't be entirely out of the question. But alas, there was no if. Behind Linlin followed a burly young man with horns on his head, his face screaming, I am not to be trifled with. Lady Linlin. Lord Kaido. King Moer scrambled to his feet to bow. Linlin didn't even look at him. Her gaze landed directly on the white-haired marine in the main seat. Hua Ye leaned back in his chair, appraising her long legs and curves like a connoisseur examining art, then grinned. So you're Charlotte Linlin. He then turned to Long beside him. This brother of mine, Garp's son, is still single. Care to consider him? Long instantly died of social embarrassment. At that moment he felt he should be under the table, not at it. Mama. Garp's son. Linlin burst out laughing and casually walked over to sit opposite Hua Ye. She naturally recognized this white-haired rear admiral. Wasn't this the monster who had kidnapped Shakky and fought Rayleigh? Suddenly, she leaned forward, her heroic face thrust close to Long's. Long was frozen in his chair, his back pressed tightly against the chair back, unable to retreat. Mama, that bastard Garp's son is a sweaty little brat. Not bad-looking, but too green. Hey little brat, what can you do? Sweat. Hua Ye answered for him directly. Long was completely short-circuited. Big brother, stop messing with me. Lingling turned to look at Hua Ye, leaning forward again dramatically, and suddenly changed her tone. What does a Navy brat want to do on Lachesis turf? Luokisi is not a nice person, you know. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? Hua Ye grinned, staring straight into the abyss without blinking. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. That's Luokisi after all. You're afraid? I can't tell. Lingling squinted, sizing up Hua Ye. This kid is looking at me like that. Does he want to have a baby with me? Young enough, handsome enough, and a monster to boot. Having a child with a man like that, the offspring would surely be a monster too, wouldn't it? This would be a wonderful thing. Hey Navy brat, keeps staring at me like that. Do you want to have a child with me? If you want, it's not impossible. Sorry, I don't. I like Xiachi. Hua Ye, expression unchanged, directly refused. Lingling's face stiffened. Damn it. You white-haired bastard, shamelessly staring at me, and then turning around to say you like Xiachi. Everyone on the C1, and all, why do they all like Xiachi? Am I really that much worse than Xiachi? Hua Ye put down his wine glass, his tone shifting. Miss Lingling, I'm not here for a matchmaking. King Moer stole a fruit belonging to the world government. I'm here to take it back. What fruit? I don't know about it. Not angered by the rejection, Lingling became interested in the fruit instead. A fruit that the world government has its eyes on must be strong. Her beloved son Ka-Taku Li doesn't have a devil fruit yet. King Moer was sweating on his forehead, hurriedly explaining, Lady Lingling, it's the fruit discovered in our country some time ago. I haven't had time to report to you yet. Then King Moer repeated what he had told Hua Ye earlier. As the name of the fruit was uttered, Kai Duo, who was gnawing on a meat stick in the corner, slowly lifted his head, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. At that time Kai Duo was still an intern under Luokisi, having not yet witnessed Garp's Haki on God Valley. However, he had seen Whitebeard's ability to shatter space, which made him determined to get a top-tier devil fruit to taste. Kaiduo Haki above all. Just kidding. Getting it into your mouth is what matters. Mythical Zoan Nine-Tailed Fox. Kaiduo licked his lips and suddenly spoke. He'll take this fruit. This loud roar instantly changed the atmosphere in the banquet hall. King Mo Air, who had been raising his glass, froze in place. Several maids holding pastries stood stunned at the entrance, afraid to step forward. Long and Ji Yuan simultaneously placed their hands on the weapons at their waists. Long, whose face was usually covered in cold sweat, now stopped sweating. Ji Yuan's gaze quickly swept between Kaiduo and Lingling, analyzing in his mind how he could contribute and not become a burden. At that moment, two future rising stars displayed the mentality of true powerhouses. Even Xiao Jiu's face showed little fear, not because her mindset was stronger than theirs, but because she inexplicably trusted her master. King Mo Air forced a smile and quickly tried to mediate. Lord Kaiduo, Lady Lingling, we can actually sit down and discuss the matter of this fruit slowly. Oh, you say you want it, so you take it. Hua Ye ignored King Mo Air and spoke calmly. As his words fell, the banquet hall's atmosphere completely froze. King Mo Air felt extremely bitter inside. He had originally wanted to benefit from the cracks. First use Rock's reputation to intimidate the world government, then sell the fruit at a good price. King Mo Air silently cursed Hua Ye for his stupidity. If 15 billion wasn't enough, they could still negotiate. Why did he have to reveal the matter of the fruit? Previously he had hinted that Rocks didn't know. Now that you've set him in a difficult position. In the corner of the banquet hall, Lu Bian Yitiao's face also turned extremely ugly. This monster, he's clearly here to provoke the Rocks pirates. His fingers pressed on the hilt of his sword, but in the end he chose to take a slight step back. That white hair had boasted earlier, saying he alone would handle the mission, and had humiliated him like that. Instead of staying to fight for his life, it would be better to slip back to the Holy Land amid the chaos and report, no one could fault him for that. Lingling propped her chin on her hand, smiling at Kaiduo. Kaiduo, he's not giving you face. Oro. Kaiduo burst out laughing. He was about to say something threatening when unexpectedly Hua Ye vanished from his spot. The next instant a silver flash appeared before Kaiduo. Crack, crack, crack. Conqueror's Haki gathered at the fist, exploding with dense black lightning. Hua Ye let out a fierce roar, then threw a punch. Fist-bone collision. Before the fist even touched Kaiduo, a visible dark black curtain exploded between them. From a distance. Just like Garp's attack that shattered half of Beehive Island back, then the shockwave mixed with devastating Haki slammed directly onto Kaiduo's head. Boom! Kaiduo's face still carried an uncontrolled smile, but his entire face was now contorted. His massive body like a meteor crashed through the banquet hall's wall. Boom! 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 Debris splattered. Kaiduo's indestructible body smashed through several walls of the royal palace, from the banquet hall to the garden, from the garden to the outer wall, all the way to the end. Along the way, stone pillars and statues all turned to dust. He crashed straight into the shallow sea outside the harbor, stirring up a water column dozens of meters high. Cough, cough, cough. Impossible. I can actually fly this far. In the sea, Kaiduo coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up from the water, but found his head buzzing, clearly temporarily incapacitated. After all, he was only 19 years old, far from being the world's strongest creature. The fact that Hua Ye's full-force punch didn't knock him out was already terrifying. Inside the banquet hall, Hua Ye withdrew his fist while using his observation Haki to sense Kaiduo's condition. Tisk. Hua Ye frowned and muttered, I already hit him straight in the head, but this punch still seems a bit lacking. If Garp had hit him, Kaiduo would probably be unconscious by now. Inside the banquet hall, everyone's mouths twitched. Does learning Garp's technique mean you have to hit the head? Too terrifying. Prometheus Napoleon. Here, mama. X2 a furious voice echoed in the silent banquet hall. Lingling's smile faded, her face filled with anger. She rose abruptly. With a wave of her left hand, a blazing sun ignited in her right hand. A giant sword appeared, instantly filling the entire banquet hall with oppressive pressure. Hey, white-haired brat, that Kaiduo kid is my little brother. You send him flying right in front of me. Where am I supposed to put my face? Prometheus grinned, flames surging. Mama, this brat is too arrogant. Let me burn him to death. Napoleon also shouted, Mama, let me cut him to death. Hua Ye shrugged helplessly. Miss Lingling, I was just telling him that Haki actually reigns supreme over everything. I'm teaching him not to indulge in the power of devil fruits. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Kaido doesn't need your lessons. He'll take you down myself. Lingling wasted no more words. Whether to avenge Kaido, secure the fruit for Katakali, or capture Hua Ye for breeding this battle was unavoidable. Flame impact. Prometheus transformed into a giant fireball, charging straight at Hua Ye's face. Playing with fire. Facing the overwhelming heat, Hua Ye smirked, raising a hand to the side of his chin, fingers slightly curled. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Black flames spewed from his mouth, violently colliding with the fireball. Boom! Hot, hot, hot. It burns, mama. This fire is devouring me. I'm going to be burned to death. Under normal circumstances, a clash of flames would not easily decide a victor. But Prometheus let out a piercing scream the moment it touched the black flame. A flame being burned to death. What a joke. Ling Ling's expression changed drastically. She yanked the screaming Prometheus back into her hand, and the black flames surged straight toward her. She raised Napoleon to block. Boom! The massive explosion pushed her back several meters. Ling Ling glanced down at the black flames burning on her body. Their temperature made even her steel-like skin feel a searing pain. What kind of flame is this? Ling Ling frowned tightly, then erupted Conqueror's Haki across her entire body, forcibly dispersing the clinging black flames. Mama, it's terrifying. That's no ordinary flame. Prometheus' voice was weak and its body had visibly dimmed. Ling Ling looked up. The entire banquet hall had turned into a hell of black flames, the air thick with a suffocating pressure. Amid the standoff, Hua Ye turned his head to glance at Xiaojiu beside him, casually slapped his palm backward, and Xiaojiu vanished. Ling Ling's pupils contracted again. What kind of devil fruit ability was this? The girl's aura had completely disappeared from her perception. Clearly, she wasn't as well-traveled as Roger or Rayleigh and failed to recognize the counterfeit Chiman fruit that Hua Ye had fabricated. In a corner, a passerby sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Chiman fruit possesses abilities similar to the pawpaw fruit. The intel was right. This fruit is truly all-encompassing. After doing all this, Hua Ye swept his gaze over Long and Ziyuan. The two immediately understood. Long grabbed the collapsed Moong and quickly disappeared down the corridor. Ling Ling caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, but did not stop them. After all, the white-haired man before her demanded her full attention. Mama, kid, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Ling Ling's laughter carried a hint of excitement as she prepared to strike at any moment. Hua Ye scanned the empty hall, his eyes also burning with curiosity. Hey, now no one's disturbing us. Should we have some fun? Fun? Sure, but I'm not that easy to satisfy. I wonder if your attacks are hard enough. Before the words faded, Napoleon, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, slashed down instantly. Boom! Hua Ye braced his right hand, catching the blow heat in. The banquet hall exploded layer by layer, centered on the two of them. Hua Ye knew well that his Haki was still no match for monsters like Garp, Roger, or Rox. He needed to keep fighting strong opponents to sharpen his Haki and spirit. Ling Ling was undoubtedly the best opponent for now. Her Haki might not be as strong as Rayleigh's, but her defense was world-class, rumored never to have been breached. Of course, Hua Ye believed that Garp, Roger, Rox, and Newgate had Haki strong enough to make Ling Ling bleed and break her defense. Rayleigh probably could too. And what Hua Ye wanted was to be able to do the same. Hive Island Shakky's rip-off bar was as lively as ever today, with a long line outside the door. Inside, several officers of the Rox pirates and a bunch of low-level pirates were seated. What? Kaido was Ling Ling's in a tough fight. A pirate holding a Den Mushi looked shocked and began recounting the situation in Moong Kingdom. Wang Ji licked his long tongue. That's only natural, isn't it? Not long ago, Rayleigh was also kicked flying. At the bar counter, Gloriosa set down her glass and remarked calmly, not the same. Kaido may not be the sharpest tool, but his physique is undeniable. In terms of raw physicality, Rayleigh can't compare. Haha, you mean that kid Kaido is just a punching bag? Shiki the Golden Lion grinned, his tone dripping. Behind the bar, Shakky paused while wiping a glass, then said nervously, so, you're not thinking of forming a group to go to Moong Kingdom and save face for Kaido, are you? Huh. Shakky-chan, you're acting suspicious. Wang Ji leaned toward the counter, his eyes full of gossip. Rumor has it you like that white-haired Marine, and he turned you down. Is that rumor true? Shakky masked her earlier tension. She didn't want to admit or deny it, so she simply rolled her eyes at Wang Ji and said nothing. Oi, what the hell? That's obviously a rumor. How could Shakky ever be rejected? Say that again, and it'll cut out your tongue. Shiki the Golden Lion flushed with anger. He was one of Shakky's top simps and wouldn't allow his goddess to be slandered. Shiki, you think your two supreme great swords can cut my tongue? What? Wang Ji, you dare mock my Yubashiri and Kajiro? Why are you barking at me, Shiki? Got the guts to fight that white-haired Marine? Or are you scared of getting kicked and losing face? Veins bulged on Shiki's forehead. Fine. He'll go teach that white-haired Marine a lesson first, then come back and cut off your tongue. Oi, Shiki, I'm coming too. A deep voice sounded from the corner of the bar. A burly man carrying a giant axe set down his drink and smiled faintly. He'll snatch that fruit. And while I'm at it, after you get beaten down, he'll send you to the afterlife, so you don't have to come back alive and embarrass yourself. Silver Axe, you bastard. What did you say? Shiki glared in fury at the corner. Can't hear well. I said it clearly, after you lose, he'll finish you off. The speaker was Shiki's nemesis, the assassin of the underworld known as Silver Axe. The two locked eyes, sparks flying in the air. Just then the tavern door slammed open. Ha ha ha. This is lively. Rox strode into the tavern followed by Newgate. Hey Rox, that white-haired marine is here. I'm going to take him down. Shakky spoke to Rox first, and then a few low-level pirates rushed over to Rox recounting the latest battle report. Oh, a mythical Zoan. The white-haired guy kicked Kaido from the castle into the sea. After hearing the situation, Rox was also full of excitement. That kid Kaido still needs to be tempered. I told you we would meet that white-haired brat sooner or later. Boys, prepare to set sail and retrieve that white-haired kid as our companion. Upon hearing that the Rox pirates would be fully mobilized, Shakky began to worry. According to the intel, a Leon only brought 2 lackeys and a CP0 agent. Without Carp and the others, how could the master possibly contend against the entire Rox pirates? If he were to stop these guys now, wouldn't that just confirm the rumors were true? Shakky fell into hesitation. Just as the cadres were getting ready to leave the tavern, a deep voice rang out before she could speak to stop them. No, none of you are going. The bar fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, are you going to go alone? You've been acting strangely lately. Yeah, you rarely take the initiative, and just a while ago you actively went to cut down the celestial dragons, and now you're going after the white-haired navy. Why can't we go? That white-haired brat can't be your son, can he? Everyone teased, but Whitebeard remained unfazed and walked out of the tavern alone. I can handle this by myself. If anyone wants to follow, I will genuinely get angry. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. They had known Whitebeard for many years, and he had never cared about the affairs of others. His previous initiative to confront the celestial dragons was somewhat understandable, but this time, what does a Navy Rear Admiral beating Kaido have to do with Whitebeard? It was clear he wasn't going after that mythic. Rox leaned against the bar watching Whitebeard's departing figure, grinning as he said, Alright, Whitebeard, I will give you this face. He waved his hand and looked at the cadres, reminding them, if you're not satisfied, you can go after him. If he takes you down, I won't care. Although the cadres were displeased with Whitebeard's actions, they had initially come with a mindset to stir up trouble, and none wanted to seek trouble over such matters. 3 hours later, in the royal palace of the Moor Kingdom, Phoenix Flame, Blaze Ball, Add Earth Element. The explosive flames erupted again and again, almost turning the place into ruins. Ling Ling stood in a clear area, her chest heaving violently. Her clothes had been burned to tatters by the black flames, large areas of skin exposed to the air, with only a few charred strips barely hanging on her shoulders, swaying precariously with her movements. Though her defense had not been broken, the burning from the black flames made her suffer immensely. What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you keep burning me with fire? Ling Ling looked down at herself. Although her defense had not been breached, her mentality had broken. Hua Ye calmly remarked while looking at the big light, my attacks can't break your defenses, only the flames can hurt you. Mom, that guy is so despicable. Zeus roared in the air, and the next moment he struck down a bolt of lightning, only to be casually dispelled by Hua Ye. Napoleon gritted his teeth and said, Mom, let me slash him again. Ling Ling did not rush forward again. For the first time, there was a hint of wavering in her eyes. This detestable white-haired brat had defenses that matched hers, and his Kinbunchaku was extremely keen, always able to predict her attacks in advance. Moreover, that bizarre black flame just happened to restrain her fire. Even with Haki covering her body, her clothes were about to be burned off, bringing her great shame. Bastard, you must be doing this on purpose. How come I never heard that Rayleigh's clothes got burned off when he fought you? Rayleigh, that's because I can break through his defenses. Who told you to be known as the steel balloon? Ling Ling was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enraged. Just because you have thick skin means you deserve to be burned. Napoleon slashed at Hua Ye again, but Hua Ye vanished from his spot, reappearing beneath Ling Ling. Black Dragon Flame Claw. The dark flames spread from his fingertips, forming claws wrapped in pitch-black Haki, and high temperature, fiercely clawing at Ling Ling's abdomen. Hiss! 5 charred claw marks were imprinted on her steel-like skin. Ling Ling let out a muffled groan, and her massive body was pushed back several meters. Bastard! Ling Ling angrily clutched her stomach. Although she did not bleed, the burning pain caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Wei Gua! Ling Ling gritted her teeth as Napoleon delivered a massive slash. Hua Ye activated his divine might, propelling himself into the next moment, and the slash passed through him. How can this be? This troublesome fruit ability. Ling Ling cursed. After several tens of minutes of combat, both remained full of stamina. However, Hua Ye didn't want to engage in close-quarters combat anymore, and began to use his fruit abilities to evade various attacks. Ling Ling was not agile to begin with, and this approach directly extinguished her temper. Goodness, during the previous encounters at least she could hit her opponent, but now she couldn't even touch him. In the heat of battle, Hua Ye charged forward again. This time Ling Ling still swung her sword to meet him, while Napoleon swept in with Haki. Hua Ye did not dodge, and at the moment the sword tip touched his body, he phased out, passing through the blade light, and his right hand clamped down on Ling Ling's wrist like an iron claw. The combined forces of Haki flowing cherry blossoms and black flames erupted simultaneously, firmly locking Ling Ling's entire arm. At the same time, a silver glint flashed in Hua Ye's eyes as the power of time enveloped his palm. Divine might sever. Ling Ling's arm began to distort bizarrely, being dragged towards the future by this force of time. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones exploded in the ruins. Ling Ling's elbow joint skin could no longer withstand this tearing force, bursting open a bloody gash. Ugh! Ling Ling let out a cry of pain, followed by a surge of Haki. Her left fist retaliated with monstrous force, causing Hua Ye to swiftly retreat 3 meters. Blood trickled down her forearm. Ling Ling knelt on one knee, clutching her right arm tightly. Her arm had been dislocated, a sensation she had never experienced before. If it weren't for the soul fruit burning her soul and triggering a counterattack, that arm would have definitely been torn off by that strange force. After using this move, Hua Ye's chest was also slightly heaving, clearly showing signs of considerable consumption. Mom, your arm is broken. The 3 homies exclaimed simultaneously. It's worth noting that when Rocks recruited Ling Ling back, then they had also fought, and although Ling Ling was beaten badly, it had not reached the point of severe injury. Shut up. Ling Ling softly scolded the homies, slowly raising her head as blood dripped from her fingertips, splattering onto the charred floor tiles. After so many years, you're the first one to make me bleed. Oh. That shouldn't be true. The first one to make you bleed should be your first man, right? Hua Ye stood still, his chest still rising and falling, but he didn't forget to tease. Ling Ling was momentarily taken aback, then threw her head back and laughed loudly. Mama, you bastard, are you still telling jokes? So do you want to continue fighting? If we do, it will be a fight to the death. Hua Ye shrugged and casually took out a bottle of liquor from the river of time, drinking it down in one gulp. The 3+ hours of battle had elevated his Haki once again. He really didn't want to engage in a life-and-death battle. Otherwise, his previous attack would have directly targeted her throat. Ling Ling looked down at her severed right arm, secretly analyzing the pros and cons. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to win the fight. Gradually, the fighting spirit in her eyes was replaced by something else. I'm not fighting anymore. I concede. You little brat. She paused, suddenly revealing a meaningful smile. I like you even more now. Hua Ye nearly choked on his drink. Annie, don't do this. Hua Ye truly could not comprehend. His arm had been twisted and broken, yet the fury that had once consumed him had vanished. Was Ling Ling some kind of McDonald's? Hey, don't rush to refuse. Ling Ling saw through Hua Ye's expression at a glance. I just feel there's no point in continuing this fight. You seem to admire my body quite a bit. Are you sure you want to consider it? Our talents combined, if we produced a child, it would be the most powerful creature in this world. She paused, making no effort to conceal her already sparse clothing, and even thrust her chest forward. Just once. It doesn't have to affect your feelings for Shakky. I don't like clinging to men. I only want the bloodline. Hua Ye glanced at Ling Ling's unabashed stance and nearly choked on his liquor a second time. I say, Ling Ling, your injuries haven't even healed properly, and you're already thinking about having a child. Mama, this little injury is nothing but a flesh wound to me. What do you say? Think it over seriously. Ling Ling's laughter echoed through the ruins as she activated her soul fruit ability, imbuing her bones with spirit. The broken arm had already begun to realign itself at a visible speed. Hua Ye set down his liquor bottle and stared at Ling Ling for a few seconds. To be honest, Charlotte Ling Ling at 28 was tall and well-proportioned, with heroic features coupled with her bold and unreserved personality. As a one-time experience, Hua Ye immediately shook his head internally. Was he really that desperate? This woman went around seeking seed from the strong, had countless former lovers, and would go on to bear dozens of children and have dozens of husbands. He absolutely could not become one of her partners, and his child must never bear the surname Charlotte. Fine, we can find a place to settle things right now. But if a child is conceived, I will take it away. Hua Ye shifted the conversation with an emotionally intelligent reply. Ling Ling's smile froze instantly. This brat was too shameless, clearly trying to get something for nothing. I gave birth to the child, why should I let you take it away? See, that's where we disagree. Hua Ye spread his hands, an expression of knowing this would happen. The young Ling Ling narrowed her eyes. In that moment, her intellect was not so low. She quickly analyzed that this was a veiled refusal. Fine, it's not like I can't find a man. Ling Ling casually turned the thundercloud Zeus into clothing, wrapping it around herself and concealing all her charms beneath the dark clouds. In Hua Ye's mind, truly candid. Once rejected, she wouldn't even let him look. Inside the royal palace basement, the atmosphere was awkward and the standoff had lasted a long time. 3 hours ago, King Moer stood firmly blocking a metal alloy door. 2 billion belly. That was the agreement. Otherwise, none of you will get the fruit. You're asking for death. A mere king of a non-affiliated country dares to haggle with the world government. Liu Bian Yitiao rested his hand on his sword hilt, his eyes gleaming with undisguised murderous intent. We offered you 20 billion before, and you refused. Now that the advantage is ours, you still want the money. But Long reached out to stop him. Lieutenant General Liang hasn't returned yet. Wait for his decision. Lu Bianitiao was frustrated inside. If it were any ordinary soldier trying to stop him, he would have cut them down already. But this Long was a Liang's subordinate, and also Kapa's son. He dared not strike. A flash of silver light and Hua Ye's figure materialized in the basement, holding a curious Xiaojio in his hand. Oh, quite lively here. Hua Ye glanced at the alloy door behind King Moer and grabbed at the air. The fruit inside the treasure chest appeared in his hand. So this was the dog fruit, mythical Zoan model nine-tailed fox. The power of Katarina Devon in the original work, but now Devon was probably still playing in the mud somewhere. There really are 9-tail markings. Hua Ye examined the fruit's spiral pattern and mused. Xiaoju tiptoed over her eyes full of curiosity. Master, is this the fruit that could move someone like Jialin Sheng? Moved. He can be moved all he wants. Hua Ye grinned. He'll never get this fruit in his lifetime. Xiaojio. The fruit's name suits you well. Xiaojio's eyes lit up. Master, you're not thinking of giving it to me, are you? Though they had not known each other long, Xiaojio was not only Hua Ye's maid, but also his #1 fangirl. Stop. Lieutenant General Liang, this fruit was specifically requested by Lord Jialin Sheng. Do you dare to embezzle it? A harsh voice exploded from the side. Lu Bianyishio's hand was already on his sword hilt, his eyes no longer holding any trace of restraint. He had heard everything clearly. If he didn't speak up now, that white-haired man would probably feed the fruit to the little maid in the next instant. Hua Ye turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Lu Bianyitiao gritted his teeth. If you embezzle the property of the celestial dragons, are you thinking of betraying the Marines? You've already made an enemy of the Rock's pirate crew. If you lose your Marine identity. Before he could finish, boom, dark black lightning erupted without warning in the chamber. King Moer's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Bianitiao, though not completely overwhelmed by this Haki, still broke out in a cold sweat. Long and Ziwan both stepped back simultaneously, their expressions grave. They could not understand why, even if he did not want to give the fruit to Jialin Sheng, he would retrieve it right in front of a CP0 agent, and then perform this series of actions. Hua Ye retracted his Haki and casually tossed the fruit into Xiaojio's arms. Edward Newgate has already landed. I fought desperately but failed to recover the fruit. My deepest apologies. Lu Bianitiao roared. Do you think I would lie for you? You wouldn't possibly try to kill me. If I die, Lord Jialin Sheng will surely suspect you. How could I kill you? You're a CP0, a hound of the celestial dragons. Hua Ye's face twisted into a silent sneer as he walked step by step toward Lu Bianitiao. Lu Bianyishio's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to draw his blade, a temporal force bound his limbs. Now please take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. What are you? No. Don't. Lu Bianyishio's screams echoed in the chamber. Long and Ziyuan stood aside watching the scene unfold before them. 1 minute later, Lu Bianitiao was completely unconscious. Long took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Knocking out King Moer, torturing the CP0 with what seemed like a brainwashing ability. And Big Brother Liang did this right in front of them without any concealment. Was this absolute trust in them? Don't worry, I will never use this technique on those I trust. Hua Ye rarely showed a serious expression, beginning a righteous speech to the two youngsters. Long Ziyuan, true justice. 1577, 1578, 1579. Mole Kingdom by the seashore. Kaido sat cross-legged on the beach, counting the spikes on his mace over and over again. Kaido was truly depressed. Not long after Hua Ye and Linlin's battle began, he had already decided to seize the fruit first. Yet every time he approached the palace, Hua Ye would teleport before him and deliver a fistbone clash. After being sent flying 3 times, Kaido gave up entirely. Kaido looked up sharply and saw the newcomer, whose towering figure blocked most of the sunlight. Kaido felt as if a savior had arrived. Newgate, you're here. So I don't even mention it. That damned white-haired man. Every time I get close, he flashes right in front of me. Why? In the same age as that white-haired man, so why is he so much stronger than me? Haha, Kaido, you still need training. You're not dead yet, right? Kaido fell silent. In the underground chamber, the modern justice speech continued. When the law cannot bring justice to the party's private revenge from this moment is just and noble. Hua Ye imparted some of his understanding of justice to the 2 Navy recruits, and Xiaojio, including famous quotes. When in doubt, ask the spring breeze. If the breeze is silent, follow your heart. A noble man does not sacrifice himself needlessly. A sage acts without hesitation. Guion remained silent, trying to digest the meaning. She had been taught from childhood that the Navy represented justice and the world government represented order. But her recent experiences had indeed overturned her beliefs. Dragon chewed over those words. He suddenly felt that his father had long seen through many things, but had never expressed them as directly as Aelion. Big brother, do you want to become a sage? Dragon asked. Are you kidding? What sage? Am not. Hua Ye shrugged, recalling Dragon's performance in God Valley. Alright, speech over. Let me send you to a safe place. Newgate is here. With several flashes of silver light, the group was transported 3 hours into the future. Hua Ye turned and walked out of the underground chamber. Standing on the ruins, Hua Ye looked at the tall figure walking alone up the hillside, anger surging within him. None of the other members of the Rocks Pirates had come. Newgate, you really are a good little brother. Didn't he know I wanted to use them to temper myself? Was he afraid I would be killed? At the foot of the hill, Newgate smirked and was about to wave. But then Hua Ye vanished in a silver flash. In the next instant, he appeared directly before Newgate, his Conqueror's Haki erupting violently. Newgate threw his head back and laughed unabashed. He clenched his right fist, the tremor sphere of the tremor fruit instantly condensing, and smashed it against Hua Ye's fist. Fistbone clash. Quake. The fists collided in midair, causing the entire Mole Kingdom to tremble violently, and the ground around them began to crack. In the distance, Kaido stumbled 2 steps from the aftermath, cursing under his breath. Good kid. You dare to fight back now. Newgate grinned. Conqueror, big brother taught me if you get hit back. What I taught you was to stand at attention when I hit you. Hua Ye's fist flared with dark black lightning. This time Newgate did not counter. He was sent flying straight into Kaido. On the coast, Kaido's pupils contracted. Impossible. How could that monster be sent flying so easily? Newgate rose slowly, a smile on his lips, muttering under his breath. It's been over 20 years since I felt Big Brother's fist. How nostalgic. Newgate, what are you smiling about? Kaido watched Newgate stride past him, his face filled with joy and his brain momentarily short-circuited. Having been punched several hundred meters away, the guy looked like he found money. What was going on? Before Newgate could respond, a silver flash appeared beside Kaido. Fistbone clash. Boom. At that moment, Kaido's mind went blank. Why? I already didn't want to fight you. Why are you still hitting me? Hua Ye watched Kaido soar like a meteor into the sea a kilometer away, then turned around. Alright. It's been over 20 years. Let's find a place to sit and talk. Kaido was a tough tank. He hadn't eaten a devil fruit, yet tough-skinned and unkillable. Hua Ye didn't want to kill him, merely sending him away so he wouldn't witness the relationship between Hua Ye and Newgate. On the warship, Whitebeard stepped forward, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, knocking out all the fodder soldiers. Then the two sat face to face on the deck, beginning to chat. Your big brother is still young, he needs growth. I was hoping the Rocks Pirates would pressure him, but you stopped them all. Hua Ye sighed. Are you really that worried that he'll be killed by rocks? Conqueror, I am afraid you'll be killed. Can I be? Newgate grinned, not denying it. You're quite honest. But your worry is unnecessary. Big brother, although you are strong, you are only 18. You can't face the entire Rocks Pirates. You don't want our relationship to be public, so I can't act against them either. Hua Ye casually pulled a bottle of wine from the river of time, tossed it to Newgate. Hua Ye was helpless. Even if he couldn't win, no one could stop him from escaping. Yet he understood the concern of a 34-year-old younger brother for his 18-year-old elder brother. The Pika Pika gnome is speed of light. The Goro Goro gnome is lightning speed. Weak. When fleeing, Hua Ye needed only a thought to appear a day or days later. This was the most formidable ability of the Toki no Mi, unless his opponent bound him with high-purity sea stone. But such a thing would never happen. Of course, Hua Ye understood Newgate's worry. If he fought to the death against the entire Rocks crew, he would only be chopped into mincemeat. An hour later, the two brothers were still drinking. Do you think you've reached your peak, Newgate? Hua Ye asked casually. He truly regarded Newgate as family, so the old man's illness would never occur. Pure gold halted physical development, meaning everything except Conqueror's Haki would stagnate. By normal standards, a person's prime was around 35. Subsequent improvements came from experience, spirit, and devil fruit development, things not affected by pure gold. Newgate was taken aback by the question. At his peak, as things stood, he believed he could match Rocks, but he also felt he could become even stronger. Gururora. Big brother, this isn't my peak yet. I think I can still get stronger. Newgate took a hearty gulp of sake and declared confidently. Hua Ye nodded, then produced a golden ring and handed it over. This is pure gold. It will permanently freeze your current physiological age. Newgate took it curiously. The moment he touched the pure gold, he felt a mysterious power slowly circulating within his body. Freeze his physiological age. That meant never aging, never growing weaker over time. Big brother, if news of this got out, the seas would go absolutely crazy, wouldn't they? But Newgate hesitated, a rare occurrence. He looked down at his own fists. Was it too early to lock in his physiological age now? Newgate genuinely believed he hadn't yet reached his limit, not even his physiological limit. After all, the strong never admit they're old, and the future world's strongest man certainly wouldn't. Gururara. To be honest, having such a treasure in hand makes me hesitate. Is it too hasty to use it? Hua Ye waved dismissively, and with a casual gesture, a large chunk of pure gold appeared on the deck, weighing several tons. My foolish little brother, just try it first. If you feel it's a hindrance, destroy it outright. There's no harm. Hua Ye said smugly, After all, our family has a mind. Newgate's eyes widened, then he threw his head back with laughter. Gururura. Big brother is my family. What's yours is mine. Since there's so much I won't worry about wasting it. Without another word, Newgate slipped the ring onto his finger. A strange wave instantly spread through his entire body, and he could clearly feel his physique frozen at that very moment. According to Hua Ye's memories from his past life, Whitebeard's peak should have been around the time of his battle with Roger. Now it was hard to say. Who knew if this monster's body might still improve after age 35? Hua Ye returned the pure gold to the river of time, and the two brothers continued drinking and chatting for a long while. Along the way, the grunts on the ship were knocked unconscious countless times, and Hua Ye also sent Kaido flying several times. Teacher Kaido was almost in tears. Why was he being bullied so unfairly? However, Teacher Kaido was truly tough. Aside from being knocked out a few times, he didn't even suffer any internal injuries. Hua Ye hadn't gone for the kill, but he hadn't held back either. Newgate, how come you're drinking with this white-haired brat? Lin, who had been somewhere scavenging a change of clothes, finally appeared. Her white shirt was far too small, the buttons couldn't fasten, paired with a pair of shorts that were already too short. How should one put it? Quite the revealing sight. She leaped onto the warship, glanced at the unconscious grunts lying everywhere, then looked at the two with interest. Newgate set down his sake jar and replied impassively, got tired of fighting, so we had a drink. Got a problem? I don't have a problem. Lin plopped down beside them and casually snatched the sake jar from Newgate's hand, taking a big gulp. But you said you got tired of fighting, yet there's hardly any sign of destruction here. Did you two know each other before? Hua Ye kept a straight face and started spinning a lie. We just met and found we hit it off. Is that not allowed? Hit it off. Lin squinted, clearly unconvinced, but took another gulp and said indifferently, whatever the fight's over. It's not important. Hua Ye looked at Lin, who was currently a sight to behold, and thought to himself, damn, it's really hard to imagine the hag she'll become when she's older. Before long, Kaido swam back from the sea again. He stopped 800 meters from the warship, assuming a wary defensive stance. Mama. Kaido, if Rock saw you like this, had scold you for being useless. Lin roared with laughter at Kaido's posture in the distance. Kaido remained unmoved, still in his defensive pose, his eyes locked onto Hua Ye. Lin, Newgate, this white-haired bastard kept beating me. How are you two drinking with him? I won't hit you anymore. Want to come have a drink? Hua Ye said tauntingly. Kaido was still wary his emotion. Drink. After being pummeled all afternoon, the culprit invites me for a drink. You must be joking. You wouldn't poison the drink, would you? Poison you? If I wanted to kill you, would I need poison? Kaido burned with rage at Hua Ye's words. Kill me. Kaido, the one who can't be killed. Whitehair, let's go another round. Right, you can't be killed, so I'm tired of fighting today. Go back and train your Haki for 2 more years. Kaido's forehead veins bulged black-red, lightning crackled all over his body. He gripped his kanabo, leaped into the air, and slammed straight down toward Hua Ye on the warship's deck. Thunder. Thunder, your sister. A flash of silver, and Hua Ye was already directly above Kaido's head. Bam! Another kick to the face. Kaido traced a straight parabola through the air and crashed into the sea with a splash. Haha, Thunderbagwa. He didn't even finish speaking before getting kicked in the face again. Lin took another gulp of sake, her tone full of schadenfreude. On the warship deck, Hua Ye shook his ankle and sat back down. How many kicks is that? Your little brother really has a thick face. Mama. He's always shouting that he'll be the world's strongest. Those few kicks aren't a loss. A few minutes later, Kaido surfaced again. This time, he didn't approach the warship, just floated far away on the sea, his expression furious, but no longer charging. Whitehair. He'll remember you. After bellowing that, Kaido turned and swam in the opposite direction, never looking back. Hua Ye watched that stubborn back and smirked. 19-year-old Kaido was still too young. It was said that at 21, Kaido refused to accept Rock's discipline and was about to fight him on the spot. Shakky immediately stepped in and stopped him, saying, "Stop it, Kaido. If you two really fight, this island will be reduced to ruins." At dusk, the three drank quite happily. When it ended, Lin once again asked about the 9-tailed fox fruit's whereabouts, saying she could pay a price for it. However, Newgate and Hua Ye spoke in unison, claiming that they had accidentally destroyed the fruit while fighting earlier. Lin squinted, but eventually didn't press further. After all, Katakuri was still young. She could just snatch another fruit later. As Newgate, Lin, and Kaido departed, a flash of silver light flickered in the basement, and Xiaoju, Long Ziyuan, and the others reappeared in the same spot. Regarding the time travel they had just experienced, they only felt a blinding whiteness before their eyes, and when they opened them, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Lubian, Yitiao, and Moer Wang were still sleeping peacefully by the roadside. The only change was the environment. The steel-wrought ceiling of the secret chamber was now laced with cracks. Hua Ye slowly walked into the room, looked at the three, and shrugged helplessly. Hey, everything's done, but the mission failed. When we fought for the fruit, Newgate shattered it with his shockwaves. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Huh? Shattered? Then what is that in Xiaojio's hands? A cabbage or a little nut? Hua Ye, expression unchanged, casually took the fruit from Xiaojio and weighed it in his hand. Oh, this one. It's a coconut. Lu Bian-Yiqiao still lay peacefully, his mind filled with the false memories from before his unconscious. Long glanced at Lu Bian-Yiqiao, then asked with some concern, "Brother, can your ability really make the CP0 tell the truth?" Of course. The Chi Min fruit. Its specialty is the strange and uncanny. Hua Ye shrugged casually. Tampering with memories using the power of time had been proven over 800 years. Even the 5 elders praise its effectiveness. How about using this ability on us as well? What if St. Jolin doesn't believe us and uses some strange power to extract our memories? Ziyuan was a bit worried. Of course, she would never betray Hua Ye. But Hua Ye's ability had already shattered her understanding of devil fruits. If there existed a fruit that could read memories, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Tampering with memories could have side effects like hair loss. How could I use it on you? Besides, St. Jolin will never suspect anything. Hair loss. The 3 fell silent. The one who had suggested it was Ziyuan, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs. Losing her hair was absolutely unacceptable to her. Hua Ye looked at Xiaojio and said with a grin, "Go on, eat the fruit. It's delicious, crunchy and crisp with a flavor of pickled herring." Huh, what kind of fish is herring? Xiaojio first looked puzzled, then hesitantly. This was a fruit that had been valued at over 10 billion, something even St. Jolin was interested in. "Master, are you really going to let me eat something so precious?" "Is it that precious? The 9-tailed fox isn't that strong among mythical zoans. Eat it if I say so." Indeed, Hua Ye didn't really care about a 9-tailed fox. Moreover, Xiaojio was loyal. Giving it to her was a good choice. Combined with her observation Haki, she would become very useful. In Hua Ye's mind, the ranking of mythical zoans was T0, devil fruit demon form. T0, human fruit mythical zoan Nika form. Dragon fruit mythical zoan Nidhogg form. Human fruit mythical zoan commoner form. T1, Azure dragon Chilin great Buddha. T2, Phoenix Yamada no Orochi o Kuchi no Makami 9-tailed fox. T3, Denudo. Xiaojio took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, closed her eyes, and bit down directly. The next second, Xiaojio's face scrunched up, tears streaming, as she covered her mouth, her body uncontrollably crouching down. Ugh, what is this taste? I feel so unclean. Hua Ye squatted down, observing her reaction with interest. Stinky and crunchy. The flavor is quite a... Master, are you a demon? Xiaojio's voice trembled. A week later, the warship arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Inside the Pangaea castle at the Holy Land Mary Geos. St. Jolin sat upright in the main seat of the Figureland family's council hall, while Lu Bian-Yiqiao knelt on one knee below. So the fruit was shattered by Newgate. Yes, I watched the battle for a long time. Liang and Newgate fought over the fruit in the end. The aftershocks of the earthquake shattered it, and soon after I was ambushed by Kaido, took a rumble, thunder Bagua, and fainted. Liang first defeated Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Then he engaged Newgate, who had come to support for quite a while, and even managed to protect my life. St. Jolin looked contemptuously at Lu Bian-Yiqiao. He believed 90% of the story, but he found it hard to believe that Kaido had ambushed him. He must have been knocked out with a single blow from the front right. St. Jolin looked contemptuously at Lu Bian-Yiqiao. He believed 90% of the story, but he found it hard to believe that Kaido had ambushed him. Lu Bian-Yiqiao lowered his head further. "I am ashamed, my lord. It is indeed so." St. Jolin waved his hand to dismiss Lu Bian-Yiqiao, a meaningful smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Newgate himself struck Kaido, and Linlin were both there, yet he only lost the fruit. Liang is even stronger than I estimated. Within 2 years, he truly might have a chance to kill Newgate. Sabaody Archipelago GR-69 Marine Base. A messenger hurried over, handing over a commendation order, Rear Admiral Liang, for defeating several officers of the Rocks Pirates and upholding the Marines' might. Approved a 3-month leave and a 1 billion berry bonus. The commendation order made no mention of the mission's failure, only praise and commendation. Long took the order and read it twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Ziyuan frowned and couldn't help asking, "We didn't retrieve the fruit, and we're getting rewarded." Hua Ye, however, said with understanding, "What did I tell you? St. Jolin has to thank us." Long and Ziyuan exchanged bewildered looks, somewhat puzzled. Hua Ye crossed his legs and explained casually, "From the very beginning, St. Jolin never expected me to actually retrieve that fruit. What he wanted was a test of loyalty and combat strength. If the fruit were retrieved, even if the CP0 died, it wouldn't matter. But if the fruit wasn't retrieved and the CP0 also died, then St. Jolin would suspect I silenced them. And this mission's achievements fully proved my loyalty and strength. So St. Jolin is very pleased. I feel even 10 billion is too little." After Hua Ye finished his explanation, Long and Ziyuan's mouths twitched, and they both mentally facepalmed. This was truly treating the celestial dragons like gullible fools from Wano. However, the most pitiable was Moer Wong. He got nothing out of it, endured a brainwashing for nothing, and his palace collapsed. Hua Ye had already shifted into a more comfortable position and waved his hand. All right, go do what you need to do. 3 months off. Starting tomorrow, Ziyuan trains with me. Long do whatever you like. Xiao Zhougo, call Xiao San and the others. I've been away for over half a month and my back hurts. A week ago at Fengqiao Island. Xiaqi's shakedown bar. Kaido pushed open the door and entered wearing a grim expression as he slumped onto a bar stool, his entire demeanor radiating an aura of dejection. Xiaqi, give me a drink. The strongest you have. Xiaqi raised an eyebrow, pouring him a drink while sizing him up. I heard you got beaten by white hair. How many times? Don't even mention it. Kaido downed the drink in one gulp and fell silent. Before long, the door swung open again and Lingling strode in with her booming laugh. Mama. Kaido, why did you run off so fast? White hair isn't even on Fengqiao Island. Are you afraid he'll come after you and beat you up again? Lingling, you want to fight? Kaido's veins bulged. Oh, you think you can beat me in your current state? Lingling said dismissively. Newgate walked in last, casually taking a seat beside her. What's going on? You didn't bring white hair back. Rox, who had been drinking with Shurji in the bar, scanned the three with their awkward atmosphere, then rose and sauntered over to them. When I arrived, Kaido had been beaten several times, Lingling had surrendered, and I had another fight with white hair. No clear winner, Newgate said nonchalantly. But Kaido grumbled discontentedly. Yeah, I'm the only one getting beaten. You two ended up drinking together while fighting. Newgate, fine, but Lingling, your clothes were burned off yet you still managed to drink. Suddenly the bar fell silent for a moment. Burned off her clothes, eh? Shiji's ears perked up instantly, his gaze sweeping over Lingling. What are you looking at? I changed into new ones. Lingling rolled her eyes at him, then grinned. That kid is really interesting, you know. I said I wanted to have a child with him, but he refused. He said he likes Xiaqi. All eyes in the bar turned toward the counter. Xiaqi's heart fluttered wildly. She hurriedly turned around, grabbed a glass, and began wiping it. What are you looking at me for? So what if he likes me? Plenty of people like me. This reaction immediately stirred up commotion in the bar. Xia Kiken's reaction is off. Xiaqi, you're not actually. Amid exclamations and surprise, Newgate quietly drank his liquor as if he had already removed himself from the situation. Rox took it all, and Xiaqi and Newgate were both acting strangely. Was that white-hair kid some kind of great seducer? Even Lingling didn't dislike the guy. A marine monster who could drink with pirates. It would be such a waste not to recruit him. A few hours earlier, Moer Wong's call had already reached Fengqiao Island. The palace had collapsed and the fruit had shattered. Moer Wong, that fat pig, was weeping on the phone, insinuating that Rox's people hadn't protected his country. Now, hearing the officer's accounts, Rox quickly pieced the whole story together in his mind. Jahahaha. Rox suddenly threw his head back and laughed. A brat who beat you all, and you can still sit and drink together afterward. That's quite capable. He paused, his gaze falling on Xiaqi behind the counter. Xiaqi? What is it? Xiaqi had already composed herself, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she looked at Rox and teased. You've been looking so satisfied lately, but your heart isn't open to me anymore. It's really lonely. Huh. Rox was taken aback. He had intended to tease Xiaqi, but ended up being outdone. Lingling laughed heartily and patted Rox on the shoulder. Mama. Haha, a woman's intuition is terrifying, isn't it? Rox suddenly looked vexed and retorted, shut up, okay? How did you find out? This was a top-secret matter on all fronts. What's going on? Newgate, seeing the topic shift, also looked curiously at Rox. Lingling, he's definitely got a woman. Look at that blissful look on his face lately. Even his temper has improved. Maybe he even has a child already. Rox was furious. Hey, why did the topic shift to me? Weren't you supposed to be talking about white hair? I haven't even met him yet, but hearing all these petty stories about him, I'm already starting to like the guy. Half a month later at Xianghua DGR1 area, the auction hall was bustling with noise. Hua Ye sat in a corner, casually flipping through today's slave list. On the auction stage, the third batch of slaves for the day was being displayed. The auctioneer was enthusiastically introducing a recently captured female pirate from the Grand Line with a bounty of 8 million. If beauty is scored out of 10, this female pirate's looks would rate at most a 7, but her wild, untamed aura excited the nobles and wealthy merchants below, who eagerly began bidding. 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. Her head is only worth 8 million, but the auction multiplies it by so many times. No wonder bounty hunters always prefer selling pirates to slave traders after capturing them. If her comrades had bought her back, wouldn't the capture have been in vain? Ji Yuan muttered nearby, clearly disgusted with the practice of auctioning humans. Hua Ye glanced at the fat noble who had bid 30 million, his face a portrait of kidney deficiency, and murmured softly, so weak, yet he dares to buy such wild female pirate goods. Can he handle it? Really not afraid of getting bitten off? Ji Yuan looked at Hua Ye in confusion, clearly not catching the innuendo. Xiao Jiu, however, seemed to understand something, and her ears quickly turned red. Master, can you please be serious at a time like this? Her voice carried a hint of reproach. As Hua Ye's personal maid and #1 fan, some things may have already happened between them, but being pointed out in public was still too stimulating for an unmarried young lady. Hua Ye turned his head to glance at her, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then raised his bidding paddle. 35 million. As his voice fell, the surrounding nobles began whispering among themselves. Hey, what's this? Isn't that him? Buying slaves is one thing, but a marine buying a pirate. Many recognized Hua Ye, a marine rear admiral who had been buying slaves in droves and taking over casinos and red light districts in lawless zones. Such a thing had never happened in the entire history of the Marines. Complaint letters had long piled up in the Marines' mailbox, but since he was a powerful man with connections, headquarters could only turn a blind eye. Rear Admiral, a Liang, as a Marine, isn't it inappropriate for you to buy a pirate? Are you going to harbor a pirate? The kidney-deficient noble stood up and demanded angrily. I need staff for my red light district. What's it to you? Stop yapping, or he'll seize your assets tonight. The kidney-deficient noble pointed furiously at Hua Ye and continued bidding. 40 million. 40 million and 1 dime. Auctioneer, no matter what this fat man bids, I'll add 1 dime. Arrogant, truly arrogant. The fat noble, not daring to fully offend this notorious Marine rear admiral, eventually gave up the auction with a livid face. Ji Yuan recalled the slaves bought back during this time. They worked in the black market industries, but received good treatment. Some who had been enslaved innocently were even allowed under the arrangements of Xiao San and Xiao Qi to earn enough to buy their freedom and regain their liberty. Rear Admiral, a Liang, why did you buy her? Ji Yuan couldn't help asking. Hua Ye shrugged. Certainly not to set her free. This woman has killed civilians. Let her work in the red light district and give back to society. If she tries to run, I'll kill her. Is this what they call forcing evil into prostitution? Buying and selling human lives is legal here. So you're combating darkness with darkness. Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, apparently accepting the reasoning. The auction continued. Suddenly the doors to the auction hall swung open. Involuntarily, everyone's eyes turned to look. A young girl strode in her blue hair, swaying slightly behind her. Her heterochromatic eyes swept coldly across the crowd. Her top was tightly buttoned, and she wore a short, cool skirt. Such an individualistic girl made the nobles in the auction hall dare not stare for long. This beauty, what a unique outfit. Hey, why are you all afraid to look at her? If only her skirt were a bit shorter, he. A drunken noble couldn't help but tease. Before he finished, his companion tried to stop him. Are you crazy? Don't. The word life hadn't even left his mouth. An arrow had already shot through the venue, piercing straight into the noble's heart. The lewd smile still frozen on his face, the noble collapsed lifeless. Blood gushed from his chest. The auction hall fell silent for 2 full seconds, then erupted in screams. Murder. Someone's dead. He's dead. The scene instantly became chaotic. The host was stunned, but to maintain order he shouted tremblingly, everyone, don't be afraid. This is our auction house's honored guest, Her Highness Princess Manmaya Junzi. The one who offended her deserved to die. Everyone calm down. Junzi walked coldly to the VIP area. The chaotic scene finally stabilized after the host announced her identity. The earlier fat noble, with kidney deficiency, nearly wet himself, thinking inwardly. Good thing I'm tongue-tied. I was planning to flirt with her too, but I didn't expect she's a celestial dragon. Why doesn't this murderous celestial dragon wear a bubble canopy? Aren't they supposed to disdain breathing the same air as us? Ji Yuan looked at the body being carried away by the staff and said in a low voice, that noble only offended with words, he really didn't deserve to die. Hua Ye said indifferently, celestial dragons can kill anyone they want, no reason needed. Besides, that fat guy really was foul-mouthed. Ji Yuan remained silent. Hua Ye's appearance had undoubtedly exposed her to certain things earlier than the predetermined timeline. Today's scene added another crack in her belief in the world government's justice. Hua Ye crossed his legs, his gaze falling on Junzi. Long time no see, little Shuli. Pity I can't awaken you yet. Over 30 years ago, Hua Ye once incarnated as the second-generation Chiman fruit user Addicts D. Kakalo, and on the sea he chopped the god's knight, who looked strikingly like Rain Shirimanmajaluwu, into minced meat, and kicked away his family jewels. He had also visited the Asperia kingdom and witnessed a melodramatic plot. Just as Hua Ye was reminiscing, Junzi seemed to sense something and turned her head to glance at the corner. Their eyes met. Hua Ye was confident that without using his abilities he could not awaken Junzi's memories. He stared at her unabashedly, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. It seemed that with his intervention at least this little girl hadn't been deeply brainwashed by Brooke. Her skirt, though still a bit short, was much longer than in the original story, and she wasn't wearing her panties outside. The Junzi who subconsciously wanted to show Brooke her panties seemed to no longer exist. Impudent fool. Still looking. Junzi suddenly shouted. An arrow condensed in the air and shot straight toward Hua Ye's forehead, but it passed right through his body. Hey, don't be like that. I really don't want to attack a celestial dragon. The auction hall fell into dead silence again. The nobles trembled in fear, praying inwardly, stop fighting. Please stop. We'll be caught in the crossfire. Junzi frowned at the arrow embedded in the wall. She didn't immediately fire a second shot, but said coldly, a mere marine, how dare you look at me with such eyes? What about my eyes? I was born this way. Hua Ye spread his hands. Junzi raised her finger slightly, and countless arrows coated with Haki condensed simultaneously. She had no interest in wasting words with a marine. Since one shot missed, she would unleash a rain of arrows. Oi, princess, Junzi, don't bother. You can't beat me. How about we talk? I heard you came to the auction house looking for a slave who can sing. Go to hell. Junzi didn't want to engage. Hua Ye sighed, directly slapped the three people beside him into the future, then continued talking to himself, letting the arrows pass through his body. I can actually sing too, and quite well. The rain of arrows passed through that figure, as if into a void. Junzi frowned slightly. This isn't a Logia type. What ability is it? Cheeman fruit, ever heard of it? Hua Ye spread his hands. Junzi shook her head. She was only interested in music, she knew little about devil fruits. Let's not talk about that. It's not important. Seeing that Junzi didn't continue attacking Hua Ye like a creepy uncle coaxing a little girl, continued. I have a maid with top-notch singing skills. I sing well too. Am known as the Marine Lin Junjia Jy. I can compose and write lyrics. Frankly, your Holy Land's musicians are all garbage. Lin Junjia Jy. Never heard of him. Junzi furrowed her brows. The arrows hovered in midair, no longer firing. She was clearly intrigued. The childhood Shuli had been a heavy music enthusiast, and had sworn never to marry a man who didn't understand music. Even though Im had created a second personality sealing away the first personality and memories, her hobbies still remained as subconscious instincts. It's normal not to have heard of me. Im low-key and rarely sing. Then perform for me. If it's good, I might. Hua Ye's playful mood surged. Ignoring Junzi, he flashed a silver light, and stood on the auction stage, then pulled out a guitar from the river of time. The nobles below collectively sighed in relief. As long as they weren't fighting. No matter how terrible he sang, they would applaud. Hua Ye slung the guitar over his shoulder, casually slapped the host away, grabbed the microphone, threw off his marine cloak, and the guitar burst into sound. Young run into anyone can be as crisp as a wafer. Happy for half a day, as if living a million years. Dark black lightning exploded on the guitar strings with the rhythm, though Hua Ye was just showing off and adding special effects for himself. But many people below were foaming at the mouth. Junzi stood still, her heterochromatic eyes slightly widening. She didn't understand a single word of the lyrics. But it was so wild, so unrestrained, she loved it. The man on stage wore a white tank top, his slender fingers wildly strumming the guitar. No technique, just pure bombardment. The dark black lightning made his already arrogant face even more unbridled. 3 minutes later, the guitar sound abruptly stopped. Only Junzi remained standing below. Hua Ye placed one foot on the edge of the auction stage, looking down at her. How was it? Junzi's cheeks flushed for a moment, then she turned away and said coldly, another song. You think you can order me? My singing is expensive. I want you to be my slave. From now on, you'll sing only for me. Junzi turned back, her tone domineering. Huh. As if. Go ask Jalan Saint about me. That's it for today. You. Junzi stood frozen, at a loss for words. She was a noble celestial dragon, yet this marine dared to refuse her. Hua Ye remained on the stage, scrutinizing Junzi, without any restraint. The secret of her heterochromatic eyes was something he had yet to figure out. Back then he had intended to force Mamaya Graf to reveal the secret of the heterochromatic eyes, but that fellow refused to say a word. Could it be some kind of Sharingan or something? That guy, does he want to create a world where only Lily exists? Hua Ye muttered inwardly. Is it nice to look at it? Junzi allowed Hua Ye to examine her, speaking coldly. Hua Ye commented coolly, not bad. Long legs, though the peach is a bit small. But I don't mind if she's my type. Junzi watched the ruffianly white-haired marine before her. A strange feeling swept through her heart, which she dismissed as the displeasure of being offended. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Junzi launched another attack. As the handmaiden of Yuda and a member of the God's Knights with the title God's Thornblade, she had never been so teased before, nor would she allow such treatment. This time Hua Ye did not phase through. He let the arrowhead strike his body. Bang! The moment the first attack touched Hua Ye's body, Junzi instinctively slowed the force of the remaining arrows. Bang! 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 Several arrowheads struck Hua Ye's chest, but were directly deflected by his steel-like body. Junzi was stunned once more, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Hua Ye put on his marine coat again, jumped down from the auction stage, and as he walked past her, he couldn't help teasing, "Don't attack me anymore, or he'll really spank your bottom." With a flash of silver light, Xiaozhou's yuan and the others reappeared. "Xiaozhou, bring my newly purchased slave." Let's go. Junzi did not attack again. She just stared blankly as they went to the host to complete the formalities and left. In the Figureland family palace at Holy Land, Mary Geos Garen Saint was in the midst of passion with a newly purchased slave. Damn it. No feeling. Go to hell. Garen Saint kicked the female slave off the bed, veins bulging on his forehead. Ever since Newgate had kicked away his great treasure, it had been reattached, but the sensation was just not right. Yudao could probably help him repair it, but how could he dare to approach Yudao about such a matter? The female slave cowered in a corner, not daring to make a sound, muttering inwardly. I tried my best, really. But you're incapable. You can't blame it all on me. Just then the guard's respectful voice came from outside the door. Lord Garen, Saint Mamiya, Junzi requests an audience. Garen Saint furrowed his brow. Junzi, what does she want with the Figureland family? Let her in. He casually threw on a robe and sat in the main seat, his ferocious expression instantly switching to an arrogant smile. Junzi strode into the hall, glanced at the female slave in the corner, then looked away. Garen, I want to ask about— Oh, how rare. Who could make you come in person? A white-haired Marine. I told him to be my slave, and he said to ask you about it. That bastard, he's good at passing the buck. Garen Saint chuckled, then asked, That man is called a Liang, a rear admiral I personally promoted. He's a very nasty fellow. Sometimes he won't even give me face. How did you come to notice him? He stared at me without restraint in the auction house, so I attacked him. Junzi gave a rough account of what had just happened, saying she was very interested in the song he sang, but did not mention being teased. So I want him as my slave. How can I make it happen? Impossible, Garen Saint answered bluntly. Then Garen briefly recounted his encounter with a Liang, though it was a polished version. Junzi fell silent. She was too obsessed with music. The musicians in the Holy Land were indeed all trash. Now she just wanted to obtain a Liang, the kind of desire that would keep her awake if unsatisfied. But Garen Saint's meaning was clear. His celestial dragon status meant nothing to him, and there was no precedent for consigning Marine officers as slaves. Garen Saint shifted the topic. However, having him sing for you might not be impossible. What do you mean? That bastard responds to softness, not toughness. Being a slave is out of the question, but if you want him to sing, give him some benefits. He might not refuse. Junzi hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. When she reached the door, she said coldly, Wakata. In the evening, inside a private room of Xiao Jinting's nightclub in Shampoo Island's GR19 district, Hua Ye leaned on the sofa, scrutinizing the female pirate chained before him. For a scumbag like you, I've fitted you with an explosive collar and given you a degree of freedom. Shouldn't you be grateful? Why try to escape? The female pirate kept her head down, clenching her fists, silent. She never dreamed that one day she would be reduced to a Gajita. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. On the female pirate's arm a black flame erupted, and then a flash of silver light appeared in Hua Ye's eyes. The power of time infinitely extended her pain. After a dozen seconds, the female pirate looked as if she had suffered for days. She collapsed to the ground, convulsing, murmuring incessantly, I won't dare. He'll never dare again. Hua Ye waved his hand. Two black-suited bodyguards entered from outside and took the female pirate away. After undergoing such excruciating torment, this female pirate would never think of escaping again. Soon Xiaosan and Xiaojiu knocked and entered. Master, the celestial dragon from earlier has arrived. She says she has prepared some gifts for you and wants you to meet her outside. Hua Ye walked out of the nightclub's entrance and was greeted by a crowd of kneeling slaves and two large chests of belly. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Junzi stood at the front of the line of slaves, still dressed in her military uniform and short skirt. Her tone remained cold as she said, These are all for you. I have too much money to spend. Keeping it is useless. I got the slaves from other celestial dragons. Is it enough? If not, I'll ask them for more. Even Hua Ye, who had seen great scenes, was caught off guard and twitched his mouth again. Was this Xiao Shuli's flattering gesture after seeking Garen Saint to listen to music? Good heavens, God. Are you sure you didn't steal these slaves? Hua Ye swept his gaze over the slaves with vacant eyes, muttering inwardly, those trained by celestial dragons are completely different from the ones at the auction. These people have completely resigned themselves to fate. They will do whatever they are ordered, never resisting or escaping. In his place, they wouldn't be abused, just required to labor. Wasn't that almost like paradise? So he had become a savior of slaves. Enough, thank you, Lady Junzi. Hua Ye smiled at Junzi, then signaled Xiao San and Xiao Qi to take over the group of slaves. Junzi saw that the gifts were accepted and muttered inwardly, soft approach works better than hard. I've sent so many things, that's pretty soft, isn't it? Due to Jalen Saint's words, Junzi had largely abandoned the idea of taking Hua Ye as a slave. She asked tentatively, I heard you're on a 3-month leave. Would it be too much to ask you to be my slave for a month? Not the kind that brands you with a celestial dragon's hoof. Hua Ye was speechless at this. What kind of move was that? This girl's worldview as a celestial dragon was indeed on a different dimension from normal people's. They'll tell you in the most direct, straightforward, easiest to understand, and no-nonsense way that gifts are accepted. If you want to listen to songs, that's fine. If you can't speak human language, I can teach you. Junzi furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, I am a god. Why would I learn human language? Hua Ye couldn't help it. He began to calculate inwardly, this won't do. She's too deeply poisoned, I need to detoxify her a bit. Since you don't want to learn human language, then do something human. Buzz. With the shockwave of Conqueror's Haki, all of Junzi's guards collapsed. Just as Junzi was about to speak, Hua Ye flipped her the middle finger. Instantly, a massive temporal barrier enveloped the entire nightclub. The next moment, R.O. a moonstep. In the top-floor luxury suite of the nightclub, the two appeared out of thin air. Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the room. You insolent lowlife, you actually dared to attack me. Do you know the consequences of attacking a celestial dragon? Junzi was both embarrassed and furious, her small hand covering her bottom. Arrows shot out, and the two began to fight. Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his palm, which happened to be able to break the immortal body granted by Imu. This caused Junzi great pain. While fighting, Hua Ye provoked Junzi with words, his verbal barrage ceaseless in the room. Calling me lowlife every other word. Your vision is too narrow. Today I'll teach you how to be a god. ABA. Hua Ye then began a twisted brainwashing, not denying her original perceptions, but building on her logic. In short, Junzi's current personality was receptive to these words, but she still refused to admit defeat. Even if what you say is right, you're a lowlife. What qualifies you to lecture a god? Bang! Another crisp sound. So I said all that for nothing. Hua Ye waved his hand and continued, You damn bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? Junzi was furious and humiliated. Hua Ye suddenly grabbed her hands and pinned her against the wall, giving her a wall slam. Ugh, let me go. What are you trying to do? Bastard, how dare you do this to me? Junzi was terrified. This position, what was he about to do? Although she possessed an immortal body that could regeneration didn't mean it hadn't happened. She was hesitating whether to contact Imu. Although a strange feeling in her heart held her back, she didn't want to. Just as Junzi was wavering, Hua Ye asked, Answer 3 questions. If you get even one right, I'll be your slave. If you can't, Junzi's back pressed against the wall, her heart pounding uncontrollably. If she couldn't answer, what did he intend to do? That bastard hadn't held back when he hit her earlier. Staring at Hua Ye's face, so close to hers, Junzi's cheeks grew even redder. She murmured inwardly, I really want him as my slave. I've never had a male slave before. What happens if I can't answer? We'll do something that no one will ever know about, Hua Ye smirked. No way. How could a female celestial dragon do that kind of thing with a lowlife? Junzi refused outright, and her mind began to run wild with imagination. Huh, what are you thinking? That kind of thing. Even if you wanted it, I don't. How filthy. Hua Ye simply let go of Junzi and sat down on a nearby chair with a look of disgust. What? Junzi was dumbfounded. I had imagined dozens of worst-case scenarios, even prepared to completely burn bridges, and this is what you show me. Clearly people in the pirate world were simple-minded, and Junzi, who had long resided in the Holy Land, was even less familiar with modern tricks. I haven't figured out what yet, but it won't be too hard on you. Hua Ye deliberately emphasized the word too, and smirked, How about it? If you don't want to, I can return the slaves and the money to you, and we'll pretend nothing happened today. Junzi returned. Nothing happened. What a joke. Then what was tonight all about? Junzi gritted her teeth. Go ahead. If I answer correctly, and you dare to go back on your word, you know the consequences of thoroughly offending the celestial dragons. Hua Ye pulled Junzi to sit opposite him, and calmly said, First question, if you kill me, whose hands would I die by? Junzi frowned. Obviously by my hands. Hua Ye, then who am I? Junzi, who are you? You are you. 5 minutes later, Junzi was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Who am I? These 3 words echoed repeatedly in her mind. Junzi, Divine Blades, Lady Imusgard. These were her identities, not her. After staring blankly for dozens of seconds, Junzi's eyes were filled with confusion. I've never thought about such a question. What about you? Who are you? Why did you appear before me? Did fate choose for me to meet you, or did you choose? Hua Ye was amused by the series of questions. He slowly stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Let's stop here for today. You failed the quiz, so owe me one. I've set up something new called KTV. Come on, I'll take you to play. Luffy once said that all pirates sing. Not just pirates. Actually, many people like to sing. But Hua Ye couldn't understand why even Shabandi, a gathering place for entertainment venues, had no KTV. But it didn't matter. Since Hua Ye came naturally, there was one. Moreover, the KTV had princesses and princes. Today, the female pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries was now one of the princesses. The slaves bought back from GR1 auction house worked in various occupations here. This also caused all the KTV private rooms to be fully booked. Hua Ye led Junzi through a corridor. The wailing and howling inside made Junzi frown. She really wanted to kill all these lowlifes who insulted music, but this was Hua Ye's turf. Now she inexplicably felt a reluctance to make a move. Hua Ye led Junzi into the SVIP No. 1 private room. Junzi stood in the center of the room, surveying the unfamiliar equipment, her heterochromatic eyes glinting slightly. It was mysterious and awe-inspiring. Before the main storyline of the Sky Island arc, Sky Island shells were virtually unseen in the blue sea, a rarity that even the celestial dragons had never laid eyes on. The room was furnished entirely with the most advanced audio equipment in the pirate world. These devices were Sky Island shells that Hua Ye had brought back from his trip to the Sky Islands. Only recently had he asked Shakky to have them processed by craftsmen. Small sound shells recorded accompaniment, large sound shells served as external speakers, image shells functioned as screens, and various colored light shells created special effects. The visual experience was even superior to the KTV lounges from Hua Ye's previous life. What are all these? Junzi asked in confusion. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Oh, you insolent. Junzi paused, about to scold, but then held back the words she intended to say, merely letting out a cold snort. Hua Ye picked up the microphone on the table and walked over to the square table. A row of sound shells was arranged there. He casually pressed one. Buzz. The image shell projected a picture, and the large three-dimensional surround sound shell began playing a pre-recorded accompaniment. Junzi had heard the most professional performances, but she had never experienced such immersive surround sound effects. Hey, listen up. In his past life, Hua Ye had been passionate about singing, but unfortunately a certain show required money to advance, and since it was merely a hobby, he abandoned the path of becoming a singer. Now holding the microphone, he felt a long-lost sensation. The prelude gradually rose, surround sound filling the room, and a song titled Blue Bird echoed within the private room. Junzi sat on the sofa, her pupils slightly dilated. This time she understood the lyrics. She had never heard anyone sing in this way, not to please anyone, but simply because the singer himself wanted to fly. After finishing, as if driven by pure addiction, Hua Ye selected another song, Gradually Drawn to You. Both the lyrics and the melody were directly copied by Hua Ye and handed over to Shakky for processing. At first, Junzi only found the melody pleasant. She even closed her eyes, absent-mindedly tapping the rhythm with her fingertips on the armrest of the sofa. But once the first verse was fully sung, her tapping stopped. Want to be liberated from endless darkness. When I meet you again, I recall those beautiful childhood scenes. The lyrics were in the common tongue, and she understood every line. When Hua Ye glanced sideways at Junzi on the sofa, the corner of his mouth curled up, and then he poked her with his finger. It's just a song, why are you so affected? At this moment, Junzi was staring at the lyrics on the screen, her lips slightly parted and trembling, as if something was stuck in her throat, unable to speak. During his stay in Asperia, Hua Ye had sung many songs for little Shuli, naturally including this one. He had even given Brook's own song back to Brook. This made Brook suspect for a time that he was living in Hua Ye's shadow. As a result, little Shuli was greatly influenced, deciding that Brook was her good big brother and that she must marry Hua Ye when she grew up. Brook, I really didn't intend to steal your fangirl, but given that you're nothing but bones, it was truly unnecessary. The theme song of Dragon Ball GT dealt heavy emotional blows to Junzi with nearly every line. Junzi shook her head violently. Hua Ye turned off the accompaniment and observed her condition. Her expression changed with extreme subtlety after a long while. She shook her head again. Hua Ye was not worried about being targeted by Emu. This could be seen from the fact that Satan Sheng had hidden the ancient robot Emmet and defied Imus orders. While not in a possessed state, Emu lacked the ability to share vision and read minds in real time. As long as he didn't release Candle, didn't proactively bring up the matter of the father-killing princess, and didn't stimulate Junzi's memories, occasionally singing familiar songs and subtly changing her personality, was truly not dangerous. Holy Land, Pangea Castle, the Chamber of Flowers. The Five Elders. Present, Imusuma X5. Emu frowned slightly and spoke into the void. Junzi's fluctuations were abnormal just now. Investigate who she has been in contact with recently. The five elders bowed and accepted the order. Before long, a white-robed, bald man appeared in the Chamber of Flowers. Clutching an unknown longsword, he bowed and reported. Imusuma Junzi Gong recently visited the Sabaody auction house in search of singing slaves. The five elders were highly efficient. Soon Nashishalang Sheng relayed in detail everything about Junzi from the past few days. Leon, the rear admiral promoted by Jolin Sheng. After hearing the report, Emu fell silent. Imusuma Junzi still retains Asperia's music-loving nature. Perhaps it's because she listened to songs. That makes sense. It was me overthinking. Emu said nothing more. After Nashishalang Sheng withdrew, he murmured, could it be that as she grows older her memory seal is loosening? Interesting. Emu confidently considered this merely an accident. He did not even think highly of rocks, let alone a rear admiral. Inside the KTV private room, Hua Ye called Shakky over and continued singing. This time, no matter what he sang, Junzi showed no signs of dizziness or memory recovery. By the time they dispersed, it was late at night. Junzi stood at the entrance of the nightclub, followed by several guards who, having been jolted awake by the Haushika Haki, looked utterly bewildered. Hua Ye watched her leave, confident that Junzi would not voluntarily tell Imu about today's experiences. Over the following month, whenever Junzi came, Hua Ye was always subtly reshaping her worldview, occasionally singing songs spewing fallacies, teasing. In response, Junzi went from initial reluctance to eventually regarding Hua Ye as an equal. See Circle Calendar 1483. Inside the Parliament Hall of the Holy Knights in Pangaea Castle, Jialin Sheng Mafeigong Swamatsi, Sheng Junzi Gong, and a host of other holy knights and gods blades discussed the slave hunting tournament at God Valley a year later. A low-ranking holy knight spoke indifferently. The Cipher Pole Zero under my command has bribed an executive of the Rocks Pirates. He suggested capturing Shakky as the grand prize for this hunting tournament. Swamatsi Sheng glanced meaningfully at Jialin Sheng and said, the world's most beautiful woman as a prize is not bad either. If I win the tournament, I'll make Shakky my slave. The champion of this hunting tournament will definitely be me. Shakky is my designated wife. Jialin Sheng looked somewhat displeased at Swamatsi Sheng. Mafeigong, tall and burly with his chest exposed and sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, casually changed the subject, speaking of which, that bribed Rock's executive. His name is Wang Ji, isn't it? He's been feeding quite a lot of intel. It's said that a Liang fought halfway with Newgate, then sat down to drink together. She paused, looking at Jialin Sheng with some mockery. Jialin, I heard you plan to make him the guard captain for this tournament. Is he really reliable? If Rock shows up, won't he cause trouble alongside them? These words from Ma Fei Gong had come to Jialin Saint's attention days ago, leading him to specifically verify with CP0's Lu Bianitiao. Lu Bianitiao claimed ignorance of the matter as he had already fainted by that time. It's merely the words of a traitorous pirate. Jialin Saint's expression remained impassive. He didn't particularly trust Hua Ye, but the words of pirates were inherently unreliable. His colleagues bringing up Wang Ji's worthless ramblings to publicly question Liang was simply an attempt to see him humiliated. In certain matters, saving face was paramount. Even if it bred resentment within, he would never show it. Within the luxurious private booth of Shampoo GR19, Xiaojio knelt beside the sofa, her slender fingers pressing into Hua Ye's calf. She leaned slightly forward, her light blue hair cascading across Hua Ye's knee. Hua Ye closed his eyes, gently stroking her head as he luxuriated in his head maid's cupping service. At his most relaxed moment, even his observation Haki was left unused. At that moment, the booth door was flung open. Liang, today's playlist. Junzi strode in, her cheeks instantly flushing at the scene on the sofa, instinctively turning her face away. Xiaojio scrambled to her feet, covering her mouth as she retreated behind Hua Ye. Don't know how to knock before entering. You. Junzi fumbled for words. Foul commoner. Engaged in such shameful acts in broad daylight. And you have the nerve to claim you've never done this before. Shame and fury mingled within Junzi. She hadn't called Hua Ye a vile commoner in over half a year, yet now the words slipped out unbidden. Hua Ye felt unjustly accused, but I truly haven't. What's there to hide? Xiaojio is still a pure maiden. Who would believe that? Junzi snorted coldly. Beside them, Xiaoju listened to their quarrel, noting she wasn't being watched, and nervously swallowed, her cheeks reddening even deeper. Over these past 6 months, Xiaojio had become Hua Ye's loyal personal maid, even attending to his bath and dressing at night. Yet the final step had never been taken. And his relationship with Junzi had grown increasingly intimate. Just days ago, Hua Ye had confided in her that he was still an innocent virgin, only for her to stumble upon this scene today. Xiaojio, guard the door. No one is to enter. Today I'm going to have a profound discussion about life with Her Highness Junzi. Xiaojio withdrew from the booth, locking the door behind her. Only the two remained in the room. Before Junzi could recover from her shame and fury, Hua Ye pulled her into his embrace and yanked down her mask, revealing a delicate face. Haven't you been trying to recruit me into the Meimea family to become one of the divine blades? Hua Ye looked down at her, a mocking glint in his eyes as he addressed the flustered Junzi. To be honest, I've held back until now because I didn't want to have regrets. With you it would be different. Junzi struggled in vain, now thoroughly panicked. Let go of me. You're still a nominal commoner. Even if you wanted to, you'd have to wait until I induct you into the family. What if I refuse to let go and refuse to agree? Hua Ye's hands roamed freely and Junzi's resistance weakened. Even she didn't understand why she felt so little resistance toward this white-haired man. Between unraveling the secret of Ima's contractability and personal inclinations, Junzi's relationship with Hua Ye had grown increasingly ambiguous. After all, celestial dragons are still human, and a skilled player like Hua Ye knew all the tricks. Through his interactions, he deduced that Junzi's condition differed from the controlled herald. Among pirates, there was the case of Cavendish with his dual personalities, equal in dominance and independent of each other. Hua Ye suspected that Junzi's heterochromatic eyes harbored a second personality. Her state wasn't due to Ima's control, rather her primary personality was sealed, leaving only the second to reign. Was this second personality akin to the Meimea family's bloodline limit? The pattern of the Sharingan. Junzi, where are you? What are you doing? Just as Hua Ye's hands wandered across her chest, Ima's voice echoed in Junzi's mind. Several arrows materialized without warning, aimed at Hua Ye. He was caught up in his enjoyment, completely off guard. Bang! The arrows struck his chest, precisely knocking him off Junzi and slamming him hard against the— What the hell? Hua Ye understood the situation but feigned confusion. What's wrong? Weren't you just— Shut up. Junzi rose, the arrows coalescing into a mask that covered most of her face. Her chest still heaved, but her voice returned to its usual coldness as she answered in her mind. Lord Amu, am listening to music. There's a new song out in Shampoo, I haven't finished yet. You've been spending too much time with that marine lately. Remember your identity. You are a holy knight, not a songstress. Yes, Lord Amu. She replied with deference in her thoughts. Seconds later that will receded like a tide. Junzi stood still for several moments, confirming Ima's voice had vanished completely before exhaling slowly. She turned to face Hua Ye, whose expression was displeased, and a hint of subtle regret flashed in her eyes. Yet when she spoke, her tone was icy. That's enough for today. Don't ever lay your hands on me again, despicable marine. This confirmed Hua Ye's earlier suspicion. Imu could only sense emotional fluctuations, not perform direct mind reading. Damn it, you old bastard Imu. I was just getting started, and you had to ruin the moment. Cursing inwardly, Hua Ye asked irritably, By the way, why did you come bursting in today? Junzi then remembered her main purpose. As she adjusted her clothes, she said coldly, Wang Ji claimed you have a personal connection with Newgate. The higher-ups think your credibility has declined. If you truly wish to serve the world government faithfully, you must kill Newgate. Whether I'm loyal to the world government has always depended on you, hasn't it? Seeing Junzi's mood settle, Hua Ye pulled her back into his embrace. He was employing his charm offensive. If even Saint Saturn could engage in secret maneuverings, then Junzi could pay lip service to Imu. The contract prevented disobedience to Ima's direct orders, but that didn't rule out betrayal. Then why do you still refuse to join my family? With your strength, you'd certainly become a divine blade. At this, Junzi's ears reddened, and her tone softened. After all, she was but an inexperienced girl, and a skilled player's sweet words were hard to resist. Hua Ye mused inwardly, I don't want to bet an arm on the future like Shanks. He felt no guilt in using Junzi this way, it wasn't mere womanizing. Shu Li, once awake, would surely applaud. All in the name of double-crossing Imu. Hua Ye changed the subject, refusing to be drawn in, and continued probing Junzi's limits. Did you bribe Wang Ji? What exactly is my mission in a year? We're this close. What can't you tell me? Wang Ji had betrayed rocks, kidnapped Shakky, and designated the Valley of the Gods as a hunting arena. But these were classified matters, though under normal circumstances Junzi would never reveal them. Embraced in his arms, Junzi hesitated whether to tell him about the hunting competition. For the public good, Liang's strength was worth the Man-Maya family's alliance. Becoming a god's blade would undoubtedly make her an outer celestial dragon entitled to know. For personal reasons was she now considered Liang's girlfriend. But this status simply couldn't be made public, and it wasn't an immense secret. After pondering for a long while, Junzi pushed aside Hua Ye's restless hand and still spoke coldly. The Celestial Dragon's triennial hunting competition is about to begin. Wang Ji will capture Shakky. Your mission is. Then Junzi told him, and in great detail. Hua Ye naturally knew all this, but still wore a somewhat grave expression. Capture Shakky. Must we really do what? I heard you two have a special relationship. Can't bear to let go. Junzi suddenly spoke with jealousy. I'll forget it. It doesn't matter. You interrupted our intimacy just now. What was that about? Compensate me. Hua Ye changed the subject and resumed his wandering hands. Junzi dared not continue the intimacy. That sudden, inexplicable emotion had already caught Ima's attention. She hurriedly tried to push Hua Ye away. But Hua Ye was pure strength. In their play, fighting the fruit knife by the bedside table was coincidentally nudged. Swoosh. The fruit knife bounced up, its sharp blade cutting across Junzi's skin. What the hell? Your arm is scratched. So fragile. Hua Ye was dumbfounded, stopped the roughhousing, and asked with some concern. The next instant, Junzi's skin began to slowly heal, without a single drop of blood flowing out. What ability is this? The arrow fruit doesn't have this power, right? Hua Ye feigned confusion. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. What's there to hide? It's just an ability. You don't have immortality, do you? Junzi remained silent. Fine, keep it to yourself. I'm not interested anyway. Seeing Junzi was unharmed, Hua Ye continued his mischief. Junzi breathed a sigh of relief, and they resumed their playful scuffle. Before long, Hua Ye pinned Junzi beneath him again, and leaned close to her ear, smirking. So if we had taken it all the way just now, would it have healed too? Then wouldn't I be a newlywed every night? Junzi was stunned for a moment, then blushed furiously as she began hammering his chest. You? Shameless. Who wants to be with you every night? Don't ever do that to me again. When I get nervous, Lord M will sense it. As the words left her mouth, Junzi realized she had said something she shouldn't. She immediately struggled free and stood up. I'm going back to the Holy Land. You're crazy. Such a killjoy. Who is him? Why can he sense you? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Junzi's voice turned cold again. Hua Ye fell silent, rising with a displeased expression. The name Im had already been spoken. Today's harvest was enough. Digging deeper would truly be unwise. IMS dictatorship was a taboo within the world government known only to the gods' knights and the five. It was impossible to brainwash an abyssal contractor overnight, even with prior groundwork and Shuli's on. Hua Ye sighed inwardly. Before his reincarnation, One Piece hadn't even ended, so his knowledge of IMS abilities was only fragmentary. Manipulating Junzi like this was indeed risky, but it was also a way to gain more intel about him. For instance, what exactly was the mechanical heart of the gods' knights? Could it be used to break the abyssal con? How many avatars did have? Was that hideous creature resembling a Lunarian the true body? And why did he get injured whenever he left the Holy Land? None of this was recorded even by Rain God's former subordinates. Precisely what Hua Ye wanted to know. Hua Ye murmured to himself, as IMS attendant Junzi surely knows more than I do. But the risk is still enormous. After Saturn Saint was exposed as a traitor, Im had directly erased him. Yet given the uniqueness of Junzi's heterochromatic eyes, even if Im knew of her betrayal, he probably wouldn't annihilate her. Hua Ye silently decided that once he helped Junzi break free from control, he would first release Candel and reunite mother and daughter, then make Shuli one of his principal wives. Yes, on the same level as Nami and the others. 10 days later on Sabaedes, GR19 district. Inside a lavish hotel on a spacious bed, Hua Ye toyed with Junzi. After 10 days, their relationship was still only one step away from the final intimacy. Hua Ye hadn't pressed about IMS information since that day. Hey, there's something I've been thinking about for a while, and want to tell you. Oh, go ahead. Junzi hesitated, then said coldly, Garling Saint might be assigning you a mission. News just came that Shakky has been captured and is being escorted to the Holy Land. He wants you to be the reception, and he's also dispatched a special combat force to watch you from the shadows. That guy is said to be very strong. Hua Ye paused his movements, then resumed as usual. Oh, special combat force. How special? I don't know exactly who it is, only that it's not a regular member of the God's Knights. Junzi frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the lack of detail. Anyway, be careful. Oh, and there might be an entire elite CP0 squad. Are you worried about me? Hua Ye increased the pressure of his hand, earning a muffled grunt and a glare from Junzi. I just don't want the exclusive musician I just found to get killed. Junzi turned her face away, her tone aloof and tsundere. Hua Ye grinned. Junzi leaking intelligence voluntarily was no longer a first. This was the greatest gain. The next morning at noon, a roadside informant found Hua Ye and came straight to the point. After a brief exchange, Hua Ye watched his retreating figure and sneered inwardly. Garling Saint wants me to escort Shakky, but didn't give any mission details. Is he trying to gauge my first reaction when I see Shakky captured? Old devil playing mind games. The special force of the God's Knights. Isn't it just Herald? If I act as if I want to free Shakky, he'll probably strike at me from the shadows, right? They really think highly of me. Xiao Jiao emerged from the inner room and handed him the marine cloak. Master, will you be gone long this time? Not sure. Hua Ye took the coat and casually ruffled her head. Going to make a round in the new world. Have Xiao San and Xiao Qi keep an eye on things at home. You're coming with me. Xiao Jiao emerged from the inner room and handed him the marine cloak. Master, will you be gone long this time? Not sure. Hua Ye took the coat and casually ruffled her head. Going to make a round in the new world. Have Xiao San and Xiao Qi keep an eye on things at home. You're coming with me. The sea wind howled as a warship slowly departed from Shampoo. Hua Ye did not bring Long or Guillaume this time. His only companion was Xiao Jiao. Captain Liang, we will supervise the entire operation. We hope you will cooperate. The voice of the leading CP0 agent came from behind his mask, cold and detached. Cooperate, of course I will. Hua Ye, as was his custom, set up a deck chair on the deck and lay down comfortably to bask in the sun. He couldn't be bothered to issue any threats, and he cared even less about the enormous warship in the distance. As for what he had to do next, Hua Ye was torn. His interference had already sent the butterfly effect into motion. In the original story, Xiaoqi had remained untouched, but now rumors were circulating that she had ties with Liang, and it was hard not to wonder if Jialansheng might try something depraved. Hua Ye was not afraid of Herald, but if he simply released Xiaoqi, the battle at God Valley would never happen, and that would have huge repercussions. Moreover, the identity of Liang was supposed to be killed off in God Valley, otherwise defecting from the Marines would render all his earlier groundwork useless. Hua Ye's original plan had been to brainwash Jialansheng and implant some unspeakable images into his mind. But after contacting Junzi, he realized that path was also blocked. An abnormal emotional fluctuation like that would surely be detected by him. Although the nine-tailed fox fruit could perfectly mimic all details like aura and voice. Hua Ye couldn't bring himself to do something as foolish as having Xiao Jiu disguise herself as Shakky to take the fall. That evening inside the warship's private bathroom, Hua Ye looked at Xiao Jiu and asked, "How far have you developed your fruit recently? Can you disguise other people at?" Dressed in a maid uniform and attending to Hua Ye's bath, Xiao Jiu thought for a moment before replying, "My ability lets me transform myself. Ooh, I can't change others." Hua Ye nodded. So it really wasn't possible. What to do then? A light bulb suddenly lit up. After the bath, a row of black-suited CP agents was summoned to line up neatly on the deck. I know that on long missions at sea everyone gets hungry. After all, sometimes you don't see a woman for a year or more. Hua Ye paced the deck as he spoke. The CP agents exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding his meaning. Then Hua Ye shifted his tone, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Now hand over the dolls you've brought with you. Used ones don't count. I need to study them." This time the CP agents on deck understood. "You have that gorgeous maid by your side, and now you're trying to steal our girlfriends. You beast." Their expressions shifted from shock to indignation, a truly colorful spectacle. The leading CP0 agent was the first to react. "Captain Liang, you are insulting us. We are legitimate members of the CP organization. Spare me the nonsense." Hua Ye raised his hand to cut him off, and then released a hint of his Conqueror's Haki. "We're all men here. Don't pretend to be innocent. Anyone who dares to hide one or gives me a used doll can swim back to shampoo tonight." The air froze. Even the sea breeze seemed awkward. Before long, the first CP agent emerged from the cabin carrying a doll. It was a life-size silicone model, black-haired, delicate features, wearing a maid outfit of unknown origin. The agent dropped the doll on the deck and turned away, wishing he could jump into the sea immediately. Next came the second, then the third. Hua Ye inspected each one, nodding occasionally. "This one has decent craft. This one, isn't that Charlotte Linlin? Interesting taste. Wait, this one, isn't that Vice Admiral Tsuru? Daring to insult a Marine Vice Admiral. Throw him into the sea. Huh, there's a male doll. Damn it. Throw him into the sea too." In truth, only a minority of the CP agents carried such items. Out of 500 men, they found only about 15 in used dolls. After the farce ended, Hua Ye took 5 dolls back to his room. Xiao Jiu stared at the exquisitely crafted silicone dolls, confused. Were the world government's people really that depraved? Then Hua Ye twisted off a doll's head and began scooping out the silicone inside. "Xiao Jiu, take off your clothes." Without any hesitation, Xiao Jiu's fingers deftly untied the ribbons of her maid uniform. The fabric slid away, lamplight spilling over her fair skin. Every curve was delicate, the line below her collarbone rising and falling softly with each breath. She brushed her light blue hair over her shoulder and looked at Hua Ye, waiting for his next instruction. Hua Ye handed her the hollowed-out silicone form. "Put this on, then transform into someone. I want to run in it." Xiao Jiu took it, slipped it on, and a pale pink light enveloped her. Boom. In an instant she became Junzi, identical in face, figure, and even Junzi's iconic military uniform with shorts. Hua Ye nodded with satisfaction. "It really is a perfect 1:10 replica. Now take off the silicone." Xiao Jiu hesitated for a moment. She knew that the moment it came off she would revert to herself, but she complied anyway. Just as the false body left her and her face began to change back to Xiao Jiu's, a silver flash erupted. Luanjinchuo. Luanjinchuo. The power of time froze the part that had left Xiao Jiu's body. Before long, a peculiar object marked with Junzi's aura materialized before them. Hua Ye grinned. "Success." Xiao Jiu was puzzled. "Master this. Its aura still feels like Junzi's, but it's an inanimate object. What are you planning?" "In a while, transform into me and go fishing on the deck. I hear night fishing is easier to catch." Hua Ye smiled mysteriously and offered no explanation. Xiao Jiu asked no further questions. She transformed into Hua Ye, draped a marine coat over her shoulders, grabbed a fishing rod, and strode toward the deck. The CP agents watched from a distance and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The relentless devil had finally calmed down. Meanwhile, those whose girlfriends had been confiscated silently cursed, "May you catch nothing tonight." New World, Beehive Island. Xiaqi's disappearance had thrown the place into utter chaos. Brother Malone and his men were all taken out. Who did this? Who the hell kidnapped Xiaqi? Days after Xiaqi vanished, the Rocks pirates had mobilized all their strength, but still found no clue. Glorioso wept bitterly. Unlike Liang's previous capture, Liang was a legitimate marine, and Xiaqi was unlikely to be harmed. But this time was different. The pirates were all panicked and enraged. "Xiaqi-chan, please be safe. Could it be that bastard Liang? His ability is so weird." Aboard the Oro, Jackson Roger tore up an intelligence report in fury. "That damn Rocks, what the hell is he doing? He'll tear that porcupine apart." "Oi, Roger. Why not go find that white-haired kid? He's a Marine, and they say the two are close. He won't just sit by. Rayleigh was also worried, but since he hadn't received any note, yet he was noticeably calmer. With a flash of silver light, Hua Ye appeared above Beehive Island as the Conqueror's Haki danced and gathered around his fist. "Rocks, get out here." His roar echoed across Beehive Island like a megaphone. Inside the main hall, the Rocks Pirates officers who had been discussing countermeasures were all taken aback. Rock's eyes flickered with surprise. He charged out of the hall and looked up at the sky. "Why is the white-haired brat here?" Shakky, Leanly, Newgate, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and the other officers followed him out. "Whitehair, I was just looking for someone to vent my anger on, and you deliver yourself to my doorstep." Shakky drew his twin swords ready to charge forward and cut him down. Soon Hua Ye finished his build-up. Galactic impact. The officers who possessed the future-predicting ability of observation, Haki, all witnessed what was to come, their hearts filled with alarm. "Damn. If we don't stop him, half of Beehive Island will be blown away by that punch. What does that white hair want to do?" Rocks was the first to foresee the future scene. He immediately drew his saber and soared into the sky, his blade wrapped in black-red lightning as it clashed heated. "Jaha, brat, do you want to demolish my home the moment you arrive?" Boom. Their fists collided in midair, unleashing a visible shockwave that sent stone slabs, small trees, and numerous buildings in the plaza below flying into the air. The lingering power of the Conqueror's Haki caused the lesser pirates on Beehive Island to roll their eyes and collapse into unconsciousness. The sky, previously overcast with dark clouds, cleared under this strike, revealing the bright moonlight. Thud. Rocks crashed heavily back to the ground, leaving a multimeter crater beneath his feet, yet he stood completely still. Though the exchange seemed in his favor, Hua Ye knew he was still a notch below Rocks. After all, that had been a fully charged blow from him, while Rocks, having exerted his full power, only felt his blood surging. "Jaha, white-haired brat, what do you want coming all the way to Beehive Island?" Rocks laughed wildly, not continuing the assault. From that single punch, he had already confirmed that the kid's real goal wasn't to blow up Beehive Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shouted for him to come out before attacking. Hua Ye landed on the ground and scoffed. "Rocks, Shakky went missing on your turf. Can't even protect a woman, and you still dream of ruling the world." Rock's smile faded, replaced by displeasure. "Brat, provoking me like this, do you think you'll ever leave Beehive Island?" "If I can't be bothered with you. If I want to leave, ask Newgate. Can you stop me?" Hua Ye retorted dismissively. "Roxy's right. He can teleport to any place he's been within a second. Unless we kill him in one blow, if he wants to leave, we really can't stop him," Newgate said. With Newgate's words, the expressions of the officers present turned varied. The strange gate fruit grants an undefeatable advantage from the start, truly terrifying. The two sides stood deadlocked. Hua Ye glanced at Wang Ji, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Wang Ji immediately turned his head away and started whistling, thinking, this kid is a Marine. Could the dealings with the world government have been exposed? Hua Ye had no intention of killing Wang Ji just yet. The man was a useful messenger. Surely today's events would be relayed to the world government. So he might as well play the part of an actor. "Why, Roxham just pissed off and came specifically to fight you. To avoid blowing up your turf, how about we move somewhere?" Before Rox could reply, Hua Ye turned to Charlotte Linlin. "And first I want a private word with Linlin." "Oh, you want to do Linlin?" Rox was silent for a moment, then his brows relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "Jaha. Fine. Am not misunderstanding, am I? If she agrees, I have no objection. But I like you, kid. If you lose later, you must quit the Marines. Join us. Damn, don't you like me, you porcupine? That's terrifying." Hua Ye joked, then agreed, "Fine, but I'm short on time. If we can't decide the winner in an hour, I'm leaving." "An hour? Interesting." Rox accepted without hesitation. After all, even if the white hair wanted to run, he couldn't be held back. Mama. You want to do me?" Linlin was stunned at first, then strode over to Hua Ye, looking down at him with keen in. "Finally come to your senses. Think I'm more to your taste than Shakky." Hua Ye wasted no words, directly pulling Linlin close. "Let's go to your place." Linlin hooked her arm around Hua Ye's neck, the 8-meter height difference making the scene look utterly absurd. "I can hardly wait." The two walked away as if no one else was there, leaving the entire plaza full of dumbfounded Rocks Pirates officers. Kaido snapped back to reality and roared, "Hey Linlin, how can you just? Didn't you say you hated this kind of arrogant man?" Linlin waved her hand dismissively. "Shut up. What I do is none of your business." Shakky turned to Rocks. "Hey, are you just going to watch? This is too much of a farce. He's going off to score. Isn't finding Shakky the most important thing right now?" "Finding Shakky is important, of course, but how can I stop this?" Rox was unconcerned. He picked up the flask at his waist, took a gulp, then spoke casually. "After the kid loses to me later, we'll be on the same ship. Don't be too bothered." Inside a massive room on Beehive Island, Linlin casually flipped up her skirt, turned her back to Hua Ye, and said flatly, "Hurry up. Aren't you going to fight Rox later?" Scent reveals a woman's nature. Junzi and Xiaojiu had a faint fragrance of Linlin's was. Truly the scent of the sea's queen, an unmistakable aroma of the ocean. Hua Ye's forehead was covered in black lines. Damn, Ajin, you're serious. And this pace is way too fast. Aren't you going to wash? Lin, I'm here to discuss a deal. Pull your skirt up first. Lin turned around, her eager expression vanishing instantly. A deal? Are you screwing with me? Who said earlier they were going to fuck me to death? Too many eyes and ears. I had no choice, Hua Ye said without changing his expression. What deal? Spit it out. If I'm not satisfied, I don't mind settling the earlier score. Linlin's tone was clearly annoyed. Hua Ye didn't beat around the bush. I believe you're the most righteous pirate on the sea. Hey, race the thing. Lin narrowed her eyes, a glint of excitement slowly emerging on her face. Pure gold. That's a fine treasure. And introducing me to a Lunarian man. Mama, I can keep a secret. Give me the pure gold first. Are you sure that man will agree? Hua Ye casually produced a golden ring and tossed it to Lin, then grinned mischievously. That man is named Seven. He's my beloved friend, my sworn brother. If he doesn't agree, you'll knock him out or slip him an aphrodisiac for you. During his time in the rain god tribe, Saiwan genuinely enjoyed sneaking peeks at the older sisters taking baths, especially the young married women. In a few years, Saiwan would be on the ground, and Hua Ye believed that by then Saiwan would surely be very happy to pick up a beautiful wife. Isn't it just about having more bridges and more greenery? It's fine to not tell him for now. Remember, our deal should not be spoken of to anyone, otherwise I won't introduce you to any strong men. Hua Ye did not forget to remind him. Don't worry, pirates also value loyalty. How could I possibly let this slip? The pure gold had exceeded Lingling's expectations. The strong men of the Lunaria tribe would allow her to bear children even better than Katakuri, which made her incredibly eager. You should first imbue this with a soul. Hua Ye no longer hesitated and directly tossed out a special silicone doll he had made with Xiaojiu. The doll had been refilled and was almost indistinguishable from a real person. Lingling put away the pure gold ring and looked at the strange corpse, slightly frowning. Who is this? Why does it still have such an aura, even in death? I can't just turn a living thing into a Hametz. Who said this thing is human? Try using your ability. Satisfied with Lingling's reaction, Hua Ye felt pleased. Lingling no longer pressed for answers. With a flick of her hand, a pale purple orb of light shot inside. After a few moments, the military version of Hametz opened its eyes and sat up. It looked up at Lingling and cheerfully called out, Mother, what are your orders? Lingling grinned. From now on, you only listen to that white-haired one, understood? Yes, Mother. Hua Ye, using his observation, Haki glanced at Hametz and couldn't help but marvel. The soul fruit is truly useful. This Hametz bore no difference in aura from the military version. Unless subjected to violent attacks, one could absolutely not detect any abnormalities based on appearance, voice, or aura. Moreover, this was just an experimental version. When they made the flagship version with better materials, the effects would surely be even better. Time fruit, soul fruit, nine-tailed fox fruit. The doll, crafted from the 3 top-tier fruits after memory infusion, would serve as a perfect substitute. Hua Ye tossed Hametz into storage for the future and prepared to go out and fight rocks. Lingling suddenly called out to him, Oi kid, are you really preparing to leave? It's barely been 20 minutes. Hua Ye paused, feeling speechless. He had indeed said to act it all out, and since Lingling didn't care about this, how would that bunch of pirates outside perceive them if they left after just 20 minutes? That white-haired Aliang claimed he would kill Lingling, but he came out in less than 20 minutes. Silver Gunwax, head with such monstrous strength, how come in some aspects you're not as good as us riffraff? After imagining this, Hua Ye felt somewhat speechless and decided to skip ahead 2 hours. Hey kid, don't you want to lose this kind of person? Why not turn the farce into reality? Lingling began tossing things out, trying to entice Hua Ye. Hua Ye turned back for a glance. Damn, the bright lights are blinding. It don't torture an old hand like this. I really have a cleanliness obsession. Hua Ye maintained a deadpan expression, contemplating heading to the future 2 hours ahead, but such a scene was already making him feel somewhat unseemly. Should he get a massage service instead? This doesn't count as losing my virginity. Lingling, I want to say that if I push you, would you mind? Lingling was enraged at his words, feeling insulted. Mind, of course I mind. How dare you think about such things, and you don't want to do something else with me? Hua Ye stared at the bright lights, stating with righteousness, I want to introduce you to my brothers. How could I possibly do that to you? This is already my bottom line. Lingling was speechless. I'm only interested in your bloodline. What does that sort of thing count as? Just for fun? No way. How about this? You wait here for 2 hours, and when the time comes I will naturally come back. With a wave of his hand, Hua Ye tossed out a pile of desserts and snacks from the fragrance region, forming a small mountain. Suddenly, the hatch of the world government warship opened. Hua Ye poked his head out, seeing the small Geo transformed into his likeness. Still fishing, he simply grabbed her and carried her into the ship's cabin. Change back. Help me. Woo. Master, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't caught any fish. 2 hours later, a silver flash appeared, and Hua Ye contentedly appeared in Lingling's room. At this moment, the snacks had been wiped clean, and Lingling lay contentedly on the bed, basking in springtime. Hua Ye had entered sage mode and did not spare her a second glance. Let's go, Lingling. Lingling casually tidied her clothes and followed Hua Ye as they walked out of the room side by side. In the center of Hive Island Square, Rox and Newgate were drinking, while most of the cadre had already continued searching for Shakky's whereabouts. Seeing the two approach, Rox put down the wine jar and glanced at Hua Ye's saintly face, laughing heartily. Kekekek. Lingling, it seems this kid hasn't let you down. Mama. I'm very satisfied. Lingling boldly sat next to Rox and casually took a gulp. In the distance, Wang Zhi in the shadows stroked his chin. He rapidly recorded in his mind that Aoyang and Lingling had been alone for more than 2 hours, and both emerged clearly satisfied. The world government would surely want this information. On a desolate island near Hive Island, the cadres of Rox's crew stood or sat scattered among the rocks and dead trees. Kaido crossed his arms, his expression complex, clearly still processing Lingling's affair with the white-haired one. In the center of the island, Hua Ye stood still. Rox walked over slowly from the opposite side, and the Conqueror's Haki began to clash violently between the two. Kekekek. Kid, I won't hold back in this battle. If you end up like a soft-shelled shrimp because of Lingling, don't blame me for the loss. How could I possibly lose? What will you do if you lose? Could I possibly lose? Rox seemed to have heard the biggest joke. In the next moment, he took the initiative to attack, the blade aimed straight at Hua Ye's face. Hua Ye knew that Rox intended to defeat him within an hour, so he would undoubtedly exert his full strength from the start. Facing the terrifying pressure, Hua Ye also expended a great deal of physical strength and unleashed all his abilities. Power of Time, Black Flame, and Conqueror's Haki all coalesced into his fists. Boom! The punch collided with the blade in midair, the power of time distorting the void, attempting to pull Rox's famous sword into the river of time. Do you think you can disarm me? Rox exerted force a second time, the blade forcefully dispersing the power of time. At the same time, the black flames erupted over a wide area, appearing exceptionally eerie in the night. In an instant, within a few kilometers of the small island, it turned into a sea of black flames. All who came to watch were cadres of the Rox pirate crew, and many turned serious upon witnessing this strike. If it were them, they would likely not be able to withstand it. After the strike ended, Hua Ye was blasted out over 100 meters while Rox stood unmoved. He stepped forward, eager to pursue. But in the next moment, Rox's observation Haki went into overdrive, and he saw the future. But it was too late. The location where the two had collided was now where Rox stood, and the air began to fluctuate violently without warning. That was the energy forcibly sent to the future by Hua Ye using the power of time, representing most of the impact from their collision. Rox had thought it had been mutually cancelled out, never expecting it to have been stealthily taken away. No way. Rox's pupils contracted sharply. This is Newgate's. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, a third force emerged. The ground split, the air shattered, and even the distant sea was raised into a 100-meter tsunami. An extreme shockwave surged violently from the space between time. That was the void shock that had been forcefully sealed since Hua Ye's confrontation with Newgate over half a year ago. To send this strike to the future, the cost was so great that Hua Ye had directly chosen to sit down and drink with Newgate. Now this time, bomb had accurately detonated on Rox. 3 forces erupted simultaneously, centered around Rox, forming a 100-meter mushroom cloud. The 3 powers originally belonging to different powerful beings were released in superposition at the same node, blasting Rox away. Cough. The dust settled as Luke struggled to rise from the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. White-haired brat, you're quite treacherous. Using my own attack against me, eh? Lux glanced at Newgate, seeing his innocent expression, which gave him a rough idea of what was happening. Kek. Kek ha. What a useful ability. Did you steal that attack during your earlier battle with Newgate? Hua Ye said, slightly out of breath as he stepped forward. After all, releasing such a massive amount of energy all at once clearly took a huge toll on him. Lux was stronger than he had imagined. Is that just a minor injury? Hua Ye couldn't help but recall the ridicule he faced before his rebirth, where some claimed Lux was merely riding on a reputation. After all, he was evenly matched with Herald, while Shanks and Jabba could hold off the Divine Knight Herald. Although they couldn't defeat him, it was due to the fact that he was immortal. Is he too cunning? Why is this thing so powerful? Hua Ye, instead of being disheartened, looked excitedly into the distance. Oi, Newgate. Lend me the first-generation Demon Slayer. Huh. Luke's subordinate scoffed. Newgate's supreme sword. He usually wouldn't even dare to use it himself, so how could he lend it to you? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Newgate remained silent, pulling out the first-generation Demon Slayer from his waist and tossing it toward Hua Ye. The Demon Slayer traced an arc and landed steadily in Hua Ye's hands. Hey, don't break it. The maintenance cost is very high. The subordinates collectively froze as Shakky transformed from a golden lion into a lion dog, starting to howl. Hey, Newgate, you were just lending that sword to a Navy guy. What the hell? Newgate was unfazed, his tone calm. So what if I find this kid pleasing to the IA? This kid can't possibly be your son. Shakky was completely thrown off balance. As a great swordsman, he didn't have the supreme sword, and had long coveted the first-generation demon slayer. Despite his efforts to negotiate, not only did Newgate refuse to swap swords, but he wouldn't even let him touch it, yet now he was directly lending it to this navy brat. Luke's eyes sparkled with excitement as he threw back his head and laughed wildly. Kek haha. Newgate actually lent his supreme sword to you, which is just perfect for me. Come on, let me see your swordsmanship. Hua Ye gripped the first-generation demon slayer tightly, the blade emitting a clear humming sound. Black flames climbed along the blade, intertwining with the domineering aura. He then cast a glance at Wang Ji, who was nervously looking around. Newgate, witnessing this, immediately understood. Ding ding ding. The clash of swords soon resumed as Hua Ye and Lux engaged in fierce combat once again. Having practiced swordsmanship from a young age after acquiring the first-generation demon slayer, he further intensified his training. Although he wasn't on par with Mihawk, he could barely be considered a great swordsman, and wielding the supreme sword was certainly much better than fighting barehanded. Hey Wang Ji, Lingling, Kaido, stop standing there like idiots. This battle is so exciting, come over here for a drink. Newgate called out to the crowd after the two had exchanged dozens of rounds. Drink. Now. Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback, thinking this guy can invite Kaido and Lingling, but he wants me to drink. It's the first time he's invited me, he must not have anything good in mind. However, he couldn't refuse, and decided to walk over confidently. Thus an hour quickly approached its end. After all, this was a time battle, and in order to finish quickly, Lux unleashed all his power. Hua Ye was panting heavily, his stamina nearly depleted, with several bloodstains on his body, each one deeper than those left by Rayleigh before. However, the high-intensity battle brought significant rewards. He deliberately limited his use of time energy to evade attacks, trying to face Lux Hedon to hone himself. After an hour, his domineering aura had solidified further, and his spirit had seen some improvement. Lux was also breathing heavily, his expression somewhat grim, with a few more cuts on his body, but he was clearly in better condition than Hua Ye. What frustrated him was that he hadn't taken Lux down yet. Why did Newgate lend him his sword? Time's almost up, kid. Take my final blow. Lux went completely insane, recklessly channeling his power into the sword. He had never lost when trying to seize crew members, and he didn't want to lose his first time to the white-haired brat. His sword was filled with an overwhelming aura, black-red lightning shaking the heavens and the earth. Before the strike was even unleashed, the entire island began to tremble. Kek haha. White-haired kid, do you dare to take this blow? The onlooking subordinates collectively changed their expressions. If this strike was unleashed, the island would likely sink. Hua Ye stood in place, feeling the overwhelming pressure, making it difficult for him to breathe. If he faced this Hedon, he believed he would likely suffer a severe injury. He wanted to shout, take it. I'll take your mother. Do you think him an ironhead kid? If he took this blow, what would be the difference between him and Bruno with the door fruit? He had 1,000 ways to evade the attack, yet he chose to take it Hedon. But Hua Ye knew that even if he didn't take it, it wouldn't affect his morale, yet this golden opportunity to enhance his spirit would be wasted. He am an idiot, of course I will take this blow. Hua Ye mocked himself, and then an astonishing domineering aura erupted from within him. It was as if something in his heart shattered, followed by an even more formidable aura surging forth. The first-generation demon slayer emitted an excited blade cry as the domineering aura, time energy, and black flames once again entwined around the blade, this time the might far exceeding the past. Lux, with an excited expression, launched the first attack. David's heavenly weapon. Lux, finally shouting the name of the move. But this sword of mine has no name, it's just a regular attack. Hua Ye faced that destructive blade light and swung his sword. Boom! The island could no longer withstand the impact, and centered around the two, the earth completely cracked with seawater pouring in. The onlooking subordinates retreated in unison. After a few breaths, the two stood on a piece of shattered island surrounded by raging waves. Hua Ye, with an excited expression, propped himself up with the blade inserted into the ground, panting heavily. In the distance, Luke's chest was also rising and falling violently. After a long time, he looked at the white-haired kid, who was clearly on the verge of collapse, yet still smiling, remaining silent for a long time. Kekaha, kid. You won't unleash that rebound attack technique again, will you? Stop it, I've already used it all. Besides, even if I had any left, I wouldn't have the strength to unleash it now. Hua Ye rolled his eyes at him, then slightly raised his middle finger. In the next moment, the space around Lux cracked again, and a blade struck toward him. Lux's pupils constricted. Damn it. Is this Lingling's dominion? Damn it, you old schemer. Lux slashed the sealed dominion apart, veins bulging on his forehead. How much stuff have you stored? This time it's really gone. Hua Ye appeared exhausted, grinning as he sat down. Lux let out a sigh of relief. This kid. In the next moment, the space wavered again. This time it was Lux's flying slash from their previous encounter. Coming again. Lux countered with a slash once more and roared, "Did you not just say it was gone?" This time it's really gone. I wouldn't lie to you. Hua Ye raised his hands and surrendered, his face sincere. Luke's chest heaved violently as he stared fiercely at that infuriating face. He had to save face. He said it would be 1 hour, and seeing that no new attacks emerged, he finally Heck ha! Kid, time's up. You didn't fall, and I didn't lose either. Yes, Captain Looks is invincible in the world. Hua Ye waved dismissively, and in the next moment, fistbone clash. Boom. This time Looks truly let his guard down, and he was blasted from the fragmented island beneath his feet to another shattered island. The distant subordinates were collectively petrified. In the ruins, Looks rose in a rage, a clear fist mark on. After all, that was just a sealed fistbone clash, and its power was already significantly reduced compared to the one delivered personally by Garp. If it had been Garp himself, his nasal bone would likely have been broken. But did that matter? What mattered was, Looks had been deceived 3 times by a white-haired kid and had his face smashed by Garp's fist. Damn it, didn't you say it was gone? Fathers, please support me in every way and urge for updates. Hua Ye snorted. I just want to set up this porcupine of yours. Who told you to lose Xia? Lakeis's pride was stung. Malong was slain, Xia had vanished. This indeed struck a heavy blow to his face. But how could he allow an outsider to lecture him? White-haired brat, I'm not someone for you to bark at. And why do you insist on calling me a porcupine, just like Luo Jie? It's infuriating. Luo Kisi was about to rise and resume the fight, but Hua Ye would not give him the chance. He tossed the first-generation Kitetsu to Newgate in the distance, cast a meaningful glance, and vanished from the spot. Seeing the man flee, Luo Kisi was helpless and frustrated. He had intended to use the provocation as an excuse to subdue the exhausted white-haired boy. It seemed Newgate was right. If he wanted to leave, no one could really stop him. The battle concluded, the officers dispersed in 2s and 3s. Newgate's gaze fell upon Wang Ji, who was preparing to slip away. Oi, Wang Ji, we had a good drink today. Let's continue when we get back. Wang Ji wanted to refuse, but Newgate's large hand had already landed on his shoulder with the determination to drink until they were both thoroughly drunk. In Newgate's room on Fengshan Island. After entering the room, Wang Ji belatedly sensed something amiss. His relationship with Newgate was not exactly cordial. If it were a group drinking session, that would be one thing, but why was he being singled out? Sweat beaded on Wang Ji's forehead. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. If his betrayal had been exposed, the one to confront him would certainly not be Newgate. Wang Ji, I never realized before, but you are actually quite a talent. Wang Ji, didn't you have some nickname a few years back? Wang Ji, that tongue of yours. After half an hour of drinking, Wang Ji was already plotting his escape. What the hell was all this? You Newgate are usually taciturn. Why are you so chatty today? And forcing conversation at that. Newgate was equally exasperated. He had understood his big brother's look. It was clearly to detain Wang Ji. But how was he supposed to do that? This was too much of a challenge. Still, Newgate being Newgate, he would go all out for his brother. Having a chat. Just as Wang Ji was about to rise and leave, the door to Newgate's room swung open again. The moment Wang Ji saw the visitor, he froze. Hua Ye strode in with his hands in his pockets. What's up, traitor? Surprised to see me. Surprised? Shocked? Why are you here? As a senior officer of Luo Kisi, Wang Ji reacted swiftly, his hand instinctively moving to the weapon at his waist. But Newgate was faster, his large hand pressing down on Wang Ji's shoulder. In a cold voice he said, Wang Ji, don't move. Hua Ye grinned wickedly as he sat opposite Wang Ji. Relax. I know all about your little affairs. If I wanted you dead, I'd just tell Luo Kisi about them. Feeling the faint tremor from Newgate's palm, Wang Ji dared not act rashly. Hua Ye said, now let's have some fun. Newgate, if he dares to resist or cry out, kill him. You? What exactly do you want? Wang Ji was panicked, truly panicked. Newgate usually wouldn't even listen to Luo Kisi, yet this white-haired man commanded him without a trace of displeasure on his face. Wang Ji was confident in his own strength, but not blindly so. He knew he couldn't escape now. Next, I'm going to teach you what to say and what not to say. Hua Ye's expression was blank as black flames flickered in his hand. He continued, don't be afraid. Please take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Deep in the night, Hua Ye returned to the warship exhausted. Already physically drained, he had only rested for an hour before performing a simple brainwashing on a powerhouse like Wang Ji, completely emptying himself. Soon, under Xiao Jiu's care, he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Hua Ye awoke in soft warmth, sensing that his injuries had generally recovered to 50 or 60%. He rose and took a bite of the peach beside him, earning a soft grunt from the drowsy Xiao Jiu. Don't sleep. Get up, eat some chicken, and then I'll take you out to play. Eat chicken. While I'll walk. Xiao Jiu blinked awake, groggily, not yet fully conscious before. Master, why not use the other way to eat? The other way? You can't handle it yet. Wait until you've mastered armament Haki. Oh, all right. 3 hours later, a silver flash lit up the room, and the two vanished from their spot. Deep inside a deserted island in the New World, several small tents were pitched. A few of Wang Ji's loyal followers and CP agents patrolled the perimeter waiting for the transport ship to arrive as planned. As a wave of temporal power spread, the black-suited CP agents and the rabble pirates were frozen in place. The tent flap was pushed aside, revealing Shakky leaning against a wooden crate, her hands bound with chains and a cloth gag in her mouth. Seeing Hua Ye enter, she was startled at first, then her eyes lit up. But when she noticed Xiaojio's slightly swollen lips and then glanced at Hua Ye's neck, her expression quickly turned inscrutable. It wasn't really Xiaojio's fault. Hua Ye was simply too lavish with his tongue. Unexpectedly, Shakky, who had never tasted that fruit, saw through it all. "Yo, Miss Shakky, how did you end up in such a mess?" Hua Ye grinned as he untied the cloth from her mouth. The moment the cloth came loose, Shakky turned her head away, pouted, and asked, "Who is she?" Xiaojio blushed and instinctively shrank behind Hua Ye. "My maid, what's the matter?" Hua Ye replied without missing a beat. "Maid? Humph, Rear Admiral Aliang has quite the leisure interest." Xiaqi's heart felt chilled. After half a year without seeing him, her lovesickness had completely transferred. After being captured, she had hoped her master would come to rescue her. He did come, but he also brought along a surprise. She didn't mind Hua Ye having a maid, but certain things made her uncomfortable. Hua Ye's heart skipped a beat. He muttered inwardly, "How are you suddenly okay with it? Didn't you make any progress with Lei Li these past 6 months?" "Boy, I told you no. Don't you like Lei Li?" Upon hearing this, she turned her head away again and muttered softly, "Lei Li? I didn't even leave him a note. He surely doesn't know my feelings, and I don't plan to tell him anymore." Hua Ye was speechless inside. Damn, it's almost God Valley, and she still hasn't left a note. That means the romantic thread between Lei Li and Shakky is completely severed. Hancock would be lost. Damn it. Hua Ye had thought that with him not seeking out Shakky for half a year, she would naturally choose Lei Li. He had even plotted the heroic rescue by Lei Li at God Valley, but this was something he never expected. "Hey, what are you brooding over, dog of a man?" Shakky couldn't help asking when she saw Hua Ye in a daze. Hua Ye snapped back to reality and spread his hands helplessly. "A man needs freedom. I don't want to be tied down." "Am I the kind of woman who ties a man down?" Shakky muttered again. "Master, she's upset that she didn't get you first." Xiaojio whispered softly behind him. "What the?" Shakky blushed furiously. What was this? It was the very thought in her heart. You're talking nonsense. I don't have any such idea." Hua Ye appraised Shakky. Her curves, her contours, her headlights. Not exactly his favorite model, but it would be a lie to say he had no thoughts at all. Was it too much to keep pushing her away? "Why are you staring at me like that?" Shakky's heart fluttered under his intense gaze. "Ahem." Hua Ye cleared his throat. "Actually, Xiaojio is still a virgin. Don't get the wrong idea." "Really?" Shakky was skeptical. "Why would I lie to you?" Hua Ye turned to Xiaojio and said with sudden seriousness, "Xiaojio, take off your pants and let her verify." What kind of ferocious words are these? How can this be verified? Xiaojio was almost ashamed to death. Although she hadn't been inside, she had done that. If it turned out not to be, wouldn't it be even more awkward? "Master, stop messing around." Shakky was still feeling aggrieved, but this scene made her laugh in anger. "Test your head. Who wants to test such a thing? Vice Admiral Aliang, are you planning to betray the Navy and take me away?" I just came to see you." "Who said I'm taking you away?" Hua Ye looked at Xiaojio behind him. "Xiaojio, touch her, then we leave." Before Shakky could react, Xiaojio's hand had already landed on her shoulder, recording all details of her appearance and aura. Hua Ye, under Shakky's astonished gaze, tied the cloth strip back for her. "We're leaving now, Jana." Woo. Shakky's mouth was sealed. She could only stare in shock as the two disappeared from the spot. Then the power of time receded, and the guards did not notice anything unusual. In the new world, within a dilapidated small village, pirates were wreaking havoc. Before long, Hua Ye and Xiaojio appeared on the outskirts of the village. Xiaojio, whose figure is more similar to Shakky's. Xiaojio observed carefully and pointed at a female pirate who was rummaging through things. That one has a figure about 60% similar to Miss Shakky's. Hua Ye shook his head, sizing up the male pirate beside her. "Isn't that man even more similar?" But Xiaojio, were wearing a skin-disguised body shape is more important than gender. Without further ado, Hua Ye struck directly. The biggest flaw of home eyes is that they lack human physiological characteristics. So Hua Ye planned to use synthetic human skin to make the outer core of the home eyes, and then turn real humans into mute idiots as the inner core. This way everything would be solved. This inspiration came from White Setsu of Naruto. Later, for the fake death at God Valley, the substitute would also be made to this standard. Before long, dozens of pirates were all killed, leaving only the pirate who had been turned into an idiot. Then Hua Ye realized he was naive. What if St. Jolin became beastly and broke the home eye shell to discover, damn, it's bigger than himself? Castrate and fix it. But this job is too disgusting. Hua Ye muttered softly. At this moment, it would be great to have a comrade with the surgery fruit. In the end, with a grimace, Hua Ye picked up a pirate's long sword, its blade coated with black flames and the power of time, and began patching and swapping certain organ positions. Xiao Jiu blushed the whole time, turning her back, not daring to look even once. It was too bloody. After more than an hour of fuss, after secretly meeting Ling Ling, the perfect 1-1 replica membrane was finally completed. Woo, woo, woo. Unable to speak, Xia Qi glared angrily at this scumbag who had just abandoned her. Hua Ye walked over, untied the cloth strip on her mouth. Woo, woo, woo. Unable to speak, Xia Qi glared angrily at this scumbag who had just abandoned her. Hua Ye walked over, untied the cloth strip on her mouth, and before she could speak, he waved his hand and released the substitute. Xia Qi was stunned. Hua Ye smirked. Hey Ling Ling, and I made it together. How is it? It really looks alike. So you abandoned me and ran off to make this thing? Xia Qi was stunned. Hua Ye smirked. Hey Ling Ling, and I made it together. How is it? It really looks alike. So you abandoned me and ran off to make this thing? What else? Hua Ye rolled his eyes and then said, but it's not perfect yet, it still needs you to provide some memories and preferences. Next, while helping Xia Qi untie her bonds, Hua Ye explained what she needed to do. Her substitute would be imprisoned by the world government, and she herself might need to disappear from public view for about a year. After more than 10 minutes. Through a series of operations, the substitute was brainwashed and infused with some of Xia Qi's own memories. After it was done, Xia Qi circled her substitute twice, reached out, and poked its face. Body temperature, breath, skin texture, even the faint milky scent on its body were so similar. If not for an intimate person, no one could tell the difference. It's like my twin sister. Xia Qi marveled. But the substitute scratched its head and said with some worry, although the inner core's chest has been padded, after all, it's a castrated man. It won't have any female physiological characteristics. Could this be exposed? With the infusion of memories, the substitute's tone and expression were already 70% similar to Xia Qi's. Xia Qi shot Hua Ye an annoyed glare. Can't you find a female inner core? What's wrong with a male inner core? Hua Ye said seriously, there are plenty of women who haven't had their period for years. If someone became beastly with a female inner core, wouldn't they be taking advantage? Hua Ye didn't want to explain too much. Even if it was just a substitute, he couldn't let that happen. So if St. Jolin really had any ideas, he could go eat shit. 3 days later, the warship had arrived in the New World. Dressrosa, Hua Ye, Xiaojiu, and CP0 Lubian Etiao were thrown onto the port, then the warship departed. This goes back to 2 days ago, when St. Jolin received intelligence from Wang Ji, the content of which surprised him. Liang ran to Beehive Island and got Charlotte Linlin. Then Rox became jealous. Originally, Liang was about to leave, but upon hearing that Xia Qi had been captured, Liang also became furious and vowed to smash Beehive Island with one punch. In the end, Rox led several officers to besiege Liang. This battle even sank an island, yet still failed to capture Liang. Because Hua Ye had tampered with Wang Ji's brain, the core of the intelligence was completely altered. The island was indeed destroyed. Liang indeed acted because of Xia Qi, and Linlin was indeed taken down by Liang, and it took over 2 hours. The plot was all correct, but the core changed. The CP spy on Beehive Island, unable to access the core, replied to Jolin with a credibility of over 80%. Jolin was stunned. Liang was this fierce. The entire Rox pirates couldn't keep him. What surprised him even more was that Liang would challenge Rox over Xia Qi's disappearance, even starting a war with the entire Rox pirates. What's even more unexpected is that although Charlotte Linlin is beautiful, she has had several husbands. How could he bring himself to do it? Jolin became uneasy. He had originally wanted to use Xia Qi to disgust Liang to see his rumored girlfriend's expression when captured, but the intelligence from Beehive Island forced him to rearrange. Now Liang was not necessarily someone Harold could handle, and he was also a complete lecherous lazybones. Jolin decided that Liang would absolutely not continue to participate in the escort mission. Even if Liang doesn't betray the Navy, what if he pulls some tricks? What if this lecherous lazybones during the escort? No, what if Jolin would never allow any accidents? The future wife's first blood is very important. What if it gets taken? So Jolin made Liang's mission public, letting him play in Dressrosa for half a year, and found an excuse to monitor the Riku royal family. Dressrosa. This tropical island with its resort-like atmosphere exudes a strong Spanish influence in its cuisine, clothing, culture, and dance. Hua Ye was cast here quite satisfied. This was precisely one of the outcomes he had most desired from orchestrating this charade. Inside a luxurious hotel suite, Hua Ye had Xiao Jiu transform into his likeness and went to chat idly with King Riku. Then with a flash of silver light, Xia Qi stepped out from the river of time. She casually surveyed the room, lit a woman's cigarette, then glanced at Hua Ye with a teasing smile. Master, you said you wanted me to disappear for a year. You're not planning to keep me indoors for the whole year, are you? Is this keeping a mistress in a golden house? Later boil some water, they'll give you a facelift first. With that face of yours, you'll definitely be recognized within a year. Hua Ye leaned against the headboard, his tone serious. In truth, he had already planned it out. Simply toss Shakky 1 year into the future. Then swap her with the fake, and wouldn't it be perfect that the real Shakky had been locked up for a year? Nanny, master, are you serious? Shakky puffed up her cheeks, walked over to Hua Ye, grabbed his collar, and pulled him close. Their eyes met almost lip to lip. Are you really willing to ruin the face of your beautiful disciple? Hua Ye looked at the face, so close to his, reached out, took the cigarette from her mouth, and stubbed it out. Hey, stay away from me. I hate the smell of smoke, bad breath. This action would have made anyone in the pirate world blush, but Hua Ye remained unmoved. After all, before releasing Shakky, Hua Ye had been thoroughly worked over by Xiao Jiao, and was now in the, bad breath. Even my farts smell sweet, and you say I have bad breath. Shakky wanted to kick this dog of a master to death. She sat beside him discontentedly. If I'm too lazy to argue with you. What are you, an old monster, plotting? Don't always be so mysterious, okay? Shakky was no naive fool. When her love-struck mind wasn't acting up, she was quite rational. What puzzled her was that with her master's elusive abilities, simply releasing her directly would likely not arouse suspicion. Even if he leaked the information to Rox or Roger, they would have the power to rescue her. So why go through all this trouble risking exposure to hide her away? There was too much fishy business here. No plots. And let me reiterate, I'm really not yet 20, so don't call me an old monster. Oi, how is that possible? The rumor is that the Chimin fruit brings misfortune in old age, sprouting red fur. Such a bizarre ability. I suspect you've borrowed someone else's face. Shakky leaned in again. Then show me the face you once showed me. Let me see it again. Hua Ye was speechless, muttering to himself. Since I'm going to throw her a year into the future, some abilities will inevitably be exposed. A brief introduction shouldn't hurt. Then a silver light flickered in the face that was even more handsome than the original. A Liang materialized. It was exactly the same as when he had taken off his mask back then. Shakky's eyes blurred, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. She turned her head away and gave a light snort. Fine, so you have the ability to travel through time, right? So what are you plotting? Nothing much. This has to start from the beginning. First, I'll explain my ability. Hua Ye switched his face back to a Liang mode and began to spin a tale. The Chimin fruit lies in the character Qi. Heaven, earth, and man each have their 3 wonders. Shakky listened intently, occasionally nodding as if she understood, but deep down, she was completely lost. She didn't get it, but it sounded impressive. In short, a great battle will take place a year from now. The reason the Chimin fruit is said to go out of control and sprout red fur is that excessive use of its power to pry into the secrets of heaven disrupts the balance of heaven and earth, bringing misfortune upon the user. Hua Ye finished, and Shakky nodded sagely. She had actually understood those last few lines. The Valley of the Gods involved the fates of too many people, Dragon, Garpshanks, Blackbeard, and so on. Hua Ye would make some adjustments, but he would never change the general direction, nor did he want to reveal too much about the future. So he found that his excuse was just perfect. After his rambling, Hua Ye also mentioned that Shakky might be the spark that ignited the Great War. Shakky believed him and began to fill in the gaps in her mind. Alright, since it's fate, don't force it. What if you end up covered in red fur? Shakky was curious about what kind of battle it was, but she was more worried about her master turning into a red-furred monster, so she stopped asking. Sensing the time was right, Hua Ye said calmly. Then he'll send you a year into the future later. Don't be nervous. Close your eyes, open them, and a year has passed. Whoosh. Shakky shook her head. No, I don't want to go to the future. Huh. Hua Ye was puzzled. They say it's just a blink of an eye. Why don't you want to go? I just don't want to. Shakky got up and walked toward the bathroom, then turned back with a sly smile. I've been locked up for days and haven't bathed. I'm going to take a shower first. Hua Ye watched her with interest. Soon the sound of water splashed. He began to understand. Xiao Jiao's mind reading had revealed that Shakky seemed to mind certain first-come, first-served matters. If she were sent directly a year into the future, Xiao Jiao might very well get ahead of her. Now the note hadn't been sent out, and Shakky's chance with Rayleigh was as good as gone. Although Shakky hadn't originally been on Hua Ye's menu after these days of reflection, through the semi-transparent glass of the bathroom, Shakky's silhouette was faintly visible. Hua Ye's second self was getting a little restless. Soon Shakky leaned out, a sly grin on her face. If you force me into the future, I'll reveal your real name, Lord Hua Ye. Hua Ye narrowed his eyes, staring at the peach swaying before him. Such blatant provocation. Damn, it was outright seduction. Hua Ye hated being threatened. Even knowing Shakky wouldn't actually do it, it still irked him. He admitted he had fallen for her trap, and he knew he could no longer retreat. Now I have to crush that peach. He rose and walked toward the bathroom. Threatening me? You're asking for a lesson. The water still splashed. The peach began to deform, but her eyes still held a smile. What, not sending me to the future anymore? Threatening me, huh? Hua Ye turned her around, his large hand swinging. Shakky winced, her breathing finally ragged. She had thought her dog of a master was impotent or only interested in obedient maids like Xiaojio. But now, Hua Ye never expected her to be so bold. Oi, this could really lead to trouble. I'm your master after. Don't talk. Kiss me. Before Hua Ye could finish, Xiaqi's lips sealed his, and she pulled him into a fervent embrace. Xiaqi was truly the passionate empress, the supreme great seductress. Hancock would be reserved, but Xiaqi was the opposite. Once she made up her mind, she would spare no effort. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Hua Ye admitted he had been putting on an act earlier. How could he possibly have no feelings? Soon the two engaged in a fierce battle. Damn, are you a dog? Why are you biting? You can bite too. Meow meow meow. Woof woof woof. 3 hours later. Can armament Haki really be trained like this? It's all swollen. Xiaoqi yelled. Huh. This is one of the ways to train armament Haki. You're saying I'm not good enough. Aren't I good enough? Master, can you change back to your original face? What? I didn't hear you. Change back to Hua Ye's face. I don't want a Liang to teach me Haki. Are you stupid? It's all me. Another 2 hours passed, and the fierce battle subsided, leaving the bedroom a chaotic mess nearly as soaked as a bathroom. Xiaoqi began guzzling water frantically. She had no choice as dehydration loomed. Hua Ye reclined against the headboard, lighting a post-coital cigarette. He glanced at the collapsed Xiaoqi beside him and teased, "A Liang's face was also pieced together from my future self. Is the difference really that huge?" Actually, the room hadn't been filled with mineral water until she saw Hua Ye's face restored to its original appearance, after which Xiaoqi completely let herself go. Xiaoqi gave a light snort, unwilling to respond. Hua Ye's thoughts began to wander on their own. He truly hadn't expected to conquer the great succubus so easily. The first time in 19 years, quite enjoyable. And now with this physique compared to his past life. TSK. But after the Valley of the Gods, he was supposed to fake his death. Taking Xiaoqi along would disrupt the plan somewhat. Hey, what are you thinking, Master Dog? Xiaoqi saw Hua Ye lost in thought, and gave him a nudge. Hua Ye snapped back. I was thinking about the great battle a year from now. A Liang will fake his death. What about you? I can't just throw you back to Beehive Island, can I? Xiaoqi sank into thought at this. It was indeed a problem, as she didn't want to be separated from her master. But A Liang's face bore at least 3 or 4 points of resemblance to Hua Ye. If Hua Ye appeared in the future with his true identity, the same devil fruit alone would be enough to arouse suspicion. And if she were by his side, would they take the world government for fools? How about this? You say you're A Liang's illegitimate son, and then he'll be your aunt. What the hell? Hua Ye was speechless. He gave her peach a hard pinch and grumbled. You've been seriously influenced by that Condor legend. Do you want someone to chop off my arm too to make it more fitting? Oh, this is feasible. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Xiaoqi seemed to be brimming with energy again. She sat up and launched into a lengthy discourse. Master, think about it, the strange gate fruit, black Conqueror's Haki, and the similar face. Even if you were to travel through the river of time and jump 10 years into the future, the world government would probably make the connection that Hua Ye might be a Liang, right? Moreover, I have a vague feeling that since you could appear in my childhood, you might come from an even more distant past. Perhaps the first 2 generations of the strange gate fruit were you, and you could even be from the ancient Void Century. That's why you hide yourself and secretly plot something. The Void Century is a taboo of the world government. I don't know what you're plotting, and if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask, but I can help you eliminate some hidden dangers. Hearing this, Hua Ye couldn't help but admire Xiaoqi's insight. He realized that after living so long in the pirate world, he had indeed forgotten the brilliance of many people subconsciously treating Xiaoqi as just a pretty vase. This woman, relying solely on what she saw with her own eyes and the casual fragments of words he had let slip, pieced together a picture that approached the truth. Xiaoqi continued her lengthy discourse, forcing Hua Ye to seriously consider the matter. After all, his one-man preparations were bound to have flaws. Xiaoqi's story template was: G2 Xiaoqi had confessed to a Liang, and a Liang had once fought Luo Qixi for her. Their ambiguous relationship was known to many. A year later, a Liang dies in battle, and Xiaoqi is rescued. Before dying, a Liang reveals that he had a child in his teens and had hidden them away, now unable to stop worrying. Then the melodramatic plot unfolds. Xiaoqi breaks down on the spot. After returning to Josha, she has the people of Josha search extensively for a Liang's orphan, a search that lasts 10 years. But the reality is that the two of them travel through the river of time 10 years together, acting out a Condor legend plot. This way, the Haki, the appearance, and the devil fruit are all easily explained. After listening to her lengthy discourse, the corner of Hua Ye's mouth twitched. The plan Xiaoqi proposed was indeed feasible and quite fun. He didn't mind playing this role, otherwise his entanglement with Xiaoqi would indeed be difficult to explain. However, some details still needed adjustment and optimization. A son recognizing his father's woman as his aunt, then happily clapping hands together. How would the outside world see this? Such bad taste. How does it resemble some perverted Japanese anime? You just want to play the aunt role, don't you? I think it doesn't have to be a son or a younger brother or something would be more plausible. Xiaqi's thoughts were exposed, but she immediately retorted. Even if the relationship were good, I wouldn't bother with some younger brother. Character persona master. That's not important. The main issue is the age doesn't match. What does that matter? On the seas, there are plenty of guys who become fathers unexpectedly in their teens. At that time, the child is 7 or 8. We travel 10 years into the future, and by then they're 17 or 18, right? Hua Ye was speechless. How much of a beast would I be to become a father when I'm still a child myself? They chatted and joked for a while until dusk. Xiaqi staggered to her feet, though the pain of her first time made walking difficult. Still determined to put on a mask and explore Dressrosa, savoring its local charm. Are you under some misconception about your figure? Strutting around like that you'll be discovered within days. Then I can't just stay in the hotel forever, can I? Isn't wearing a mask and a black robe enough? Hua Ye shook his head. Do you mind eating a devil fruit? In the era of great restraint, many people were averse to devil fruits. For example, the Luo Jia pirates were mostly non-users. Xiaoqi was taken aback. A devil fruit. She had thought about it before, but there was no ability she desired. However, a fruit offered by her master couldn't be too bad, could it? What fruit? She leaned closer, curiosity shining in her eyes. Hua Ye casually flipped his hand, and a strangely shaped fruit appeared in his palm. The Year fruit. Hua Ye tossed the fruit to her. It allows you to freely transform into different ages of yourself, from a little brat to an old lady, just as you wish. But that's not its main ability. Its true power lies in imagination. With enough imagination, you can become whatever form you can conceive, provided the user firmly believes in their own imagination and regards it as genuine possibility. The age fruit is actually the most suitable for a transmigrator to eat. If it were possible to eat 2 fruits, Hua Ye would not hesitate and would devour it himself. At that time, imagine himself as Sure Hao Wang Lin Xiaolong Goku or something. Even if a fart couldn't kill Emu, it would scare him to death. Unfortunately, there is no if. Moreover, Hua Ye never expected to reach this point with Xiaqi, otherwise this fruit should have belonged to Tianyue Sure. After hearing the fruit's introduction, Xiaqi hesitated for a long time. In fact, she felt her imagination was not strong, but to stay by Hua Ye's side, she had to eat this fruit. If I firmly believe what Master says, even if it's a made-up story, could it also come true? In theory, it's possible. Hua Ye couldn't guarantee it. After all, Bonnie couldn't transform into a complete Nika if she had never seen Nika. If you eat it, it'll tell you ancient legends tonight, and try to see if you can twist the future to become a character in the story. Ancient legends. What story? Xiaqi became interested. In his past life, Hua Ye was a bookworm with various novels and anime stored in his mind. He thought for a moment and suddenly smirked. A creator of righteous order, decisive in killing, never lenient to evil. A little short skirt. Is that a Marine admiral? A little short skirt. And a female admiral. Anyway, are you going to eat it or not? Since he'll be following you everywhere from now on, I can't wear a mask every day, right? He'll eat it. Xiaqi hesitated no more, took the fruit, took a deep breath, and bit into it. The next second, her composure completely collapsed. She had heard it was terrible, but she hadn't imagined it would be this terrible. Xiaqi covered her mouth, her cheeks turning green. Swallow it, eat it all, don't spit it out. For the strong on the sea, the taste of devil fruits is a watershed. Some find it too disgusting, while others eat it with relish, looking delighted. Soon light flickered. Xiaqi closed her eyes to sense the newborn power within her. The basic use of the age fruit is actually simple. Imagine your past or future self, then let your body develop in that direction. The light dissipated, and the girl with thick lips, dark skin, and a neglected appearance appeared. Really transformed back. Xiaqi looked down at her now much smaller hands, then stood up and ran barefoot to the mirror, her eyes full of... She turned around and grinned at Hua Ye. Only the people of 9 snakes have seen me like this. From now on, I'll go out looking like this. Hua Ye looked at the little girl version of Xiaqi and instantly felt indifferent. A woman changes 18 times before she's grown. This was undoubtedly epitomized in Xiaqi. Fine. From today, I am your father, and you are the orphan I found. Xiaqi was looking at herself in the mirror, turning left and right. Upon hearing this, her face fell. You are my father. Then what about earlier in bed? That was a future matter. Now you are a little dark girl, just like my daughter. Hua Ye's expression unchanged. He reached out and patted her little head. Come on, Daddy will take you shopping and buy you 2 new dresses. Your current clothes are too big. Your underwear is almost falling off. Xiaqi looked down, and indeed the once fitting clothes now hung loosely on her. The straps slipped to her elbows, and the waistband was slipping down, about to expose her. She grabbed her waistband, fuming. Don't look. Who's looking at you? What's there to see on that washboard of yours now? 5 days later, the warship escorting Xiaqi safely returned to the Holy Land. The fake Xiaqi was escorted by 2 CP0 agents. The chains had been removed, leaving only a pair of thin shackles on her wrists. Her appearance was identical to the real Shakky, but upon closer inspection one could perceive that her eyes lacked Shakky's lazy, yet hooking charm, and her walking posture lacked that free and unrestrained stride. Jolin Saint sat on the high platform overlooking everything, slightly furrowing his brow. She's too obedient, missing that impulse that makes men want to conquer. Another god's knight beside Jolin Saint was unimpressed. Perhaps after being locked up for so long, unruly pirates all have that look when they resign themselves to fate. It must be so. Jolin Saint nodded, also accepting this explanation, but he liked Shakky's unruly appearance. Although the Celestial Dragons Council had unanimously decided that Shakky, as the top prize of the tournament, must be carefully preserved and not defiled after capture. However, Jolin Saint planned to use his authority to give Shakky some freedom, since the Holy Land's defense was impregnable, and he had no worries about her escaping. The next day a bar quietly opened in the Holy Land. It was called a bar, but it was more like a private club for the Celestial Dragons. The decor was so luxurious that every screw was gold-plated, the wine cabinet displayed top-tier wines tribute from the Four Seas, and the mixing counter was cut from a single piece of diamond. This place was originally an idle banquet hall of a certain celestial dragon, now requisitioned by Jolin Saint for the exclusive entertainment of the Celestial Dragons. I think I should give you some freedom, so I've opened a bar for you. Rest assured, I have some influence in the Holy Land. Jolin Saint stood at the bar looking at the fake Shakky putting on a show. Oh, should I be thanking you? The fake Shakky stood behind the bar playing with the cocktail shaker in her hand, preparing to chat with Jolin Saint. She possessed part of Shakky's story and had understood from it how to act cool and how to make men unable to look away. But as a homie, she also knew that the core of this body was a castrated man. From this perspective, she found the Celestial Dragon before her a complete idiot. She had only one mission here, absolutely not to blow her cover. But as a high-level homie, she decided to exceed her mission. The plain and unadorned life continued. Half a month later in Dressrosa, the Colosseum was buzzing with noise. This was Shakky's 15th public appearance in her adult form, but she was not Shakky now, at least not in the eyes of the audience. On the stage stood a woman with golden hair, draped over her shoulders, wearing a silver short skirt, holding a long sword wreathed in flames. Sanctity and slaughter coexisted eerily in her demeanor. When her narrow, elongated eyes swept across the crowd, the entire venue erupted. Kaisha, you are the absolute queen. Shakky is nothing. I've decided from now on only Kaisha will be my goddess. Shut up. I still fucking prefer Shakky. Shakky ignored the quarrels and cheers from the audience. When Hua Ye told her the story of Holy Kaisha, she felt that Angel King was too distant. But she deeply believed in her master, and eventually twisted the future to become Kaisha, except that beyond the appearance and posture, she could not manifest anything else. Shakky was not a woman who cherished battle. She possessed top-tier combat fundamentals and practical skills, yet at her core, she was a love-addled soul yearning for a peaceful life. After the Colosseum battle concluded, Shakky walked to a corner and transformed back into the form of a dark-skinned little girl. In Dressrosa, a luxurious villa hotel had been purchased by Hua Ye, now his private residence. When Shakky reached the villa entrance, she thought an earthquake had struck. Is Newgate here? She pushed the door open and saw Xiao Jiao practicing armament Haki, shouting, "Hing hing ha hey," at the top of her lungs. Had the hotel not been bought outright, the noise would surely have drawn complaints. Hey, did I come back at a bad time? No, you came back just in time. Hua Ye, while earnestly instructing Xiao Jiao in armament Haki, opened his arms. Xiao Jiao was blushing to the roots of her ears. They say a strict master produces outstanding disciples, but she was simply too dull to learn. Shakky's anger surged as she glared at this shameless couple. She quickly kicked off her shoes, and with her short legs churning, charged toward them. Xiao Jiao, let me teach you. Isn't it just Haki? Hey, you have to turn back first. No, this is your punishment. 5 hours later, the struggle subsided. Xiao Jiao staggered into her clothes and rushed out for fresh air. Shakky lounged against the bedside, smoking languidly. Dogmaster, are you satisfied now? Satisfied with what? Hua Ye's expression was earnest. Xiao Jiao may be my maid, but how can a man play favorites? Shakky turned her head with a soft snort. In truth, she didn't care how many women Hua Ye had as long as he wasn't a heartless scumbag who abandoned them. Hua Ye's heart churned with emotion. He admitted he was quite amorous, but he felt he was at least a bit better than Lei Li. After all, he was a responsible man. That fellow had confirmed his relationship with Shakky in 1484, yet didn't retire until Roger's execution in 1498, a full 14 years in between. 14 years. Lei Li had sailed the seas all that time, while Shakky never boarded the ship waiting. He made a 26-year-old woman wait for 14 years. And in the original story, Shakky once said, that guy was a playful one, often going out drinking and gambling, disappearing for half a year at a time. Bah? Scumbag. Master, Just as Hua Ye was mentally condemning Lei Li, Xiao Jiu hurriedly pushed the door open, her face bearing a strange expression. 3 pirates have come outside seeking your whereabouts about Miss Shakky. One wears a straw hat, one has blonde hair, and another carries a small pair of sunglasses. Double axe Lu. Hua Ye raised an eyebrow. Straw hat and blonde hair. Roger, Jabba, and Xiao Qiao all here. Xiaoqi instinctively wanted to hide, but then glanced in the mirror and remembered she was now a dark-skinned little girl. Impossible to recognize. Outside the door, Hua Ye strolled leisurely toward the 3. Roger saw him and rushed over, grabbing his shoulder. Leon, you're a well-informed Marine, you must know where Xiaoqi is, right? Tell me honestly. Keep your damn voice down. Hua Ye picked his ear. I'm a Marine, you're a pirate. Asking me for intel so loudly. You may not care about your reputation, but I do. So do you know or not? Roger was truly anxious. Since Xiaoqi hadn't confessed to Lei Li, yet he felt his chances were growing. Calm down, listen. Hua Ye raised a finger, his expression suddenly solemn. I know where Xiaoqi is, but I can't tell you the exact route. I can only say that to save her you must head southeast. To the southeast there is an island. On the island there is a mountain. In the mountain there is a temple. In the temple there is an old monk. Find the old monk and he will tell you the next step. Roger's eyes widened. Really? Really? It's called a quest chain. Rescuing a princess can't be done in one step, right? Having a few prerequisite quests is only reasonable. Roger nodded eagerly. That actually makes sense. Lei Li and Jabba stood aside, sweating. Damn, he's our captain and you're tricking him like he's from Wano country. Are you serious? Jabba asked expressionlessly. What are the old monk's features? Bald white beard. His name is Yamamoto Jinryusai, a flame fruit user. Lei Li's glasses glinted as the corners of his mouth twitched. Spoken with such seriousness, yet he was 100% certain this bastard was spouting nonsense. Alright, you should set off now. Hua Ye waved his hand and turned back. Wait. If you know, just tell Roger. He's about to lose his mind. Jabba was helpless. Roger was naive, but he wasn't. Having come all this way, they couldn't be sent away with a few words. Lei Li had a premonition that Liang definitely knew Xiaoqi's whereabouts, and that aura from the villa felt familiar. Just then the villa door swung open. A little girl appeared at the threshold, studying the 3. Daddy, who are these? The little girl's face was innocent. Roger's eyes bulged as he pointed at her. You're your daughter? An adopted daughter. What's the matter? She always calls me daddy no matter the occasion. Hua Ye spoke without changing expression, reaching out to ruffle the little girl's head. Lei Li frowned. The aura was emanating from this little girl. The 4 chatted for a while. As they idly talked, Lei Li looked at Liang, who kept spouting nonsense, and a growing sense of strangeness gnawed at him. He felt for some reason as if something inside him had been drawn away. Amid the rambling, Roger gradually realized he might have been fooled. Hey, white hair, wanna fight? Roger's originally anxious expression had shifted into excitement. Had been running around looking for Xiaoqi, itching for an outlet. Since this kid had played him, it was fight time. Sure, as a Marine, I'd really like to capture you too. Hua Ye had recently indulged in worldly pleasures and grown a bit sluggish. Now that experience was coming to him, it would be a waste not to take it. Rockscarp, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Lean Kaido. He had crossed swords with all of them. Only Roger was left. Traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. 2.5 years of Haki training are no match for a single blow from Teacher Kaido. On a small island near Dressrosa, Roger drew his blade, AC Haki, already flowing along the edge. A grin curled his lips. Not long ago he had gone to fight rocks and heard about Liang's exploits on Beehive Island. Come, let me see how you managed to fight that porcupine to a draw. Roger swung his blade, first no probing. The first strike already carried Conqueror's Haki straight down. Divine departure. Divine avoidance. Opening with your ultimate move, huh? Facing the imminent onslaught, Hua Ye's face brimmed with excitement as the power of time and Conqueror's Haki flickered strangely around his fist. 8 extremities collapse. Boom. There was no intense clash between fist and blade as expected, only Hua Ye being blasted away by the strike of divine avoidance. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through several massive trees like a meteor. Yet both Jabba and Rayleigh, who possessed future sight observation Haki, twitched their mouths. The next instant, a Conqueror's Haki-coated punch appeared out of nowhere at Roger's cheek. Though Roger foresaw it, he couldn't dodge. After launching divine avoidance, he had a 0.1 second post-motion recovery. Boom. The 8 extremities collapse slammed into Roger's left cheek, twisting it, as he was sent flying backward. Roger crashed like a cannonball into the jungle behind, snapping countless trees in his path, before finally carving a trench dozens of meters long into the ground to halt himself. Regaining his footing, he rubbed his reddened cheek and grinned. Huh? Not only do you aim for the head like that bastard Garp, but you're also so sneaky. Before his words faded, he swung ace behind him, dispersing a phantom fist that appeared out of thin air. Standing on a nearby branch, Hua Ye looked down at Roger and silently lamented, If only I knew observation killing. I could directly seal his observation Haki. This move would definitely make him suffer. Two warriors with future sight clashing was undoubtedly a game of strategy. The true damage of 8 extremities collapse was forcibly delayed until the moment Roger's divine avoidance ended, and he was in a brief stun. Observation Haku could foresee the punch's arrival, but even if he couldn't dodge, he could use Haki defense and angle to absorb the impact. The first exchange was barely a draw. Hua Ye withstood divine avoidance through his formidable physique and Haki defense, while Roger chose to trade blows, taking a full 8 extremities collapse. Inside the opulent bar in Holy Land Mary Geos remodeled from a celestial dragon's banquet hall, the fake Xia Qi leaned against the counter chin, resting on one hand, while casually shaking a cocktail shaker with the other. Jialansheng sat at the counter, his presence at this exact spot, for half a month straight. You seem rather melancholy. Holding his glass, Jialansheng never took his eyes off her face. Oh, is that so? The fake Xia Qi glanced lazily at him, having figured out this celestial dragon's temperament over recent days. He liked Xia Qi's attitude of indifference, occasionally sweetened with small favors. Damn, even celestial dragons love being strung along, acting like simps, homies grumbled inwardly with jealousy. During this period, the fake Xia Qi's body underwent mutations even Hua Ye hadn't anticipated. It had started to chemically mutate with the idiot eunuch inside her. It realized it had grown fond of Jialansheng, even feeling jealous of Xia Qi. Why does the whole world revolve around you? The eunuch homies wanted to accept Jialansheng, but its core code forbade defying mother's orders, leaving it torn. What neither homies nor Hua Ye knew was that the core pirate inside this fake Xia Qi was a devil fruit user obsessed with handsome men. Paramecia obsession fruit. Its ability passively spread the user's obsession to surroundings, influencing the subconscious of those in contact. A rather useless power. Hua Ye had turned her into an idiot, but her subconscious obsession deepened, directly infiltrating homies. No matter what, mother is paramount. I must not expose myself, but the melancholic fake Xia Qi finally made a secret resolution in her heart. Meanwhile, the small island was now battered. After hours of combat, both Hua Ye and Roger panted heavily. When strength is evenly matched, determining a victor is incredibly difficult. This pressure was far from enough for Hua Ye. He wanted to sharpen himself to face greater pressure. His eyes blazed with silver light as he laughed manically. Haha, Roger, can you still dance? No more moves. Keep amusing me. Roger, who had intended to end the fight, grinned at the words, his fighting spirit reigniting. Amuse you? Interesting. He tightened his grip on Ace as Conqueror's Haki erupted once more. The sudden surge of pressure exhilarated Hua Ye, but it still wasn't enough. Excellent. He turned to Jabba, whose eyes burned with battle intent at the edge of the field. Jabba, do you want to dance too? If so, join forces with Roger. Let me witness your strength. Jabba paused, then licked his lips, his eyes blazing. I really do want to fight you. But join forces. Are you sure? I'm not the gentle type, like Rayleigh. Then even better. Try to kill me. Roger smirked. Haha, you're already struggling against me, yet you still want Jabba to join. Liang, you're truly arrogant. Roger, seems like you need to teach this kid a lesson together with Jabba. Rayleigh interjected, inexplicably annoyed by the white-haired youth, and wishing to see him humbled. This was unrelated to the G2 battle. Even when Sneak kicked there, he didn't feel this way. This resentment only arose upon meeting Liang this time. Rayleigh found it baffling. Then we're not the ones bullying the arrogant brat. Jabba, show him the strength of the Roger's words ended Jabba's hesitation. He drew his dual axes. Facing Roger and Jabba, Hua Ye truly felt the pressure multiply. What a thrill. This pressure. But I can take more. Really, why not join in too? To say such a thing facing them. Either you're foolish or truly arrogant. Rayleigh replied with a faint smile, maintaining his calm demeanor, since you insist. He stepped into the battlefield, releasing Conqueror's Haki, silently merging his aura with Roger's and Jabba's into a torrent. The 3 top fighters of the Roger pirates formed a triangular formation, encircling Hua Ye. No signals, no words, but their positioning sealed all escape routes. Standing in the center of the triangle, Hua Ye faced 3 towering auras of Haki, and unprecedented pressure washing over him. In that moment, his Conqueror's Haki surged higher, and he grinned wildly. Awesome. This oppression. Feels like I might get killed any second. If we won't kill you. But today we'll beat you black and blue. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Before the words faded, 3 figures attacked simultaneously. Ace, the dual axes, and the longsword. 3 strikes infused with Conqueror's Haki, slashed from 3 directions. Hua Ye, with black flames and dark lightning surging, charged forward, instead of retreating, meeting the world's most supreme siege. Facing the trio, Hua Ye seized his fist-to-flesh onslaught, and began to unleash his abilities to the fullest. Golden Time Lock, Flame Palm, Divine Might. A cascade of combined techniques erupted. Hua Ye first used the power of time to halt the three for half a breath, then seized that fleeting fraction of a second to conjure a massive black flame palm that hurtled toward Jabba. Jabba was about to raise his axe to block, but Roger and Rayleigh's attacks were already upon Hua Ye, only to pass harmlessly through his body. The next instant, the colossal black palm about to strike Jabba vanished into thin air. Jabba froze for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Roger. At that moment, Hua Ye was still in a phantom state. An ability that even Haki can't hit. That's just too cheap. Roger laughed after his strike missed, teasing, "Kid, we're dancing here. What about you? Don't just keep dodging. Hey, you have to avoid damage when it's 3 against 1. In the instant of their exchange, Hua Ye materialized, and Rayleigh was the first to react, launching a second attack. Hua Ye had anticipated this. Fist met blade, and the flame palm that had just vanished reappeared behind Rayleigh. The next moment, Jabba and Roger's attacks arrived. Hua Ye exerted a sudden burst of force, driving Rayleigh back. Blade and axe once again passed through Hua Ye's body. The attack missed. Boom. The flame palm exploded, forcing Rayleigh back several steps. Before long, the three encircled him once more, their blades and axes weaving a net of flashing light. Hua Ye fought back from the gaps, and with each counterattack, he felt a subtle surge in his momentum. Though his stamina was draining rapidly, he grew more exhilarated with every clash. Ha ha ha, this kid is honing his spirit with us. Roger caught on to Hua Ye's intent and burst into laughter. Rayleigh smiled wryly. This lad has turned us into his whetstone. Jabba's eyes were filled with admiration, yet he couldn't help but grumble. That's why it's infuriating. Using the 3 of us as a whetstone. This is a first since I set sail. Roger, today we have to beat him into a pulp. After another dozen exchanges, Hua Ye had sustained some minor injuries under the trio's combined assault. His chest heaved violently, but his enthusiasm remained undiminished. He could feel his 3-colored Haki being forged bit by bit within the pressure of these 3 forces. Each encirclement was a heavy hammer blow, each dodge a quenching of the blade. Observation Haki improved through evading attacks. Armament Haki advanced in defense. And Conqueror's Haki seemed to have something cracking open within. As blade and axe passed through him once more, Hua Ye suddenly sensed a subtle shift. So this is it. If I use Conqueror's Haki this way, I can make my presence vanish from their perception. The realization ignited in his mind. Hua Ye stopped radiating Conqueror's Haki recklessly, and instead condensed all his spirit into a single point. The next moment, Roger's vision of the future was severed. Roger was stunned. Hua Ye had already punched his side, and though he instinctively blocked, he was sent stumbling back several meters. This kid evolved in the middle of battle. Jabba exclaimed in astonishment. Rayleigh's expression grew grave as well. In that instant, his observation Haki had failed to locate Hua Ye. Observation killing is a derivative ability attained after mastering Conqueror's Haki to its peak, allowing the user to prevent opponents from using observation Haki to foresee the future. Hua Ye hadn't grasped such a profound technique so quickly. Instead, he had combined his Devil Fruit ability with Conqueror's Haki to forge a mere semblance of observation killing. True observation killing could completely seal observation Haki throughout an entire battle, but Hua Ye's rudimentary version lasted only an instant, far too brief. However, for someone who could manipulate time, sealing it for a single moment was barely sufficient. All this transpired within a few breaths, and soon the 3 launched another attack, only to have their perception severed once more. In less than a second, they instinctively analyzed the situation, sealing observation Haki, while evading damage only increased consumption for no real gain. It was essentially unnecessary. So was this a counterattack? Before they could react, Hua Ye crossed his arms, hardening both with armament Haki to block Roger and Rayleigh's strikes. SSSHH. Pain shot through Hua Ye's arms as Jabba swung his axe from behind. Just as the blade was about to graze his shoulder, Hua Ye jerked his head back, smashing the back of his skull, wreathed in Conqueror's Haki, directly into Jabba's face. Jabba never expected an attack from the back of the head. Coupled with the momentary sealing of his observation Haki, the blow struck his nose squarely. Thud. A dull sound exploded. Jabba's nasal bone cracked with a crisp snap, and he flew backward, landing on his back. Whitehair, you're fighting dirty. My handsome nose. Jabba clutched his now bleeding nose and got up annoyed. Over the next hour, the island was rocked by their battle, showing signs of crumbling. In the melee, Hua Ye was broken through multiple times, leaving several cuts on his body. Though not serious, he looked utterly disheveled. After another exchange of blows, Jabba finally lost his patience. Enough. I'm done. During that hour, the thick-skinned Hua Ye had repeatedly targeted Jabba for direct exchanges. Though the damage was minimal, the insult was immense. Jabba claimed to be the second-in-command of the Roger Pirates, with Rayleigh as the third. But Hua Ye deliberately singled him out, as if considering him the weakest of the trio. That infuriated him. Evening. Aboard the Oro Jackson, a lively atmosphere enveloped the entire deck, a tradition of the Roger Pirates. After a fight, have a banquet. In a good mood. Have a banquet. In a bad mood. Have a banquet. In short, there were 1,000 reasons to throw a banquet. Ha, the banquet's already started. Jabba, don't be so down. Roger slung an arm around Jabba's shoulder, laughing heartily, then tossed a barrel of sake to Hua Ye. The other members of the Roger Pirates also teased Jabba. Jabba, you're so pitiful. Jabba, I was about to acknowledge you're stronger than Rayleigh, but after seeing your face today, I think Rayleigh's still the better one. Hey Liang, I'm curious. Why did you only target Jabba? Did you think he was the weak link? Crocus, the ship's doctor, looked at Hua Ye with curiosity. Hua Ye took a swig of sake and grinned. Because I think Jabba is the strongest man. Hey, what do you mean by that? Jabba was annoyed, convinced the white-haired rascal was being sarcastic. In truth, Hua Ye wasn't being sarcastic at all. He genuinely believed Jabba was the strongest man. After all, only the strongest man could venture into those immense caverns. After 3 rounds at the tavern, Roger sat on the deck chatting with Hua Ye. Hey, Liang, what exactly are you pursuing? Roger, with that question, of course, I am pursuing how to become the king of the Navy. Roger twitched his lips, displeased with the insensitivity of the white-haired man. Damn it. The king of the Navy drinking with pirates after a fight. Among men after crossing swords and sharing drinks, many things can be felt. In Roger's eyes, Liang was different from him, Roxcarp, and Newgate, those strong figures. Theoretically, the mindsets of these individuals should belong to the elite of their respective fields, yet Liang's growth in Conqueror's Haki was far superior to theirs. The growth of Conqueror's Haki requires a mindset. One must have the awareness to become a king. The more resolute the heart, the faster the aura elevates. Liang, when we fought, I felt we had some similarities, yet you are far more complex than I am. Roger took a sip of his drink, chuckling to himself, then pinched his chin and closed his eyes as if organizing his thoughts. Hua Ye was keenly waiting for Roger's follow-up remark, eager to hear how Roger found him more complex. Hoo. 5 seconds later, a bubble popped up on Roger's nose. Did he fall? Roger, you really are just like your son. Hua Ye nearly spat out his drink. Roger was jolted awake by that shout, the bubble bursting with a pop, and he blinked in confusion. I fell asleep, sorry, where was I? Roger seamlessly took another sip of his drink. Did you just say I look like? Where did I get a son? If I had one, it would definitely be with Shakky, right? Roger, remember. In Shakky's eyes, you are just a simp. Don't hold out any hope. That's too hurtful. What's wrong with being a simp? Once I find and rescue Shakky, she will definitely fall in love with me. Hua Ye felt Roger was just like Luffy. Both were instinctively odd, but why didn't they have any sense when it came? Alright, good luck to you. Hua Ye stood up from the deck. The other members of Roger's crew were still drinking. He raised his glass towards Rayleigh and Jabba not far away, then downed his drink in one go. Jabba and Rayleigh raised their glasses in response, taking a gentle sip. A month later in the West Sea, at God Valley, a young mother was pushing a stroller, wandering the streets with her child, attracting the attention of the island's residents. What a cute baby, huh? Does he have a little penis too? Are they twin boys? They both inherited your red hair. The father of the children is not around. How about we help you take care of them? The red-haired woman was smiling and chatting with friendly elders and friends. Their names are Shanks and Shamrock. The red-haired woman looked up at the sound, seeing a white-haired man with a little girl. She politely nodded. Her brows and eyes were gentle and soft, completely different from Garen Saint's arrogance. You are outsiders, right? How do you know my children's names? She was a bit surprised and immediately asked her dad. I heard the names from a passerby just now. Hua Ye spoke casually, his gaze sweeping over the 2 red-haired infants in the stroller, who were now trying to shove their feet into each other's mouths. A passerby. Very few people know the children's names. The red-haired woman looked at Hua Ye warily. Hua Ye felt awkward. He came here, mainly out of curiosity, and wanted to verify a few things in advance. In the original work, we are now in the era of great bloodlines. Without some lineage, it's hard to mix in. Shanks and Shamrock's talents were astonishing, both inheriting their mother's red hair, and the Knights of God had long wanted to reclaim Shanks from Roger's crew. This series of events seemed to hint at the special bloodline of the red-haired woman. However, Hua Ye really couldn't see any clues at present, so he decided to get straight to the point. Actually, I came to chat with you. Who exactly are you? The red-haired woman moved the stroller back half an inch, her brow furrowing tightly. Who I am isn't important, or would you mind if I treated you to something to eat while we chat? Hua Ye ignored the red-haired woman's wariness. Inside a street-side restaurant, the red-haired woman ultimately followed him in. I wanted to treat you to a feast, but it seems there isn't any around here. The red-haired woman fell silent. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Let's sit down and have a proper chat, Hua Ye said in a calm tone. After hesitating for a moment, the red-haired woman finally sat across from Hua Ye, maintaining her vigilance. Actually, I'm very interested in your physique, so I came to ask. After an hour of casual conversation, Hua Ye walked out of the restaurant with Shakky having grasped the gist of things. He did not inform the red-haired woman about the events that would occur in a year, and did not mention Garen Saint throughout. However, as a token of gratitude for resolving his doubts, Hua Yi didn't mind helping her out a bit a year later. 3 months later, with half a year remaining until the Celestial Dragon hunting competition. Sabaody Area G19. Now this place was well managed by Xiao San and Xiao Qi. Hua Ye had been keeping an eye on the efforts of the two sisters. Finally, the moment Hua Ye returned to Sabaody, he fulfilled their long-held dream of wanting to spar with Yi. In a luxurious bathroom, the steam was thick. Hua Ye leaned against the edge of the large bathtub, gazing at the three sprawled out in the bedroom, feeling a myriad of emotions. Clearly they were triplets, yet in the training of Haki they exhibited 3 entirely different sensations and styles. After over 6 hours of practice, all 3 were defeated, not a single one could fight back. Hua Ye felt he had merely exerted a little effort. It seemed his approach of being more inclusive was indeed correct. Early the next morning, Junzi received a report from CP0 and went directly to visit. At the Sabaody GR-69 Marine Station, Hua Ye was casually chatting with Long and Ji Yuan, whom he hadn't seen in half a year. Bang! The door was kicked open and Long and Ji Yuan looked over simultaneously, only to see Junzi standing at the door with an unfriendly expression, saying nothing. Huh, what's going on? In the next moment, Hua Ye understood. After all, last night's commotion was quite large. The entire Shaojing Teng nightclub was shaking. He waved for Long and Ji Yuan to go out first. The two exchanged glances and wisely exited the office, shutting the door behind them. You really are neglecting me, little Junjun. Hua Ye stood up to pull Junzi, but was blocked by 2 arrows. Junzi coldly spoke, lowly peasant. Who told you to use such disgusting names for me? What the hell has the world turned upside down? A few months without seeing each other, and you call me a lowly peasant again? It's really time for a beating. Hua Ye walked a couple of steps forward with annoyance. I can't get to the Holy Land. How can I find you at the first venue? She wanted to mention the earthquake. Although the nightclub had been cleared, CP0 was blocked outside, and no one heard any strange sounds. But it was said that the entire nightclub was shaking. Once you think about it, you would definitely know what happened. Before Junzi could finish her sentence, Hua Ye casually dispersed the arrows beside her and pulled her into his embrace. I hope for a wave of updates. It would be even better if there were some power of love. Thanks to the foster fathers. Junzi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she remained motionless, allowing Hua Ye to inspect her recent cultivation progress. His large hands wandered gradually. Then the bottle of mineral water on the office desk suddenly toppled over. Junzi's face stiffened, and she prepared to strike back with an arrow. Let go of me. I came here to demand an explanation. Her voice remained cold, yet utterly lacking in intimidation. Go ahead, Hua Ye replied. Hua Ye continued his inspection of her cultivation progress, causing Junzi's breath to falter. Last night the entire nightclub shook for over 6 hours. Don't think I didn't know you were behind it. She paused, her voice dropping. With whom? Hua Ye's hands never stopped moving as he answered casually. With Xiao Jiu and the others, of course. An arrow grazed Hua Ye's ear and embedded itself in the wall. Shameless. Junzi bit her lower lip and turned her face away, the contrast reaching its extreme. The air fell silent, broken only by the dripping of water from the fish tank in the corner. After a minute, Hua Ye broke the stillness. By the way, last time you mentioned that whenever you get nervous that Amusima senses it. What exactly is going on? When will you stop being nervous? Why do you ask? Because it pisses me off. After analyzing it, I think you can't disobey Emu's orders, right? Junzi remained silent while Hua Ye continued chattering. Aren't you a celestial dragon? Even if this person outranks you, can he control something like this? What exactly is your relationship? Am I some kind of mistress? Do you already have a fiancé? Is he afraid you'll cuckold him and installed some high-tech gadget on you? Junzi finally couldn't hold back. Shut up. Lord Emu is a supreme being, not some fiancé. Her voice carried a soul-deep reverence. Hua Ye continued his assault on her psychological defenses, relentless. Oh, supreme? Then can he control your choice of men? That doesn't make sense. He wouldn't bother with such matters. He only. Junzi bit her lip, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. That Lord controls all the holy knights. His will is our will. But he doesn't interfere with personal affairs. Sensing the moment was right, Hua Ye shifted the topic. So when will you stop being nervous? Junzi fell silent again, her mind beginning to ponder earnestly. She realized that after half a year apart, a Liang's touch no longer made her tense. Instead, she found herself yearning for it. Perhaps she could be bolder. The thought startled even Junzi herself. The silence persisted, and unbeknownst to her, 2 tiny figures appeared on her shoulders. A little angel and a little devil. The little angel said, Junzi, trust me. You like him. You must be firm in your heart. The little devil countered, Junzi. Do you know what you're doing? You are a descendant of the Creator. Even if you can recover once it's done, it's done. Don't let a lowly being taint you. Junzi's mind went blank as she stared at the 2 figures on her shoulders. They exchanged a few more heated words, then burst into a full-blown fight. Seeing Junzi remain silent, Hua Ye decided to offer another reward. The side door of the marine office led to a shower room. Hua Ye turned slowly, unbuttoning his clothes, and in moments stood completely naked walking toward the bath. Junzi had never witnessed such a scene. Though she and Hua Ye had grown intimate, this still made her vision blur for a moment, and she quickly covered her eyes. Leon, what are you doing? Junzi was once again speechless, running around naked in the office, even if no one else was there. Did he have any regard for her feelings? Me. Since you weren't talking, I decided to take a shower first. Junzi parted her fingers, just a slit, only to find Hua Ye standing upright directly before her. Oh, you. Before she could finish, Hua Ye hoisted her onto his shoulder and carried her toward the bathroom. In that moment, all traces of her celestial dragon demeanor vanished, her heart pounded wildly. Yet she clearly sensed that Emu still took no notice of her emotions. Had her tolerance increased? Steam filled the bathroom, and a pair of underwear hung on a nearby miniature pine bonsai. You lowly bastard. Junzi's voice trembled, but her hands did not push Hua Ye away. He lowered his head and bit her earlobe. You were so talkative just now. Now all you can do is curse bastard. Junzi turned her face away, biting her lip and refusing to utter a sound. Afraid Emu will find out. Hua Ye whispered in her ear, his hands never ceasing. You said it yourself, he doesn't interfere with personal matters. Then make him notice now. Let him see what his divine thorns have become. Shut up. Junzi's voice was barely squeezed from her throat, but this shut up was entirely different from the one she had uttered in the office earlier. That one was resistance, this one was a desperate attempt to hide how her body was responding. The shower head continued to pour water, and amidst the splashing came a faint suppressed moan. Junzi tilted her head back, her nape pressed against the tiles, her heterochromatic eyes staring unfocused at the ceiling. Boom, boom, boom. Black lightning raged, knocking the duty Marines at GR-69 Naval Base into a deep sleep. 3 hours later, Hua Ye realized something. This immortal body was incredibly convenient, but it drained his Conqueror's Haki. You bastard. Junzi sat by the edge of the bathtub, cursing with no real malice. Her immortal body had healed her completely, yet the Conqueror's Haki had still left her immensely stimulated. You've said that many times. Is it over? Yes, it's over. Junzi was silent for a moment, then her voice regained some of its coolness. So that was your full strength. What the hell? When did I ever show you my full strength? Hua Ye grinned. Junzi's pupils contracted, but before she could speak he added, didn't you say it was over? I'll let you act all cocky. This is just the beginning. The next day, within the luxurious bar of Holy Land Mary Geos, Garen Saint was idly chatting with Homais, their conversation meandering. After months of companionship under the influence of the obsession fruit, their relationship had transformed beyond recognition. In the dead of night, they would occasionally embrace, kiss, and lift each other high, exuding the cloying scent of young love. Thus the obsession fruit did not only affect Homais. After their intimate contact, Garen Saint had grown somewhat extreme as well. He craved to marry Xia far more than in the original timeline. Of course it was not for love. Rather than how much he adored Xia, it was more accurate to say how immensely narcissistic he was. Garen Saint believed himself to be the most outstanding and invincible among his peers in the Holy Land. His wife could only be the most beautiful woman under heaven. Therefore he resolved to never cross the final threshold for now. Not out of respect, but due to his obsessive-compulsive nature, one of the procedures in his perfect ritual. Is something troubling you? Garen Saint sat at the bar, noticing Homais' worried expression as she wiped a glass, and could not help but ask. No, nothing. Well then tomorrow I'll go to Sabaody and pick a few female slaves for you. After the hunting competition, you'll officially be a celestial dragon. Garen Saint rambled on, convinced his arrangements were flawless. Homais merely humored him, but inwardly, she was truly unsettled. After all, Homais bore the risk of betrayal. In the original story, Nami had once lured Zeus the Thundercloud. At this moment she too was wavering over whether to betray Mama. She had genuinely fallen for Garen Saint. He was young, handsome, and of the highest status. Yet she had no idea how to confess. Could she simply say that she was actually a Homais with a eunuch trapped inside her body, a creation of Charlotte Lin? She suspected that if this truth ever came to light, she would be destroyed on the spot. Not only would she fail Mama, but she would gain nothing herself. Thus Homais now genuinely wished to completely replace Xia and live a shameless life with Garen Saint. Over this period she had even devised numerous plans. Garen, actually She hesitated, biting her tongue. Garen Saint raised an eyebrow. As long as it's not about letting you leave the Holy Land, I can grant any condition. Hearing this, Homais' eyes lit up. After a moment's deliberation, she spoke with feigned coyness. I find myself growing more and more repulsed by Leon. I regret ever having liked him. It is a stain upon me and injustice to you. Garen Saint was taken aback, then a delighted smile spread across his face. If that's the case, I'll help you find trouble with him, vent your anger. But we once knew each other, and he is still your subordinate. Would that be appropriate? Homais continued her coy act, as Garen Saint kept rambling. Garen Saint sensed that Homais was not deceiving him. That was good news. Though in status, a Liang was as far below him as clouds above mud. In age, Garen was 21, while a Liang was only 19. Despite being 2 years younger, a Liang could fight on equal footing with Newgate and Rox, while Garen himself had been sliced into mincemeat by Newgate's single blow. In terms of appearance, though Garen was confident in his own handsomeness, he had enough self-awareness to admit that a Liang was taller and better looking than him. Added to all the past grievances, Garen Saint harbored a deep loathing for a Liang. He had long decided once the 2-year deadline for killing Newgate arrived, if a Liang failed the task, he would devise a plan to eliminate him. After Garen Saint offered some consolation, Homais decided to initiate the first step of her plan. She spoke with a troubled air. "Forget it, the past is past. There is something I truly want to say, but never mind." This hesitant remark sent a jolt through Garen Saint's heart. Damn it. Liang, what exactly did you do? Unbeknownst to Garen Saint, under the empowerment of the obsession fruit, he was gradually being led by the nose. Late at night inside the luxurious suite of the Shao Jindong nightclub on Sabaody, GR19. Achu achu. Hua Ye suddenly sneezed twice. Xiaoqi, lying beside him, nearly got a face full of spit. "Who's thinking of you behind your back?" Xiaoqi pinched Hua Ye's head in irritation. "I never believe in that. I think it's Junzi. You just bullied her, then drove her to the Holy Land to catch slaves for you. How many times today? Stop pinching, or ITLL rise again." Hua Ye pushed Xiaoqi's hand away. Where did the story leave off? Xiaoqi reluctantly withdrew her hand, rolled over, and lay on her back looking up at him. The ancient evil god Gu Shaoluan appears, trying to capture Liang Bing. Hua Ye cleared his throat. "Xiangwei, can't you say something that cheers me up?" Finally, Liang Bing's wings turned white. She glanced back with a smile. "Haha, I am the demon queen. I do as I please." Then she turned and charged into the black hole. Xiaoqi was captivated. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "So Liang Bing died, just like that." "In a way. Her consciousness survived, but her body was gone. I kind of like her. I think she's better than her sister." Xiaoqi closed her eyes and began to imagine. Earlier, when she had imitated Kaisha, it had been the same. Constant self-PUA. It must be so. The grand worldview of the Xiongбing Company could very well be a reality beyond this world. Before long, Xiaoqi was enveloped in black mist. When the darkness dissipated, a tall, queenly woman appeared, clad in a long trench coat and a tight pencil skirt. She leaned against the headboard, her chin propped on one hand. Exactly like Liang Bing from the story. Xiaoqi smiled with devilish charm. "So do you like your queen?" Looking at her, Hua Ye couldn't help marveling at the power of the Sui Sui fruit. As long as one believed it to be true, it became reality. Though its combat ceiling was locked, Liang Bing was undoubtedly far stronger than Nika. Surely she couldn't be weaker than Bonnie after turning into Nika. "Care to test your combat power?" "Sure." A flash of silver light, and Hua Ye teleported with Xiaoqi to a small island near Sabaody. Demonic claws emerged from the void. Xiaoqi stood midair, her long coat flapping in the wind. With a single wave, the giant claw carrying the force to tier space itself hurtled straight toward Hua Ye. Well struck. Hua Ye crossed his arms, hardening them with armament Haki to withstand the blow. Boom! A shockwave erupted with the two at its epicenter, uprooting dozens of massive trees around them. Hua Ye stepped back twice to dissipate the force, mentally gauging her level. Xiaoqi had originally been merely an average vice admiral, but this strike was comparable to one from strong fighters like Rayleigh or Jabba. "I'm not done yet." A wild gleam flashed in Xiaoqi's eyes. She merged the two claws, restructuring them into a single giant claw that blotted out the sky, its momentum more than double the previous attack. Hua Ye grinned, ready to meet the giant claw, but unexpectedly Xiaoqi fell from midair. Startled, Hua Ye flashed to catch her. She collapsed limply into his arms, already reverted to her original form. "The Sui Sui fruit is so strong. If that blow had landed, it would have definitely made you suffer. Almost hit you. The Sui Sui fruit is so powerful. This strike would definitely make you suffer." Hua Ye neither agreed nor disagreed. If he had taken that blow, it would indeed have been troublesome. However, it was only natural that she couldn't execute it. The stronger the figures twisted from the future, the more stamina they consumed. Xiaoqi's total stamina was insufficient to unleash such an attack. A silver flash again, and the two returned to the hotel. "Master, are there any more interesting and pleasant real-life adaptation cases?" To believe in the authenticity of the stories, Xiaoqi directly PU'd herself, changing her tune to claim that all the stories Hua Ye told were real adaptations. Hua Ye wondered what would happen if he told the story of the combat power ceiling. For example, a little girl in the mundane world who only awaited her brother's return. This story seemed quite good. Peaceful life continued as time flew by. See Circle Calendar 1484. Heroes' stirred destinies converged. A not unexpected intelligence leak, a fated battle of slaughter. Everyone's story would be rewritten from Shenzigu. On this day, Hua Ye sat in the office of Navy Branch GR-69. He received a transfer order from the world government. The order lay on the desk, the handwriting neat, the wording official, and the seal of Navy headquarters stamped at the bottom. It orders Navy headquarters Rear Admiral A. Liang to take his subordinate officers to designated coordinates in the West Sea in 1 week to participate in a large-scale military exercise. The specific mission details will be conveyed by the on-site commander upon arrival. No delays, no unauthorized absence. It did not mention Shinhigu, nor the celestial dragons, nor the hunting competition. Hua Ye leaned back in his chair and tossed the order onto the table. A week ago, Junzi had revealed the nature of Hua Ye's mission. The primary task was to protect the celestial dragons and, secondarily, to command the main forces in capturing the island's inhabitants. Hua Ye felt excited and full of anticipation. This would definitely be a different Shinhigu. When Carp had come to drink with him some time ago, he had already hinted at it. This time, he would not arrive only after hearing that Luo Jie had appeared. Instead, Luo Jie would go to rescue Xiaqi, and Luo Kes would use saving Xiaqi as a pretext to protect his family, while Nogate would go on a killing spree. Dong dong. The door was knocked twice. Enter. Long pushed the door open, followed by Ji Yuan. Both wore Navy uniforms, their shoulder insignia already changed to new ranks. Thanks to Hua Ye's involvement in these 2 years, Long and Ji Yuan had been promoted from second-class privates to captains. Big brother, we saw the transfer order. Just as you predicted, we are assigned to the West Sea. 17-year-old Long still had cold sweat on his forehead, but compared to 2 years ago, he had shed his naivety. Ji Yuan stood beside him in silence. At 17, she had also grown into a graceful young woman. Hua Ye nodded. After we reach this island, you two can act freely, just follow your hearts. Long was silent for a moment, then asked, Big brother, what exactly is in the West Sea? You'll know when you get there. Hua Ye played enigmatic. Sigh, fine. Then I will firmly do what I want to do. He sighed, already having a vague guess in his heart. Long recalled the words Big Brother had said to him and Ji Yuan in the underground chamber of Moor Kingdom 2 years ago. He was no longer a rookie. Now he was filled with disgust at the celestial dragons' indiscriminate killing and the Navy's complicity. His father chose not to become an admiral to avoid these things. He disagreed, truly disagreed. Old man with your reputation, why don't you raise your arm and start a revolution? Ji Yuan, unlike Long, didn't overthink, but she vaguely felt that this mission might be the last time the three of them stood together as Navy officers. Hua Ye waved his hand grandly, and a fruit covered with spiral patterns appeared in his palm out of thin air. Long, eat this devil fruit. I think it suits you best. Long took the fruit, instantly sweating cold and his pupils contracting. He had seen this fruit in the fruit encyclopedia. The natural type hurricane fruit. According to records, it was one of the 3 great calamity fruits alongside the tremor fruit and the magma fruit. Big brother, this. Where did you get it? A few days ago, when I was strolling around, an old beggar claiming to be the 7th-generation disciple of Hong Qigong gave it to me. Big brother, do you really think I'm stupid? You might as well say you picked it from a tree. Long was truly speechless. Stop talking nonsense, you're too weak. As my little brother, you embarrass me. Long did not eat it immediately. He felt that receiving this fruit at this moment was definitely not a spuro-fement decision by Big Brother. In 2 years of association, he always felt that Big Brother seemed to be plotting something big. This trip to the West Sea, besides repeatedly hinting at the risks of the mission and letting them act freely, now giving him a logia fruit. How did it look like a final gift? Long had thousands of doubts in his heart, but he knew asking was futile. Big Brother would not tell. Finally, he took a deep breath, bite after bite. Long remained expressionless throughout, devouring the fruit completely, without even a drop of cold sweat. Hua Ye secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. My brother is awesome. Soon wind swept through the sealed office, rustling the potted plants on the table. Ji Yuan looked at Long with a hint of envy in her eyes, but no jealousy. Hua Ye looked at Ji Yuan meaningfully. What? Do you also want a fruit? During his time travels, apart from not finding Nika, the Yami Yami no Mi, and other god-tier fruits, Hua Ye had collected quite a few powerful devil fruits. The hurricane fruit was originally meant to belong to Long. Hua Ye was merely returning it to its rightful owner ahead of time. As for Ji Yuan, he wouldn't mind giving her a fruit as well. Ji Yuan was taken aback, feeling a woman's displeasure toward a man. Why was Long directly gifted while she had to ask for it? Actually, I haven't decided whether to eat a devil fruit or not. Ji Yuan's surface was cold and reserved, but inwardly, she longed to be treated equally. Hua Ye smirked wickedly and took out another fruit. This is the Paramecia type whisper fruit. Eating it allows you to communicate with animals. Ji Yuan's eyes lit up for a moment, but the next instant undisguised disdain leaked from her gaze. Whisper fruit. Communicate with animals. What use did a Navy officer aspiring to become the strongest female swordsman have for that? To bark at the enemy's dogs. Long got the top calamity hurricane fruit. She got a useless trinket to chat with cats and dogs. Wasn't this favoritism a bit too obvious? Rear Admiral, Liang, I think it's fine to just be a pure swordsman. Ziyuan declined. She wouldn't mind eating a powerful fruit to enhance herself, but this whisper was completely useless. Of course, Hua Ye took out the whisper fruit purely to tease Ziyuan. The door fruit involved spatial power, and the eat fruit involved multi-fruit fusion. These two fruits were intended for him to later research the secrets of Blackbeard's multiple fruits and see if he could use them himself. However, Ziyuan had served as his adjutant for 2 years, was future his good friend, and possessed the potential of an admiral. She was indeed worth further cultivation. Hey, just teasing you. I'm your good leader, how could I play favorites? Hua Ye smirked, then a silver flash appeared, and 2 more fruits materialized on the table. These were the best he could offer from his current collection. Pick one. This is the Logia Cloud fruit, and this is the Cat fruit mythical Zoan model Nakomata. Ziyuan stared at the 2 fruits on the table, momentarily stunned. Although she and Long were both a Liang's subordinate officers, Long had the additional status of being a little brother, while she was not a Liang's woman. Why should she? Even if she longed to be treated equally, devil fruits were not cabbages that could be produced at will. But now suddenly presenting 2 powerful fruits caught her off guard. This, truly for me. Ziyuan was speechless. What, didn't expect it? Did you think I only know how? Hua Ye leaned back in his chair with a smile on his lips. If you think the gift is too precious, you can repay me by giving me a shoulder rub and leg massage when we head to the West Sea. Ziyuan was caught off guard by this sudden request, her heart fluttering. After all, she had seen how Xiao Ju massaged his legs, but if it were the handsome and strong Rear Admiral Liang, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Before Ziyuan could respond, Hua Ye spoke again. All right, hurry up and choose a fruit. He pointed at the blue cat-shaped fruit and began to explain, cats are renowned for their agility, and a mythical Zoan will greatly enhance physical constitution. Moreover, cats are legendary yokai that can control hellfire. This is a top-tier configuration for a swordsman. He then pointed at the other fruit. You can become a cloud through elementalization, make rain, thunder, snow, and even fly. Very versatile. At this moment, Ziyuan's heart felt like a roller coaster. First, she had hoped to be treated equally, then she was tricked with a garbage fruit, feeling disappointed. Now she had to choose between 2, and the bewildered Ziyuan was truly perplexed. As a woman, she shared the same inner thoughts as Gaina and Dasiki. Women's physiques are simply inferior to men's. She had once dreamed of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. But knowing it was unattainable, she temporarily set her sights on becoming the world's greatest female swordsman. However, a mythical Zoan, especially one renowned for speed and agility, was extremely important to her. Yet as a Marina, Logia seemed to have a higher ceiling. After all, its mobility and large-scale disaster capabilities were unmatched by mythical Zoans. With the cloud fruit, she could better protect her comrades and civilians on the battlefield. Which one should I choose? Ziyuan asked for advice. Eat whichever you think is better. If I thought one was more suitable for you, I wouldn't have brought both out. Ziyuan then looked at Long beside her, seeking his opinion as a comrade. Cold sweat broke out on Long's forehead. He too was at a loss, muttering inwardly, how can I give advice? A thing you can only eat once in a lifetime. Evening. Clang, clang, clang. The ground in Shampoo GR19 region trembled, and Black Conqueror's Haki lightning erupted from time to time. Junzi and Hua Ye had an in-depth exchange in the SVP suite. Over the past year, although Junzi hadn't fully awakened her memories, she seemed to have vaguely recalled something. This was caused by Hua Ye's relentless efforts while continuously instilling his ideas. Although she still couldn't defy Yima's orders, her actions had already begun to comply outwardly while opposing inwardly. After hours of exchange, Hua Ye began to deliberate on what he would entrust her to do next. Junzi leaned against the headboard, gazing at the moonlight outside the window, listening quietly. Before Hua Ye could finish, Junzi murmured and interrupted. I'm not afraid of death, but Lord Imu is truly more powerful than you imagine. If you do this, you will die. I don't want you to die. Hua Ye paused upon hearing this. Junzi turned her head and stared straight at him. Although I can't recall many things, but... Suddenly Junzi pressed her forehead in pain. Luan Jin talk. Hua Ye quickly pressed one hand on Junzi's heart, and the other on her left brain, surging with the power of time. Half of Junzi's brain was still functioning, her consciousness clear, but the rest of her body had come to a standstill, especially the mechanical heart, which temporarily stopped beating. Didn't I tell you not to overthink? Hua Ye scolded. Months ago, Junzi had said that the deep sea and abyss contractors communicated with Imu through a core within their bodies. The majority of the secrets of the gods' knights originated from the steel heart within their bodies. This statement was quite consistent with Hua Ye's conjecture. When Xiankasi was a divine blade, in order to break free from Yima's shallow sea contract, he deliberately broke the arm that had the contract. But after Hilliard upgraded to the deep sea contract and replaced his steel heart, he fell under complete control. To break free from control, cutting off an arm was no longer effective, only destroying the heart would work. That was why Luaka crushed his father's heart, and all with a single hammer blow. Therefore Hua Ye stopped Junzi's body along with her left brain's command center. Junzi blinked her big eyes and gradually calmed down. During this period Junzi had nearly recovered her memories several times, but Hua Ye had always used this method to prevent it. This approach had never been detected by Imu, proving it was feasible. Listen, Hua Ye looked down into her eyes. Imu is indeed stronger than me, I know that without you saying it. But we can take it slow. In your current state, how can I tell you things? Junzi's eyes trembled slightly as if in disagreement or as if wanting to say something. Time passed bit by bit, and Hua Ye gradually began to breathe heavily. Although Junzi was not very strong even without her resistance, it was extremely strenuous for Hua Ye to immobilize that heart. Just as Hua Ye felt it was enough and withdrew the time power, Junzi was dazed for a long while before suddenly murmuring, "Brother Hua Ye." Those words immediately sent a shiver of cold sweat down Hua Ye's back. She couldn't possibly know that name. Junzi only knew Liang. Unless Shuli was awakening, but she must not awaken now. Luan Jintuok. Hua Ye pressed on Junzi's chest again, veins bulging on his forehead, his chest heaving violently. This consumption was far greater than fighting Luo Kisi. Hua Ye was somewhat taken aback that Junzi had directly uttered his name. This meant that Junzi was already awakening her memories. Suppressing her again with the power of time was Hua Ye's concern that once her memories fully returned, her emotions would spiral completely out of control. Seeing Junzi's eyes gradually reddening, Hua Ye sighed inwardly. Had she remembered after all? Yet compared to the past over this year, he had learned far more secrets about Imo. A bold idea took shape in Hua Ye's mind. At this current moment, Junzi was still bound by the deep sea contract, not the abyss contract of the 5 elders, so Imu could not yet possess her. Rather than trying to stabilize Junzi and prevent her emotional outburst, I might as well gamble. His hand, which had been gripping Junzi's chest, suddenly coiled with Conqueror's Haki, and with sheer force, he ripped the steel heart out of her body. The heart pulsed in his hand, while Junzi was already weeping uncontrollably, yet the binding of time power prevented her from releasing her emotions. Beads of sweat formed on Hua Ye's brow. Staring at the pressure gauge on the heart, he spoke urgently in his original voice, "Don't panic yet. If my earlier analysis is correct, there's a 30% chance that this will succeed in loosening some of the control over you. If you want to try, blink twice, if not, steady your emotions." Junzi stared at her own heart, still alive, a flicker of fear in her eyes. But upon hearing the familiar voice, she blinked twice. Hua Ye wasted no more words. Wrapping Conqueror's Haki and time power around his fingers, he aimed to send a certain component of the steel heart into the future. Under normal circumstances, the steel heart could only be destroyed by formidable Conqueror's Haki, and Imu would sense it instantly. Just as the moment Harold died, Imu suffered immediate backlash. Even if the heart were hacked into mincemeat, if the Conqueror's Haki was insufficient, it could never be completely destroyed. What Hua Ye intended was to send the part that monitored Junzi's emotional fluctuations and compelled her obedience into the future. The peculiarity of the undying body was that even detached parts remained connected to the main body. Hua Ye was gambling on the time differential of the theory of time. In short, it was extremely arcane. It was like cutting the right wire when defusing a bomb. Cut the wrong one, and there would be no redemption. To put it simply, Imu was the sender of a text message broadcasting a viral message to a group. The steel heart served as a phone with an auto-execution program. When the God's Knights received the message, the program would automatically open the virus and forcibly execute the content. Hua Ye was sending that program into the future, effectively delaying the moment the signal would be received. Junzi could still see the message, but its contents would only be enforced decades later. In simple terms, Junzi could now read the message and reply at will. As the time power dissipated, Hua Ye was truly on the verge of collapse. Woo-woo. I think I killed father and I killed Brooke and I said so many hurtful things. The moment Junzi regained mobility, she rushed into Hua Ye's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Hua Ye, I want to kill that monster. Junzi trembled violently as she wept. Hua Ye let her hold him, saying nothing, only placing his hand on the back of her head, as if soothing a lost little beast that had finally found its home. After a long while, such a violent emotional outburst from Junzi still did not draw Ima's attention. Hua Ye knew it had worked. This was essentially a half solution to breaking Ima's contract, though if Imu discovered it, it could still be repaired. After another long pause, Junzi's sobs gradually subsided. Hua Ye spoke softly, Candle is still alive. I sent her to the future. And you didn't kill Brooke. Though you stabbed through his head, he survived. He might still be drifting as a ghost on the sea now. Junzi jerked her head up, staring at him through tear-blurred eyes. Really? Mother is really still alive. Have I ever lied to you? Then Hua Ye recounted the general situation and began to comfort Junzi. In their idle conversation, Hua Ye noticed that although Junzi had recovered Shuli's memories, her memories after arriving at the Holy Land seemed to have become hazy. She appeared to only remember the moments when he sang to her. After a long while, Junzi finally released Hua Ye and stepped back from his embrace. Lowering her gaze to her own naked body, her face instantly flushed crimson. You. She stammered at a loss for words. She had feelings for Hua Ye, but for such a thing to happen while she had lost her memory. Now she was completely disoriented. Brother Hua Ye, what did we do? I am confused. Before she finished speaking, Junzi clutched her head again, a pained expression on her face. She stood frozen for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her tone had regained some of its cool detachment. I remember some things. We knew each other before. When we were children, you sang to me. That Afro guy admired you a lot. Are you called a Liang? Or Hua Ye? Hua Ye frowned. Dual personalities shared memory fragments. He said nothing, simply watching Junzi. Junzi turned her face away awkwardly, but still stole glances at him from the corner of her eye. As Hua Ye had predicted, Junzi indeed had a dual personality. Perhaps it was due to her heterochromatic eyes, or perhaps the second personality was created when she was dominated by the black ink. In any case, Shuli as the main personality seemed to have been sealed away by Imu through some means. Now Shuli's personality had awakened and then fallen back asleep. Junzi seemed to have little impression of it, only knowing that she had cried earlier and had been unable to control her emotions, a feeling too foreign for her. She was unaccustomed to this. How could a god cry? But something had changed. I think I remember some things, but they don't feel like they belong to me. Junzi finally spoke, struggling to organize her words. I recall an Afro guy. I don't remember his name. I remember you didn't look like this back then. It feels like a long time ago, or maybe a past life. She rubbed her temples, a trace of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. These memories make me so confused. I can't tell. Are you someone I know or someone she knows? Hua Ye didn't answer. Junzi didn't need an answer. She was just voicing these questions for the first time. All these years as a god's knight, she had never doubted the things in her mind. Seeing Junzi fall silent, Hua Ye finally spoke. If you can't figure it out, then don't dwell on it. Some things will come to light in time. This is a secret. Don't tell anyone. Then I won't ask. You haven't finished telling me what you wanted to say earlier. Go ahead now. Anyway, I've already learned how to feign compliance with Imus orders. The confusion in Junzi's eyes gradually faded, but as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed something amiss. This time she hadn't said Lord Emo. She had simply said Emo. Hua Ye looked at Junzi's current unstable state, shook his head, and said, You told me earlier about Xia Qi's abnormality at the Holy Land. I was planning to have you secretly kill her in God Valley and claim she escaped, but now it's unnecessary. Alright, then I'll keep an eye on her as usual. They'll be joining the hunting competition anyway. Junzi paused, turned his head away, and said, This time he'll kill many people, but I'm starting to loathe killing those lowly commoners. Don't think too much. Hua Ye consoled him, knowing that the awakening of Shuli's personality would only have an increasing impact on Junzi. Perhaps when he was not by her side, she would lose control. But theoretically she had to stay by IM's side as a double agent, and couldn't be brought to the future, otherwise many things would be difficult to handle. Damn it, you damned Air Ye, it's all your fault. Why do you always think about Koen? Hua Ye comforted Junzi while cursing under his breath, but he already had a countermeasure in mind. It was just a bit troublesome. After God Valley is over, you hold off the two gods' blade. The next day at noon, in the new world, the giant kingdom of Elbaf. With a flash of silver light, Hua Ye appeared in a room built to giant proportions. Boom, boom, boom. What the hell, earthquake? Hua Ye had not yet adapted to the magnified furniture before he was shaken by an earth-shattering commotion, staggering. No, it's not an earthquake. What's that sound? Is this a cave? Harold. Ida. Isn't Harold on an expedition? How did he come home? Hua Ye subconsciously spread his observation Haki, and then stood frozen in shock. Hundreds of years ago he had recorded the time coordinates of Elbaf, but the coordinates were too old. Now this place had become a room in the backyard of Ida's tavern. At Hua Ye's appearance, Harold first froze, then turned to look at the corner. What's wrong, Harold? Ida also reacted, asking in confusion. Harold did not reply. Boom. Black and red lightning danced and exploded. Harold's eyes blazed with fury. Human brat, who the hell are you? Why are you here? Hua Ye raised his hands helplessly, trying to keep his tone calm. I know you're anxious, but can you hold on a moment? Not talking. Then you'll die. Harold was furious. Who wouldn't be anxious in such a situation? He had already picked up the great sword by the bed and pointed it at Hua Ye. Only then did Ida react. She grabbed the blanket and wrapped herself tightly, but there was not much panic on her face, only a slight frown. Harold jumped off the bed bare-chested, and the whole room shook once more when his feet hit the ground. The giant king emanated a terrifying sense of pressure. His muscular upper body bulged with veins, and his eyes held undisguised killing intent. He had only been back for a few days to rest when he received another order from the world government. He was about to set sail and had thought to enjoy some intimacy with Ida before leaving, but was interrupted by a bastard wearing a smiling mask. Hey, I have no interest in giants. I really didn't mean to. Hua Ye cursed inwardly. What the hell is this? I'm not Jabba, I don't want to watch this kind of thing at all. hiding your face, and wearing a mask. Harold didn't listen to explanations. He directly infused his greatsword with Haki and slashed down. Clang! Fist and sword collided. A blast of air sent the furniture flying. Harold was stunned. Although this strike was not his full strength, he had not expected this tiny human to easily block it. He did not attack again, but the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. After all, a masked stranger suddenly appearing in his private room and witnessing him with his wife. No male creature would let that slide. Human, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Hua Ye could not reveal his purpose here. His identity as a Liang should be waiting for orders in Sabaody. He couldn't leave any traces in Elbaf. Then his eyes flickered and he fabricated a story. Your good brother Rox sent me. The world government will soon order you to go to the West Sea to stop him. He asked me to tell you, please let him off. Rox. You are one of Rox's men. No wonder you're so rude. Upon hearing the name Rox, Harold still contained his anger, but no longer intended to continue attacking. But he wasn't stupid. He quickly asked, you say it, so it is. What proof do you have? Many years ago you met at the Holy Land. You trespassed into the Holy Land. The celestial dragons wanted to capture you as a slave. You fought once, then escaped together. Rox has always wanted you to eat that fruit. Hua Ye directly recounted the first meeting of Rox and Harold along with various past events. Harold was silent for a long time. These things could indeed be proven. But he couldn't understand. He hadn't yet received a clear order from the world government. He was only told to go to the West Sea. How did that bastard Rox know that the world government would send him to stop him? How does Rox know the intelligence? Why doesn't he come himself? Intelligence naturally has its channels. As for why he doesn't come, that guy usually acts like he fears nothing. Personally, begging someone is probably more painful to him than taking a cut. Harold's expression shifted from doubt to helplessness. With so many formidable men under Rox, obtaining intelligence from the world government in advance was not surprising. He just hadn't expected Rox to send someone to beg him to let it slide. Fine. He'll remember. Tell Rox that if the world government is watching, I won't go easy. Harold put away his greatsword, reluctantly accepting the explanation. Now you can get the hell out. One more thing. Can I take a look around Elbaf? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Hua Ye showed no. Harold frowned. This masked man had some nerve. But since he was one of Rox's men, he couldn't just kick him out. Stroll around. Aren't you Rox's messenger? Why don't you go back and report immediately? Time is plenty anyway. I've long heard that Elbaf is the homeland of warriors. I've always wanted to see it with my own eyes. It's a rare chance to come here. It would be a shame not to look. Harold snorted coldly. The pride of being a warrior is etched into the genes of the giants. This human brat, though sneaky, at least knows to respect the name of a warrior. He casually leaned his greatsword against the bed and softened his tone. Suit yourself. But don't go near the palace, don't touch our sacred tree, and don't provoke any giants. Otherwise, even if Rox begs, he'll cut you down. Thanks, your majesty. You're a truly good man. Harold miscalculated, truly miscalculated. An hour later, several loud bangs came from the direction of the palace, then fell silent. Soon a warrior of the giant tribe informed Harold that the commotion came from the national treasure chamber. When Harold arrived, he saw 3 giant guards frozen into ice sculptures. His mind went blank instantly. Iron Thunder was gone. The divine hammer that had lived for centuries, the ice squirrel guarding Elbaf's national treasure, had vanished. Even Ratatoskr, whom he could not defeat, was missing. The fruit was gone too. Only an empty altar and a note remained. The note clearly bore a line of small words: borrowing for a few days, will return after use. Rox. Harold's blood pressure shot to the highest point in Elbaf. There was only one truth. Rox had come too. That bastard sent someone to deliver a message begging him to go easy. All of that was a smokescreen. That masked man just now must have been Rox's spy. Lookout. All that nonsense about begging for mercy was just an excuse made up after the lookout was discovered. Damn it. Rox. You betrayed me. Harold believed his analysis was the only truth. If anyone could subdue Iron Thunder, which even he couldn't tame, it could only be Rox. Lock down the entire territory. Seal all ports. Rox can't have escaped yet. Don't let him get away. Your Majesty. The guards hesitated, having never seen Harold so furious. 1 hour earlier. Elbaf, within the national treasure chamber of the palace. The outer perimeter was guarded by giant soldiers, but inside the treasure chamber only Iron Thunder remained. Hua Ye used the power of time to freeze the guards, strolling leisurely to the innermost treasure room. After breaking the chains, a treasure chest and a massive hammer came into view. Inside the chest was sealed the dragon fruit, mythical Zoan model Nidhogg. The moment the door opened, the hammer floated into the air, shook twice, then hurtled straight at Hua Ye. Facing a hammer larger than himself, Hua Ye covered his arms with Haki and crossed them to block. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Hua Ye was blasted several meters away by the blow. The hammer prepared to strike again. But Hua Ye stopped, unhurriedly removed his mask, using the power of time to distort his face, revealing his true appearance. He then laughed heartily. Long time no see, little pine. As the words fell, the hammer's attack reached Hua Ye's face, but halted abruptly in midair. Bang! A puff of smoke burst from the hammer as it began to transform. In the blink of an eye, a small squirrel with a hammer on its head appeared. It landed on the ground, rubbed its eyes, stared at Hua Ye for a long moment, then widened its eyes. Hua Ye. You're Hua Ye. That little brat from Rain City. You're really not dead. How is that possible? Its tail fluffed into a ball of fur like a spooked cat. Hua Ye's first stop after leaving the Rain God tribe was not far into the future, but to Elbaf 10 years later. It was the 3rd year after the War God's fall. Ice Squirrel Ratatosker had just begun guarding the Nidhogg fruit, awaiting the next worthy successor. Since the War God of Elbaf had visited Rain City when Hua Ye was a child, the two naturally knew each other. Hua Ye, you damn brat. You promised to find me a suitable successor, but it's been 800 years. The ice squirrel was very displeased, its little paws crossed over its chest, its tail still bristling. Hua Ye looked up at the massive creature before him. Isn't that why I'm here? And I already have a candidate for your successor. Really? Who? Don't tell me you're here to plead for Harold. He's too weak, utterly unworthy. Could you shrink a bit first? Do you know you look like a mountain to me right now? The ice squirrel paused, looked down at itself. Indeed, it was in the battle form it assumed when fighting alongside the war god, far too large for a human. What a hassle. It grumbled, then another puff of smoke exploded, reducing its size from over 10 meters to just over 3. Hua Ye nodded approvingly as it now stood at his level. Naturally not Harold, but his son Loki. He's still a kid now, though. It'll be over 20 years. Huh, 20 more years. Then why are you here now? To chat with me. The ice squirrel was displeased. Hua Ye slipped into persuasion mode. I'm just giving you a heads up so you'll know. Also, I was afraid you'd be bored and wanted to take you out for fun. Out. No way. I have to watch the fruit. If I leave, what about the fruit? The ice squirrel refused outright. Then forget it. Hua Ye sighed theatrically, then took out a bag of nuts and tossed it over. Eat up. It's good to catch up. The ice squirrel's eyes lit up. It hadn't left the treasury in countless years. Though as a weapon it didn't need food, its squirrel instincts still loved nuts. It caught the bag, tore it open, picked up a pine nut with a tiny paw, and popped it into its mouth, looking content. After 800 years of this is still the tastiest. Huh. The chewing stopped abruptly. Hua Ye had appeared before the treasure chest. A flash of silver light, and the chest containing the Nidhogg fruit vanished into thin air. You. The ice squirrel's tail exploded into a giant dandelion puff. It swung its head, the hammer on top, aiming at Hua Ye, charging straight at him. Boom. 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 The two tussled. Give me back the fruit. Now. Immediately. It's safe. I sent it to the future. If I die, it will return to this room exactly 20 years from now. No way. Give it back now. The ice squirrel was furious, but helpless. Their fight soon drew the attention of the castle guards, who poured into the treasure chamber. The two paused temporarily. Hua Ye unhurriedly put his mask back on, spreading his hands like a helpless bear. If you come with me, you'll return it. I'm not going to eat it. What's the rush? The ice squirrel glared at Hua Ye, but eventually wilted. Fine, I'll go with you. But remember, if anything happens to that fruit, it'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. Hey, don't worry, nothing will happen. Hua Ye stared at it, a spark of eagerness in his eyes. Turn into a hammer. Let me wield you, will you? The ice squirrel's eyes widened. What are you saying? Who do you think you are? I am the war god's weapon. Not anyone can swing me. You're not even a giant. Why should I? If you don't let me use you, I won't give back the fruit, Hua Ye said, without changing expression. The ice squirrel's words cut off. Its expression was like that of a squirrel that had eaten a pine nut expired 800 years ago. Temporary access to Iron Thunder for 20 years. Hua Ye, you are still so shameless. The ice squirrel was truly helpless, its vital point firmly grasped. Hua Ye waved at it, then turned to look at the 3 giant guards who had already rushed close. Tyle, let me test your power. The ice squirrel bristled, but its body obediently began to transform. A massive hammer fell into his hand. Hua Ye weighed it, the size was just right. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly remarkable, worthy of being a divine artifact. It can be large or small. For now I'll call you Rui Golden Cudgel Hammer. Don't give me a random name. I am Tyle. The ice squirrel's voice came from the hammer, its tone varied. Hua Ye ignored its protest, curling his lips into a smirk as he looked at the 3 charging giants, and struck out. Primordial world. Before the hammer even touched them, the 3 had already turned into ice statues. 1 hour later, Hilliard stared at the 3 frozen giants, completely at a loss. He looked up to the sky and roared, damn it. Why would Tyle let someone like Rox use it? What? He couldn't break the ice, truly couldn't break it. After all, in the original story, Tyle's primordial world had frozen Junko, and even him couldn't shatter it. This was a conceptual level ice seal that only Tyle could undo. 3 days later, a massive fleet of world government and navy ships was sailing majestically toward the West Sea Shinjigu. There were still 10 hours before Jini would leak the intelligence to Mojensi in the Xian Shiji Fengchao Island. 1 year after Xiaqi's disappearance, this pirate island had become somewhat lifeless. Inside the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks was drinking heavily with Newgate, the two idly chatting. Suddenly the door was kicked open, and they frowned as they looked over. Rocks recognized the visitor, put down his wine jar, and laughed loudly. Jaha, so it's Brother A. Leong. What, tired of being a Navy man ready to join us? How, I've come to see you off, and also to make another bet with you. Hua Ye, wearing a navy cloak with a small squirrel perched on his shoulder, strolled into the hall, pulled out a chair, without hesitation, and plopped down onto it. Oh, are you saying I'm going to be killed? Rocks wasn't angered by the remark. He pulled out another unopened bottle of fine wine from under the table and tossed it to Hua Ye. What do you want to bet? Hua Ye grinned, took the bottle, uncorked it, took a big swig, and then got straight to the point. Daiwei D. Jai Bike, want to fight again? I want cheat you. If I lose, I guarantee the lives of your wife and children in Shinji-gu. If I win, you do one thing for me. If you do it well, it'll still protect you and your family. Rock's face, which had been slightly smiling, suddenly darkened. Has the world government investigated so thorough? Protect me and my family. Is something going to happen at Shinji-gu? Daiwei D. Jai Bike had never told his true name to any of his crew, not even Newgate. And this white-haired man before him knew not only his true name, but also that he had a wife and children in his hometown of Shinji-gu. Only the high echelons of the world government could have investigated him so thoroughly. Hua Ye looked calmly at Rocks. So strictly speaking, you don't lose either way, do you? Rocks was silent for a long time while Newgate continued drinking as if he had heard nothing. Jahaha. Rocks suddenly threw his head back and laughed. I've been gambling my whole life. How could I be afraid of a white-haired brat like you? But I don't want to fight you. Just tell me what you want me to do. I agree. Hua Ye stared at Rock's unwavering eyes, using observation Haki to sense his emotions, and for the first time felt admiration for this man. A Navy man had declared in front of him that he would die, called out his true name, and mentioned his hometown wife and children. Any other overlord would have become angry first and then negotiated. It was merely their second meeting, yet Rocks skipped all the steps, not even asking what he needed to do, and simply. Hua Ye didn't think Rocks was a reckless fool or a madman. He believed Rocks had genuinely weighed the situation in just over 10 seconds. How worthy of Rocks, isn't that right, my foolish little brother? Hua Ye looked at Newgate and addressed him with the most affectionate term. At this point, with Rocks being the world government's top enemy, Hua Ye didn't think he risked being betrayed by Rocks, so he decided to be open and frank. Newgate's mouth twitched. He had long expected this day to come, but he hadn't anticipated Hua Ye would do it directly in front of Rocks. A man in his 30s being called foolish little brother to his face by a kid under 20. Yet he really couldn't refute that title. Errera. Big brother, couldn't you have picked another time? Newgate took a helpless gulp of wine, more relieved than resigned. If back then he had actually called Hua Ye Pops, and today Hua Ye called him my good son, in front of Rocks, would he acknowledge it? If he didn't, wouldn't that be unfilial? Rocks was rarely at a loss. Newgate, the monster who wouldn't even listen to him, being called little brother to his face without losing his temper and even fucking acknowledging it. He suddenly recalled various scenes, whether going to G2 or the Mower Kingdom. No wonder Newgate had been unusually proactive. He understood, all his doubts vanished. Jaha. Rocks threw his head back and laughed again, laughing with immense joy. So that's it. I heard Newgate grumbling on someone else's ship that he wanted to meet his big brother, and his big brother turns out to be you. What nonsense about a genius under 20. So you're an old monster too. Hua Ye was displeased and shouted sharply, stop. I am not some old monster. I haven't even had my 20th birthday yet. He really isn't an old monster, just a time smuggler. Just then the ice squirrel on Hua Ye's shoulder suddenly spoke. It perched on his shoulder, little paws crossed over its chest, looking at Rocks with disdain. Rocks frowned, staring at the squirrel on Hua Ye's shoulder, which had a small hammer on its head. Isn't this thing a— He had thought the white-haired guy had some weird taste bringing a squirrel as decoration. You can fucking talk. I am Tai Lei, the weapon of the Ierbafu war god. The ice squirrel's tone was filled with displeasure. I am not some pet. If you look at me with that hamster-like gaze again, I'll freeze you into an ice statue. Rocks had never seen Tai Lei, but he had heard of this legendary weapon that had lived for centuries, a being that even Hilliard had failed to subdue. Now this hammer had turned into a squirrel perching on Hua Ye's shoulder and talking back to him. Jaha. Rocks burst into laughter again, this time truly impressed. Just who the hell are you, kid? First Newgate calls you big brother, now even Ierbafist's divine artifact listens to you. Oi, little one of the Daiwei clan, I don't listen to him. I was threatened by him. The ice squirrel voiced its displeasure again.